Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit so I don't even bother. Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit so I don't even bother. Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit so I don't even bother. I put that on my partner, I put that on my family. Oakland City represent, address me as your majesty. Yeah, you can kiss the ring, but you can never touch the crown. I smoke a million swisher once and I ain't never coming down. Bitch, you ain't no Barbie, I see you work at Harvey. Never to supersize, hurry up, I'm starving. Darling, radical, on the block, I'm magical. See me at your college campus, baggy full of Adderall. Call me if you need a fix, call me if you need a fix. See the mother chicken head, they don't ever leave the coop. I'm in the coop cruising, I got the stolen plates, serving all the beans over there by the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm colder than the fridge and the freezer. I'm snatching all your bitches at my leisure. Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit so I don't even bother. Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit so I don't even bother. Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit so I don't even bother. Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit so I don't even bother.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee. His grace uncrowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for heroes prove in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, they got thy gold refined, till all success be nobleness.
Talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Don't you know? They're talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. While they're standing in the welfare lines, lying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for our promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Poor people gonna rise up and get their share. Poor people gonna rise up and take what's theirs. Don't you live it on, run, 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 run. Oh, it's you better run, 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 run. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. Talking about a revolution. Oh, I've been standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for our promotion. Don't you know? Talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. And finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. Talking about a revolution. Oh no.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to Towel Variety Hour. Yes, you can call me Dick Cavett. My guest this evening will be Orson Welles and the King of England. How have you been? All right, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? I can already tell. How have you been? How have you been? My name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's so good to see you. Welcome. Welcome into my humble abode. It's so nice to see you this evening. Yes, so, what's been in the news? I saw that the country of San Marino will be getting a visit from the Pope. That's always good to hear for the fifth smallest country in the world. God bless the people of San Marino. Let's see, what else was in the news? Let's see. I think I saw a headline out of California. Some Democrat getting arrested of some kind. The Democrats always seem to be getting arrested. Now, if you're saying to yourself, Grant, were you browsing X last night and did someone post a clip of Jolene and did you watch like 45 seconds and has it influenced you negatively? Well, or positively, depending on your perspective. That's an awfully specific question. Have you been monitoring me? That is how I would answer that question. All right. So that said, there is actually a lot we have to talk about. Now, I think a lot of you, rightfully so, were very overwhelmed, along with Little Towel, yesterday. You're suing the state. Oh, pause, frame drop. Instead, you were writing an article about Brian Tully's lawyer suing the state on behalf of Shannon O'Brien for civil rights violations. Grant, I was very overwhelmed and perplexed, and you also scooped the Globe by like 8 hours just to flex on the bastards, you know what I'm saying? I know, I did that. I was multi-toweling. It was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? I was multi-toweling, you know? So, anyway, you might have woken up this morning and been like, why is he writing about corruption in state government related to like Shannon O'Brien, and why did Brian Tully's lawyer file the lawsuit? Well, as I pronounced this morning on Twitter, welcome to politics, Mr. Tully. when you play politics with Little Towel, you lose before the game begins. Okay? I don't got time for your nonsense, alright? And just because I don't rub it in your face, alright? And do you think I'm Kate Peter? Alright? Little Towel. I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm just saying, politics is a fascinating art form in general. So anyway, you know, not a great day to be Brian Tully for a number of reasons. Wait a minute, before we get into this, I wrote a 38-page, well, I put together, based on my original writing, a 38-page book. It's an audio book. I made you an audio book. I'm so excited. Of my own work. Okay, ready? So I used the program and everything. It made it, like, very emphatic. It's fascinating. And the man's Australian. All right, before we get into that, and if you missed yesterday, you're about to get it. You're going to get it all at once. Okay, so pay attention, take notes. There will be a quiz. All the TAs will be in charge of administering the bonus points. Kofi is a dog. How you doing, Kofi? I'm a tap. You're a dog. Oh, another normal mom. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for your support. Now, all right, everyone. Did you see this morning and last night how, first of all, I want to say shout out to Hellfish Haven, okay? Hellfish Haven is a special charity that helps veterans with mental health resources when they're back in civilian life. Now, I think this is something you should consider checking out. It has nothing to do per se with what I'm about to talk about, except for like the way in which someone started attacking this wonderful service veteran. So, let's all breathe. And I want to just say, so first of all, I didn't have time. I was so tired. By the time I finished like what I had to do after stream last night with Redacted and etc., I had to go to bed. Then I had to wake up, okay? And I didn't have time. I saw 30 seconds of Jolene, and I laughed, and then I went to bed. Then I woke up, okay? And I had to have so many calls. I can't even tell you what today was like. It was freaking absurd. And then by the time I finished that, I had to go to the doctor. Then we started this. So I only had like 30 minutes during the day to even look at what was going on. There was complete apocalyptic chaos. It got so bad that the F team around the state police who were trying to do PR were threatening veterans, okay? And then they completely lost. The police got involved apparently. They completely lost it. This morning, these human beings, it was like an atomic bomb had gone off in their lives. I was like, ha ha. Wait till you see what's coming next. You have no idea. Oh, you don't understand. It's so glorious. You know how Mikey or whatever the hell, Richie April couldn't sell it, for Uncle Junior? Tao sold it. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. I pulled something off today that should actually be impossible. The feat that I accomplished today was incredible. If it actually, follows through. Alright? And that's all I can say about that for now. I have a very nice form of petitioning my government. And I have a very nice present in the form of that petitioning activity for some very bad people. And it's a wonderful present. It's perhaps one of the best ones I've ever wrapped up. It's really suited, I think, juridically, for the situation. Oh yeah, this one got a special towel bow on it. I wrapped it up all night. Nice, Just make sure all the edges are nice and clean. And then when you just pull the bowstring, you just got to make sure that final pull pulls everything together. You can't fuck that up. You got to make sure you do that right. It's very important when wrapping up a present. Oh yeah. This will be truly a miracle if it happens. But I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I did pull something off today that was very impressive. And these people are in a lot of trouble. Let's just put it that way. And I was not wrong. I was more right than I thought. But I can't continue to talk about this for right now because nobody actually knows what's going on who wasn't here yesterday. I think actually a lot of people do. I think like 100,000 people read the story today, which is great. I'm thrilled. So we're going to listen to this overview. It's not ready yet. I have more work to do on it. At some point, I don't love how I like it, but there's more. This is like writing an homage to what's called Tweed Days in St. Louis, okay? Now, I don't really want to read the whole thing, but we are going to look at just to set the tone here. As you all know, I really like Ida Tarbell and Lincoln Steffens and the Muckrakers, S.S. McClure, Henry Demiris Lloyd. So what I wanted to show you was one of the things, other than Las Mariposas, the Butterfly Sisters in the Dominican Republic, and Immortal Technique and Bob Dylan, one of the things that really inspired me to do my work is Lincoln Steffens' The Shame of the City series that he was writing for McClure's in like 1904, I want to say. Yeah, 1902, yeah, that sounds about right. He was going to different cities at different times. And Lincoln Steffens was a fascinating man. He was friends with Upton Sinclair and Ida Tarbell and President Teddy Roosevelt. Now do you see why these guys and girls are my heroes? Because they would just write stories, and then the president would hit them up and be like, you want to come to D.C., bro? I hate J.P. Morgan and J.D. Rockefeller. I want to rail them. And they'd be like, yeah, bro, I'm down to come chill. So anyway, the way that it worked was, you can tell I'm going to be a great president. The way that it worked was they would do... There was no internet. So if you wanted to do investigative journalism, you had to go to the city and just talk to people. And like that's the internet back then. It was weird. The person tells you some stuff, you write it down, that's the internet. Okay? Think about it like that. All right? I don't really know how to explain it to the analog generation, or to the digital generation. It was a different kind of world. There was no internet. People were the internet. You would just go talk to people. So this guy wrote Tweed Days in St. Louis. It's about Boss Tweed from Tammany Hall in New York. But Boss Tweed became like an idiom at the time. Like calling something like a Tweed machine was like a general phraseology to describe a corrupt political apparatus anywhere in the United States. Okay, it became like a turn of phrase. But it's out of fashion now. So to orientate you to the style of journalism I like to do, we are going to listen to just a small sample of one of the greatest articles in the history of American journalism. Outside of, well, Ida Tarbell's History of the Standard Oil Company was serialized in McClure's before it was a book, but I would call that closer to like long form, like serialized, like nonfiction writing. This was one article, okay? Tweed Days in St. Louis. It is probably the epitome of American investigative journalism. It will never be surpassed, not in one article. Maybe in a series, but no one article will ever be as good as this article. The profession was defined 124 years ago, and it will never be surpassed. So let's listen to just a little bit of it.
Joseph Lincoln Steffens, 1866 to 1936, was an American investigative journalist. He was one of the leaders of the muckraking writers of the progressive era in the early 20th century. Source: Wikipedia. Tweed Days in St. Louis. October, 1902. St. Louis, the fourth city in size in the United States, is making two announcements to the world. One that it is the worst governed city in the land. The other that it wishes all men to come there, for the World's Fair, and see it. It isn't our worst governed city, Philadelphia is that. But St. Louis is worth examining while we have it inside out. There is a man at work there, one man, working all alone, but he is the circuit, district or state attorney. And he is doing his duty. That is what thousands of district attorneys and other public officials have promised to do and boasted of doing. This man has a literal sort of mind. He is a thin-lipped, firm-mouthed, dark little man, who never raises his voice, but goes ahead doing, with a smiling eye and a set jaw, the simple thing he said he would do. The politicians and reputable citizens who asked him to run urged him when he declined. When he said that if elected he would have to do his duty, they said, of course. So he ran, they supported him, and he was elected. Now some of these politicians are sentenced to the penitentiary, some are in Mexico. The circuit attorney, finding that his duty was to catch and convict criminals, and that the biggest criminals were some of these same politicians and leading citizens, went after them. It is magnificent, but the politicians declare it isn't politics. The corruption of St. Louis came from the top. The best citizens, the merchants and big financiers, used to rule the town, and they ruled it well. They set out to outstrip Chicago. The commercial and industrial war between these two cities was at one time a picturesque and dramatic spectacle such as is witnessed only in our country. Businessmen were not mere merchants and the politicians were not mere grafters. The two kinds of citizens got together and wielded the power of banks, railroads, factories, the prestige of the city, and the spirit of its citizens to gain business and population. And it was a close race. Chicago, having the start, always led, but St. Louis had pluck, intelligence, and tremendous energy. It pressed Chicago hard. It excelled in a sense of civic beauty and good government, and there are those who think yet it might have one. But a change occurred. Public spirit became private spirit, public enterprise became private greed. Along about 1890, public franchises and privileges were sought, not only for legitimate profit and common convenience, but for loot. Taking but slight and always selfish interest in the public councils, the big men misused politics. The riffraff, catching the smell of corruption, rushed into the municipal assembly, drove out the remaining respectable men, and sold the city, its streets, its wharves, its markets, and all that it had, to the now greedy businessmen and bribers. In other words, when the leading men began to devour their own city, the herd rushed into the trough and fed also. So gradually has this occurred that these same citizens hardly realize it. Go to St. Louis and you will find the habit of civic pride in them. They still boast. The visitor is told of the wealth of the residents, of the financial strength of the banks, and of the growing importance of the industries, yet he sees poorly paved, refuse-burdened streets, and dusty or mud-covered alleys. He passes a ramshackle fire trap crowded with the sick, and learns that it is the city hospital. He enters the forecourts, and his nostrils are greeted by the odor of formaldehyde used as a disinfectant, and insect powder spread to destroy vermin. He calls at the new city hall, and finds half the entrance boarded with pine planks to cover up the interior. Finally, he turns a tap in the hotel, to see liquid mud flow into wash basin or bathtub. The St. Louis Charter vests legislative power of great scope in a municipal assembly, which is composed of a council and a house of delegates. Here is a description of the latter by one of Mr. Folk's grand juries. We have had before us many of those who have been, and most of those who are now, members of the House of Delegates. We found a number of these utterly illiterate and lacking in ordinary intelligence, unable to give a better reason for favoring or opposing a measure than a desire to act with the majority. In some, no trace of mentality or morality could be found. In others, a low order of training appeared, united with base cunning, groveling instincts, and sordid desires. Unqualified to respond to the ordinary requirements of life, they are utterly incapable of comprehending the significance of an ordinance, and are incapacitated, both by nature and training, to be the makers of laws. The choosing of such men to be legislators makes a travesty of justice, sets a premium on incompetency, and deliberately poisons the very source of the law. These creatures were well organized. They had a combine, a legislative institution, which the grand jury described as follows. Our investigation, covering more or less fully a period of 10 years, shows that, with few exceptions, no ordinance has been passed wherein valuable privileges or franchises are granted until those interested have paid the legislators the money demanded for action in the particular case. Combines in both branches of the municipal assembly are formed by members sufficient in number to control legislation. To one member of this combine is delegated the authority to act for the combine, and to receive and to distribute to each member the money agreed upon as the price of his vote in support of, or opposition to, a pending measure. So long has this practice existed that such members have come to regard the receipt of money for action on pending measures as a legitimate perquisite of a legislator. One legislator consulted a lawyer with the intention of suing a firm to recover an unpaid balance on a fee for the grant of a switchway. Such difficulties rarely occurred, however. In order to ensure a regular and indisputable revenue, the combine of each house drew up a schedule of bribery prices for all possible sorts of grants. Just such a list as a commercial traveler takes out on the road with him. There was a price for a grain elevator, a price for a short switch. Side tracks were charged for by the linear foot, but at rates which varied according to the nature of the ground taken. A street improvement cost so much. Wharf space was classified and precisely rated. As there was a scale for favorable legislation, so there was one for defeating bills. It made a difference in the price if there was opposition, and it made a difference whether the privilege asked was legitimate or not. but nothing was passed free of charge. Many of the legislators were saloon keepers. It was in St. Louis that a practical joker nearly emptied the House of Delegates by tipping a boy to rush into a session and call out, "Mister, your saloon is on fire." But even the saloon keepers of a neighborhood had to pay to keep in their inconvenient locality a market which public interest would have moved. From the assembly, bribery spread into other departments. Men empowered to issue peddlers' licenses and permits to citizens who wished to erect awnings or use a portion of the sidewalk for storage purposes charged an amount in excess of the prices stipulated by law and pocketed the difference. The city's money was loaned at interest, and the interest was converted into private bank accounts. City carriages were used by the wives and children of city officials. Supplies for public institutions found their way to private tables. One itemized account of food furnished the poorhouse included California jellies, imported cheeses, and French wines. A member of the assembly caused the incorporation of a grocery company, with his sons and daughters the ostensible stockholders, and succeeded in having his bid for city supplies accepted, although the figures were in excess of his competitors. In return for the favor thus shown, he endorsed a measure to award the contract for city printing to another member. And these two voted aye on a bill granting to a third the exclusive right to furnish city dispensaries with drugs. Men ran into debt to the extent of thousands of dollars for the sake of election to either branch of the assembly. One night, on a streetcar going to the city hall, a new member remarked that the nickel he handed the conductor was his last. The next day he deposited $5,000 in a savings bank. A member of the House of Delegates admitted to the grand jury that his dividends from the combine netted $25,000 in 1 year. A councilman stated that he was paid $50,000 for his vote on a single measure. Bribery was a joke. A newspaper reporter overheard this conversation one evening in the corridor of the city hall. "Ah there, my boodler," said Mr. Delegate. "Stay there, my grafter," replied Mr. Councilman. "Can you lend me $100 for a day or two?" "Not at present. But I can spare it if the Z bill goes through tonight." "Meet me at F.S. later." "All right, my jailbird, I'll be there." The blackest years were 1898, 1899, and 1900. Foreign corporations came into the city to share in its despoliation, and home industries were driven out by blackmail. Franchises worth millions were granted without 1 cent of cash to the city, and with provision for only the smallest future payment. Several companies which refused to pay blackmail had to leave. Citizens were robbed more and more boldly. Payrolls were padded with the names of non-existent persons. Work on public improvements was neglected, while money for them went to the boodlers. Some of the newspapers protested, disinterested citizens were alarmed, and the shrewder men gave warnings, but none dared make an effective stand. Behind the corruptionists were men of wealth and social standing, who, because of special privileges granted them, felt bound to support and defend the looters. Independent victims of the far-reaching conspiracy submitted in silence, through fear of injury to their business. Men whose integrity was never questioned, who held high positions of trust, who were church members and teachers of Bible classes, contributed to the support of the dynasty, became blackmailers, in fact. And their excuse was that others did the same, and that if they proved the exception it would work their ruin. The system became loose through license and plenty till it was as wild and weak as that of Tweed in New York. Then the unexpected happened, an accident. There was no uprising of the people, but they were restive, and the Democratic Party leaders, thinking to gain some independent votes, decided to raise the cry, reform, and put up a ticket of candidates different enough from the usual offerings of political parties to give color to their platform. These leaders were not in earnest. There was little difference between the two parties in the city, but the rascals that were in had been getting the greater share of the spoils, and the outs wanted more than was given to them. Boodle was not the issue, no exposures were made or threatened, and the bosses expected to control their men if elected. Simply as part of the game, the Democrats raised the slogan, reform, and no more Ziegenhainism. Mayor Ziegenhain, called Uncle Henry, was a good fellow, one of the boys, and though it was during his administration that the city grew ripe and went to rot, his opponents talked only of incompetence and neglect, and repeated such stories as that of his famous reply to some citizens who complained because certain street lights were put out, "You have the moon yet, ain't it?" When somebody mentioned Joseph W. Folk for circuit attorney, the leaders were ready to accept him. They didn't know much about him. He was a young man from Tennessee, had been president of the Jefferson Club, and arbitrated the railroad strike of 1898. But Folk did not want the place. He was a civil lawyer, had had no practice at the criminal bar, cared little about it, and a lucrative business as counsel for corporations was interesting him. He rejected the invitation. The committee called again and again, urging his duty to his party, and the city, etc. Very well, he said, at last, I will accept the nomination, but if elected I will do my duty. There must be no attempt to influence my actions when I am called upon to punish lawbreakers.
Oh, Adam
The committeemen
Deitch.
took such statements as the conventional platitudes of candidates. They nominated him, the Democratic ticket was elected, and Folk became circuit attorney for the 8th Missouri District. 3 weeks after taking the oath of office, his campaign pledges were put to the test. A number of arrests had been made in connection with the recent election, and charges of illegal registration were preferred against men of both parties. Mr. Folk took them up like routine cases of ordinary crime. Political bosses rushed to the rescue. Mr. Folk was reminded of his duty to his party, and told that he was expected to construe the law in such a manner that repeaters and other election criminals who had hoisted democracy's flag and helped elect him might be either discharged or receive the minimum punishment. The nature of the young lawyer's reply can best be inferred from the words of that veteran political leader, Colonel Ed Butler, who, after a visit to Mr. Folk, wrathfully exclaimed, D.N. Joe. He thinks he's the whole thing as circuit attorney. The election cases were passed through the courts with astonishing rapidity. No more mercy was shown Democrats than Republicans, and before winter came a number of ward heelers and old-time party workers were behind the bars in Jefferson City. He next turned his attention to grafters and straw bondsmen with whom the courts were infested, and several of these leechers are in the penitentiary today. The business was broken up because of his activity. But Mr. Folk had made little more than the beginning. One afternoon, late in January, 1903, a newspaper reporter, known as Red Galvin, called Mr. Folk's attention to a 10-line newspaper item to the effect that a large sum of money had been placed in a bank for the purpose of bribing certain assemblymen to secure the passage of a street railroad ordinance. No names were mentioned, but Mr. Galvin surmised that the bill referred to was one introduced on behalf of the Suburban Railway Company. An hour later, Mr. Folk sent the names of nearly 100 persons to the sheriff, with instructions to subpoena them before the grand jury at once. The list included councilmen, members of the House of Delegates, officers and directors of the Suburban Railway, bank presidents and cashiers. In 3 days the investigation was being pushed with vigor, but St. Louis was laughing at the huge joke. Such things had been attempted before. The men who had been ordered to appear before the grand jury jested as they chatted in the anterooms, and newspaper accounts of these preliminary examinations were written in the spirit of burlesque. It has developed since that Circuit Attorney Folk knew nothing, and was not able to learn much more during the first few days. But he says he saw here and there puffs of smoke and he determined to find the fire. It was not an easy job. The first break into such a system is always difficult. Mr. Folk began with nothing but courage and a strong personal conviction. He caused peremptory summons to be issued, for the immediate attendance in the grand jury room of Charles H. Turner, president of the Suburban Railway, and Philip Stock, a representative of Brewer's interests, who, he had reason to believe, was the legislative agent in this deal. Gentlemen, said Mr. Folk, I have secured sufficient evidence to warrant the return of indictments against you for bribery. And I shall prosecute you to the full extent of the law and send you to the penitentiary unless you tell to this grand jury the complete history of the corruptionist methods employed by you to secure the passage of Ordinance Number 44. I shall give you 3 days to consider the matter. At the end of that time, if you have not returned here and given us the information demanded, warrants will be issued for your arrest. They looked at the audacious young prosecutor and left the Four Courts building without uttering a word. He waited. 2 days later, ex-Lieutenant Governor Charles P. Johnson, the veteran criminal lawyer, called, and said that his client, Mr. Stock, was in such poor health that he would be unable to appear before the grand jury. I am truly sorry that Mr. Stock is ill, replied Mr. Folk, for his presence here is imperative, and if he fails to appear he will be arrested before sundown. That evening a conference was held in Governor Johnson's office, and the next day this story was told in the grand jury room by Charles H. Turner, millionaire president of the Suburban Railway, and corroborated by Philip Stock. Man about town and a good fellow, the Suburban, anxious to sell out at a large profit to its only competitor, the St. Louis Transit Company, caused to be drafted the measure known as House Bill No. 44. So sweeping were its grants that Mr. Turner, who planned and executed the document, told the directors in his confidence that its enactment into law would enhance the value of the property from $3 to $6 million. The bill introduced, Mr. Turner visited Colonel Butler, who had long been known as a legislative agent, and asked his price for securing the passage of the measure. $145,000 will be my fee, was the reply. The railway president demurred. He would think the matter over, he said, and he hired a cheaper man, Mr. Stock. Stock conferred with the representative of the Combine in the House of Delegates and reported that $75,000 would be necessary in this branch of the Assembly. Mr. Turner presented a note endorsed by two of the directors whom he could trust, and secured a loan from the German-American Savings Bank. Bribe funds in pocket, the legislative agent telephoned John Murrell, at that time a representative of the House Combine, to meet him in the office of the Lincoln Trust Company. There the two rented a safe deposit box. Mr. Stock placed in the drawer the roll of $75,000, and each subscribed to an agreement that the box should not be opened unless both were present. Of course the conditions spread upon the bank's daybook made no reference to the purpose for which this fund had been deposited. But an agreement entered into by Messrs. Stock and Murrell was to the effect that the $75,000 should be given Mr. Murrell as soon as the bill became an ordinance, and by him distributed to the members of the Combine. Stock turned to the council, and upon his report a further sum of $60,000 was secured. These bills were placed in a safe deposit box of the Mississippi Valley Trust Company, and the man who held the key as representative of the council Combine was Charles H. Kratz. All seemed well, but a few weeks after placing these funds in escrow, Mr. Stock reported to his employer that there was an unexpected hitch due to the action of Emil Meisenberg, who, as a member of the Council Committee on Railroads, was holding up the report on the bill. Mr. Stock said that Mr. Meisenberg held some worthless shares in a defunct corporation and wanted Mr. Stock to purchase this paper at its par value of $9,000. Mr. Turner gave Mr. Stock the money with which to buy the shares. Thus, the passage of House Bill 44 promised to cost the Suburban Railway Company $144,000, only $1,000 less than that originally named by the political boss to whom Mr. Turner had first applied. The bill, however, passed both houses of the Assembly. The sworn servants of the city had done their work and held out their hands for the bribe money. Then came a court mandate which prevented the Suburban Railway Company from reaping the benefit of the vote buying, and Charles H. Turner, angered at the check, issued orders that the money in safe deposit boxes should not be touched. War was declared between bribe givers and bribe takers, and the latter resorted to tactics which they hoped would frighten the suburban people into submission, such as making enough of the story public to cause rumors of impending prosecution.
Uh-oh!
It was that first item which Mr. Folksaw enacted upon.
Oh my
One
God!
message.
Are you seeing?
Turner and Stock unfolded in the grand jury room the details of their bribery plot. Circuit Attorney Folk found himself in possession of verbal evidence of a great crime.
Hold on! Hold on! Are you seeing this? This is incredible! It's literally are you seeing Mr. Deitch? Are you seeing Morrissey? Are you seeing, like, the businesses, all of it? The crime, the bribes, the blackmail, the people just blackmailing people because they were being blackmailed. Ladies and gentlemen, we figured it out. This isn't... See, I knew this article was good. I hadn't read it in a long time. Listen, this is... And then think about what that just said right there. Okay? Think about what that just said. There was a war between the bribe givers and the bribe takers, and somebody went too far. Hello? The girl who extorted Sandra. She went a little bit too far, and she made things public. And that's what brought the whole thing down. Oh my God, it's literally Tweed Days in St. Louis again. It's a little different in like what happened, what the nature. I'm sure we're going to find there was monetary bribes, corruption, companies, all that, zoning. It's a little different in Massachusetts. 'Cause in Norfolk County, it was way worse because of the brothels and the blackmail related to the brothels. It was way more devious. This is almost like more like refined corruption, if you want to call it that. But the point is the same. Look at, like, Deitch is going to end up doing this. Oh, wow, it's great. Past proves future, yes, or the Joycean or Vico's sort of recursi, historical recursive cycles, the Hegelian dialectic made manifest, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's more Vico than Hegel. You know what I'm saying? Hegel also was kind of like Fukuyama. He thought history was just going to end in like 18 whatever, or like 17 whatever. It didn't end, bruh. So he was kind of wrong about that. His form is good, but the better theory is Vico. Cambiato Vico. Cambiata Vico. Recursi e recursi. So if you look at Finnegan's Wake, I just want to explain this to you. The reason I love Finnegan's Wake as a work is if you look at the Wake as a collective whole, what it's really doing is explaining to you the nature of recursive historical circles as applied through abstract stream of conscious like literature. So you got to understand like what Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker stands for, what Anne Olivia Plurabelle is, Shaman Shem. You got to know, like, it's so layered. But you used to have to be really smart to offer an opinion in public. You were expected to, if you were going to be an opinion maker, you needed to fucking know your shit. And I don't mean that colloquially. I mean, you needed to be like a boss. Like that good, because you were expected to read shit like this casually or like Monday on the train. This was like a magazine serial. This was one article. Read it. Next. Okay, we got other shit to do. Reading Joyce, when you were actually reading literature in this age, it was like you had to know everything about history. You were expected to know like the time of Jesus historically. You were expected to know Shakespeare. You were expected to know like obscure French literature from after the Revolution. You were expected to know every Enlightenment philosopher. Plato, come on, bro, you better have Plato memorized if you're gonna like actually be part of like civic society in 1905. We fucked up. We really fucked up. Like, we don't talk like this anymore. We don't think like this anymore. I think we're working on it on this stream, but like this is not how we engage. That's why we're losing the country. This shit's going on every day. There's nobody who can even talk about it. We can talk about it a little bit, but we've literally been stripped of our verbal acuity to the point where we can't check and balance complex financial, governmental, social, civic corruption. That's really bad. They're using our language basically to defang our check and balance on high-level economic governmental corruption. That's dangerous. You can't regulate what you don't understand. We will be here, Aaron. Wow. And we're going to finish this because I want to find out how this ends. But wait till you hear my story that I'm working on after you listen to this. I can't touch this. I'm good. I'm not this good. Am I this good? No chance. I couldn't touch this on my best day. This is absolutely incredible. You see, this is why. So, journalism used to be very different. Obviously, this is like the best that was ever created. But people, you didn't pander to the audience. You didn't lower yourself to a level. You demanded your audience understand. And if they can't, then they don't get to participate in the democratic sphere. They're dumb. Oh wow, In Limine said their great-grandfather became Houdini's photographer in Rhode Island in 1906 through 24. That is awesome. I bet your grandfather had a lot of stories. Houdini was fascinating. All right, but we're going to go back to our article. Also, thank you for sharing that story. But yes, people talk. You know how I've sung the praises of Ida Tarbell, Lincoln Steffens, Henry Demiris Lloyd, S.S. McClure. Now you see why. I wasn't just saying I like the muckrakers. They're the best to have ever done it. New York Times, eat your heart out. Oh, T.A. Sarah? T.A. Sarah, are you chasing Aaron down? All right, let's go back to our article. Here we go.
When Messrs. Turner and Stock unfolded in the grand jury room the details of their bribery plot, Circuit Attorney Folk found himself in possession of verbal evidence of a great crime. He needed as material exhibits the two large sums of money in safe deposit vaults of two of the largest banking institutions of the West. Had this money been withdrawn? Could he get it if it was there? Lockboxes had always been considered sacred and beyond the power of the law to open. I've always held, said Mr. Folk, that the fact that a thing never had been done was no reason for thinking it couldn't be done. He decided in this case that the magnitude of the interests involved warranted unusual action. So he selected a committee of grand jurors and visited one of the banks. He told the president, a personal friend, the facts that had come into his possession, and asked permission to search for the fund. "Impossible," was the reply. "Our rules deny anyone the right." Said Mr. Folk, "a crime has been committed, and you hold concealed the principal evidence thereto. In the name of the state of Missouri, I demand that you cause the box to be opened. If you refuse, I shall cause a warrant to be issued, charging you as an accessory." For a minute not a word was spoken by anyone in the room. Then the banker said in almost inaudible tones, "Give me a little time, gentlemen. I must consult with our legal advisor before taking such a step." "We will wait 10 minutes, said the circuit attorney. "By that time we must have access to the vault or a warrant will be applied for." At the expiration of that time a solemn procession wended its way from the president's office to the vaults in the sub-cellar, the president, the cashier, and the corporation's lawyer, the grand jurors, and the circuit attorney. All bent eagerly forward as the key was inserted in the lock. The iron drawer yielded, and a roll of something wrapped in brown paper was brought to light. The circuit attorney removed the rubber bands, and national banknotes of large denomination spread out flat before them. The money was counted, and the sum was $75,000. The Boodle Fund was returned to its repository. Officers of the bank were told they would be held responsible for it until the courts could act. The investigators visited the other financial institution. They met with more resistance there. The threat to procure a warrant had no effect until Mr. Folk left the building and set off in the direction of the 4 courts. Then a messenger called him back, and the second box was opened. In this was found $60,000. The chain of evidence was complete. From that moment events moved rapidly. Charles Kratz and John K. Murrell, alleged representatives of council and House combines, were arrested on bench warrants and placed under heavy bonds. Kratz was brought into court from a meeting at which plans were being formed for his election to the National Congress. Murrell was taken from his undertaking establishment. Emil Meisenberg, millionaire broker, was seated in his office when a sheriff's deputy entered and read a document that charged him with bribery. The summons reached Henry Nicolaus while he was seated at his desk, and the wealthy brewer was compelled to send for a bondsman to avoid passing a night in jail. The cable flashed the news to Cairo, Egypt, that Ellis Wainwright, many times a millionaire, proprietor of the St. Louis brewery that bears this name, had been indicted. Julius Lehman, one of the members of the House of Delegates, who had joked while waiting in the grand jury's anteroom, had his laughter cut short by the hand of a deputy sheriff on his shoulder and the words, "You are charged with perjury." He was joined at the bar of the criminal court by Harry Faulkner, another jolly good fellow. Consternation spread among the Boodle gang. Some of the men took night trains for other states and foreign countries. The majority remained and counseled together. Within 24 hours after the first indictments were returned, a meeting of bribe givers and bribe takers was held in South St. Louis. The total wealth of those in attendance was $30 million, and their combined political influence sufficient to carry any municipal election under normal conditions. This great power was aligned in opposition to one man, who still was alone. It was not until many indictments had been returned that a citizens' committee was formed to furnish funds, and even then most of the contributors concealed their identity. Mr. James L. Blair, the treasurer, testified in court that they were afraid to be known lest it ruin their business. At the meeting of corruptionists 3 courses were decided upon. Political leaders were to work on the circuit attorney by promise of future reward, or by threats. Detectives were to ferret out of the young lawyer's past anything that could be used against him. Witnesses would be sent out of town and provided with money to remain away until the adjournment of the grand jury. Mr. Folk had once felt the pressure, and it was of a character to startle one. Statesmen, lawyers, merchants, clubmen, churchmen, in fact, men prominent in all walks of...
Oh my God, are you telling me people are leaving the state because they think Deitch is going to call them as witnesses at the grand jury? Oh my God, it all makes so much sense.
Mr. Folk had once felt the pressure, and it was of a character to startle one. Statesmen, lawyers, merchants, clubmen, churchmen, in fact, men prominent in all walks of life, visited him at his office and at his home, and urged that he cease such activity against his fellow townspeople. Political preferment was promised if he would yield, a political grave if he persisted. Threatening letters came, warning him of plots to murder, to disfigure, and to blackguard. Word came from Tennessee that detectives were investigating every act of his life. Mr. Folk told the politicians that he was not seeking political favors.
Tennessee? Why Tennessee?
Word came from Tennessee that detectives were investigating every act of his life. Mr. Folk told the politicians that he was not seeking political favors, and not looking forward to another office. The others he defied. Meantime, he probed the deeper into the municipal sore. With his first successes for prestige and aided by the panic among the boodlers, he soon had them suspicious of one another, exchanging charges of betrayal, and ready to squeal or run at the slightest sign of danger. One member of the House of Delegates became so frightened while under the inquisitorial crossfire that he was seized with a nervous chill. His false teeth fell to the floor. And the rattle so increased his alarm that he rushed from the room without stopping to pick up his teeth, and boarded the next train.
Hey, sound familiar to how they're tightening the noose around all Tully's friends?
It was not long before Mr. Folk had dug up the intimate history of 10 years of corruption, especially of the business of the North and South and the Central Traction franchise grants. The last named being even more iniquitous than the Suburban. Early in 1898, promoter rented a bridal suite at the Planters Hotel, and having stocked the rooms with wines, liquors, and cigars until they resembled a candidate's headquarters during a convention. Sought introduction to members of the Assembly and to such political bosses as had influence with the city fathers. 2 weeks after his arrival, the Central Traction Bill was introduced, by request, in the Council. The measure was a blanket franchise, granting rights of way which had not been given to old established companies, and permitting the beneficiaries to parallel any track in the city. It passed both houses despite the protests of every newspaper in the city, save one, and was vetoed by the mayor. The cost to the promoter was $145,000. Preparations were made to pass the bill over the executive's veto. The bridal suite was restocked, larger sums of money were placed on deposit in the banks, and the services of 3 legislative agents were engaged. Evidence now in the possession of the St. Louis courts tells in detail the disposition of $250,000 of bribe money. Sworn statements prove that $75,000 was spent in the House of Delegates. The remainder of the $250,000 was distributed in the Council, whose members, though few in number, appraised their honor at a higher figure on account of their higher positions in the business and social world. Finally, but one vote was needed to complete the necessary 2/3 in the upper chamber. To secure this, a councilman of reputed integrity was paid $50,000 in consideration that he vote aye when the ordinance should come up for final passage. But the promoter did not dare risk all upon the vote of one man, and he made this novel proposition to another honored member, who accepted it. You will vote on roll call after Mr. I will place $45,000 in the hands of your son, which amount will become yours, if you have to vote for the measure because of Mr. S not keeping his promise. But if he stands out for it, you can vote against it, and the money shall revert to me. On the evening when the bill was read for final passage, the City Hall was crowded with ward heelers and lesser politicians. These men had been engaged by the promoter, at $5 and $10 a head, to cheer on the boodling assemblyman. The bill passed the House with a rush, and all crowded into the council chamber. While the roll was being called, the silence was profound, for all knew that some men in the chamber, whose reputations had been free from blemish, were under promise and paid to part with honor that night. When the clerk was 2/3 down the list, those who had kept count knew that but one vote was needed. One more name was called. The man addressed turned red, then white, and after a moment's hesitation he whispered, "Aye." The silence was so death-like that his vote was heard throughout the room, and those near enough heard also the sigh of relief that escaped from the member who could now vote no and save his reputation. The Central Franchise Bill was a law, passed over the mayor's veto. The promoter had expended nearly $300,000 in securing the legislation, but within a week he sold his rights of way to Eastern capitalists for $1,250,000. The United Railways Company was formed, and without owning an inch of steel rail, or a plank in a car, was able to compel every street railroad in St. Louis, with the exception of the Suburban, to part with stock and right of way and agree to a merger. Out of this grew the St. Louis Transit Company of today. Several incidents followed this legislative session. After the assembly had adjourned, a promoter entertained the $50,000 councilman at a downtown restaurant. During the supper, the host remarked to his guest, "I wish you would lend me that $50,000 until tomorrow. There are some of the boys outside whom I haven't paid." The money changed hands. The next day, having waited in vain for the promoter, Mr. Councilman armed himself with a revolver and began a search of the hotels. The hunt in St. Louis proved fruitless, but the irate legislator kept on the trail until he came face to face with the lobbyist in the corridor of the Waldorf Astoria. The New Yorker, seeing the danger, seized the St. Louisan by the arm and said soothingly, there, don't take on so. I was called away suddenly. Come to supper with me. I will give you the money." The invitation was accepted, and champagne soon was flowing. When the man from the West had become sufficiently maudlin, the promoter passed over to him a letter, which he had dictated to a typewriter while away from the table for a few minutes. The statement denied all knowledge of bribery. "You sign that and I will pay you $5,000. Refuse, and you don't get a cent," said the promoter. The St. Louisan returned home carrying the $5,000, and that was all. Meanwhile, the promoter had not fared so well with other spoilsmen. By the terms of the anti-legislation agreement referred to above, the son of one councilman was pledged to return $45,000 if his father was saved the necessity of voting for the bill. The next day, the New Yorker sought out this young man and asked for the money. "I am not going to give it to you," was the cool rejoinder. "My mamma says that it is bribe money and that it would be wrong to give it to either you or father, so I shall keep it myself." And he did. When summoned before the grand jury, this young man asked to be relieved from answering questions. "I am afraid I might commit perjury," he said. He was advised to tell the truth and there will be no risk. "It would be all right," said the son, "if Mr. Folk would tell me what the other fellows have testified to." "Please have him do that." 2 indictments were found as the result of this central traction bill, and bench warrants were served on Robert M. Snyder and George J. Kobush. The state charged the former with being one of the promoters of the bill, the definite allegation being bribery. Mr. Kobush, who is president of a street car manufacturing company, was charged with perjury. The first case tried was that of Emil Meisenberg, the millionaire who compelled the suburban people to purchase his worthless stock. He was defended by 3 attorneys of high repute in criminal jurisprudence, but the young circuit attorney proved equal to the emergency, and a conviction was secured. 3 years in the penitentiary was the sentence. Charles Kratz, the congressional candidate, forfeited $40,000 by flight, and John K. Murrell also disappeared. Mr. Folk traced Murrell to Mexico, caused his arrest in Guadalajara, negotiated with the authorities for his surrender, and when this failed, arranged for his return home to confess, and his evidence brought about the indictment on September 8. Of 18 members of the municipal legislature. The second case was that of Julius Lehman. 2 years at hard labor was the sentence, and the man who had led the jokers in the grand jury anteroom would have fallen when he heard it, had not a friend been standing near. Besides the convictions of these and other men of good standing in the community, and the flight of many more, partnerships were dissolved, companies had to be reorganized, business houses were closed because their proprietors were absent, but Mr. Folk, deterred as little by success as by failure, moved right on. He was not elated, he was not sorrowful. The man proceeded with his work quickly, surely, smilingly, without fear or pity. The terror spread, and the rout was complete. When another grand jury was sworn and proceeded to take testimony, there were scores of men who threw up their hands and crying, "Mea culpa," begged to be permitted to tell all they knew and not be prosecuted. The inquiry broadened. The son of a former mayor was indicted for misconduct in office while serving as his father's private secretary, and the grand jury recommended that the ex-mayor be sued in the civil courts to recover interests on public money which he had placed in his own pocket. A true bill fell on a former city register, and more assemblymen were arrested, charged with making illegal contracts with the city. At last the axe struck upon the trunk of the greatest oak of the forest. Colonel Butler, the boss who has controlled elections in St. Louis for many years, the millionaire who had risen from bellows boy in a blacksmith shop to be the maker and guide of the governors of Missouri. One of the men who helped nominate and elect Folk, he also was indicted on 2 counts charging attempted bribery. That Butler has controlled legislation in St. Louis had long been known. It was generally understood that he owned assemblymen before they ever took the oath of office, and that he did not have to pay for votes. And yet open bribery was the allegation now. 2 members of the Board of Health stood ready to swear that he offered them $2,500 for their approval of a garbage contract. Pitiful. Yes, but typical. Other cities are today in the same condition as St. Louis before Mr. Folk was invited in to see its rottenness. Chicago is cleaning itself up just now, so is Minneapolis, and Pittsburgh recently had a bribery scandal. Boston is at peace, Cincinnati and St. Paul are satisfied, while Philadelphia is happy with the worst government in the world. As for the small towns and the villages, many of these are busy as bees at the loot. St. Louis, indeed, in its disgrace, has a great advantage. It was exposed late. It has not been reformed and caught again and again, until its citizens are reconciled to corruption. But, best of all, the man who has turned St. Louis inside out, turned it, as it were, upside down, too. In all cities, the better classes, the businessmen, are the sources of corruption, but they are so rarely pursued and caught that we do not fully realize whence the trouble comes. Thus most cities blame the politicians and the ignorant and vicious poor. Mr. Folk has shown St. Louis that its bankers, brokers, corporation officers, its businessmen are the sources of evil, so that from the start it will know the municipal problem in its true light. With a tradition for public spirit, it may drop Butler and its runaway bankers, brokers, and brewers, and pushing aside the scruples of the hundreds of men down in Blue Book, and Red Book, and Church Register, who are lying hidden behind the statutes of limitations, the city may restore good government. Otherwise the exposures by Mr. Folk will result only in the perfection of the corrupt system. For the corrupt can learn a lesson when the good citizens cannot. The Tweed regime in New York taught Tammany to organize its boodle business. The police exposure taught it to improve its method of collecting blackmail. And both now are almost perfect and safe. The rascals of St. Louis will learn in like manner. They will concentrate the control of their bribery system, excluding from the profit sharing the great mass of weak rascals, and carrying on the business as a business in the interest of a trustworthy few. District Attorney Jerome cannot catch the Tammany men, and Circuit Attorney Folk will not be able another time to break the St. Louis ring. This is St. Louis' one great chance. But, for the rest of us, it does not matter about St. Louis any more than it matters about Colonel Butler et al. The point is, that what went on in St. Louis is going on in most of our cities, towns, and villages. The problem of municipal government in America has not been solved. The people may be tired of it, but they cannot give it up, not yet. Copyright 1904 by McClure, Phillips and Company. This work is in the public domain in the United States because it was published in 1904, before the cutoff of January 1, 1929. It was adapted by the Observatory from a version produced by Wikisource contributors. The longest living author of this work died in 1936, so this work is in the public domain in countries and areas where the copyright term is the author's life plus 87 years or less. This work may be in the public domain in countries and areas with longer native copyright terms that apply the rule of the shorter term to foreign works.
Thank you.
Have you signed up yet?
Not yet. That was great. Listen to me. That was inspiring. That was exactly what we needed. Listen, Adam Deitch is that guy. He is that. He needs to listen. He needs. I don't know how much of that is still legal, but can you imagine if he does that? He can do this. He's going to do this. That was the most inspiring piece of journalism I have ever read. Notice how it's not... Notice how he does, take pot shots, very sarcastically sometimes, but he doesn't rub it in your face. He's not, cussing. He redacts names when he needs to. He quotes exactly, verbatim, when he needs to, from conversations reported to him. He quotes figures, dates, grand juries. That scene with the grand jury and the DA going into the bank and the DA being like, you will let my grand jurors into this safe. And the bank's like, I don't know. The bank president's the DA's friend. And the bank's like, I don't know. And the DA's like, fine, I'm charging you as an accessory. I'm going to get a warrant. And the guy's like, let me talk to the lawyer. And then they walk down in a processional to the money, and they open the safe and the money just falls out onto the ground. He did that with words. No pictures, no video. Words. That's how you do it. Tell me. I don't care how much you have read over your lifetime. Never in your life were you as sucked into a moment as you were when we were brought down into that sub-basement with the grand jurors and the DA and the bank president, and the money fell out of the safe onto the floor. Incredible. I don't care what novels you've read. I don't care what newspapers you've read. I don't care what magazines you've read. Never in your life have you been visually sucked into a moment like that through a paragraph. That was one paragraph. Now, it wouldn't work as just a paragraph. It needs the build-up. But that was incredible. He did that with words. We used to have something with our discourse. Because if you couldn't understand that, the message you were supposed to get was, okay, I'm not ready. I shouldn't even talk about this. I should leave this to my fellow citizens who can understand this. And if I can't understand, I should ask questions. But I shouldn't just weigh in. I don't get it. That's how most people used to think. If I don't understand this, I'm not going to talk about it, or I'm going to try to learn before I weigh in. And we completely lost that. People now make opinions about complex things based on a headline. All right? You can have an opinion on all of it after reading that, but if you don't understand that, you cannot have an opinion on that. Now, with that said, and so Wittgenstein said, of which that thou cannot speak, thereof thou one must be silent. That said, this is my homage. You all are going to love this. If you just listen to that, I think this might blow your mind. This is my homage to Tweed Days in St. Louis. I call it Boss Tweed Days in Norfolk County, The Rise and Fall of Michael Morrissey's Machine. And I have it in audiobook format for you by a special Australian reporter towel.
Boss Tweed Days in Norfolk County. The Rise and Fall of Michael Morrissey's Machine. There are moments in an investigation when a collection of seemingly unrelated documents begins to look less like a collection of documents and more like a map. A corporate filing here, a federal plea agreement there, a registered agent designation, a superior court case, a police report, a destroyed recording, a state police investigation, a federal indictment, a DNA finding, a whistleblower complaint, a judge who once served as a registered agent for a restaurant owner's companies, a lawyer who later became a controversial nominee for a senior Justice Department position and who had represented that same restaurant owner in court. Individually, none of these documents necessarily proves the larger theory. Taken together, however, they raise a series of questions about the institutional relationships that have surrounded Norfolk County for years, and about whether the political and law enforcement system built under District Attorney Michael Morrissey became something considerably more powerful, interconnected, and insulated from scrutiny than the public was ever permitted to understand. That is the story I have been trying to tell. It is also why the phrase Norfolk County Machine has become increasingly difficult to dismiss as mere political rhetoric. The central question is not whether every person named in these documents participated in a criminal conspiracy. The documents do not establish that. The question is whether the same network of lawyers, law enforcement officials, prosecutors, political figures, businesses and institutions repeatedly appears at critical points in stories that otherwise seem unrelated. And if it does, what does that tell us about the machinery of power in Norfolk County? This is where the trail begins. 1. The judge, the restaurant owner, and 11 years of corporate paperwork. Judge Mark C. Gildea is currently overseeing 2 lawsuits involving the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, TurtleBoy, and HAM matters. Before becoming a Superior Court Justice, however, Gildea had a long-standing corporate relationship with Marios Michalakis, the owner of Amelia's in Stoughton. According to Massachusetts corporate records cited in the underlying reporting, Gildea served as the registered agent for E&M Restaurant Inc., a company operated by Michalakis from April 13, 2006 through January 18, 2017. On April 6, 2017, Gildea became a Justice of the Massachusetts Superior Court. The corporate relationship therefore ended only months before Gildea ascended to the bench. The records concerning Gildea's service as registered agent for E&M Restaurant, Inc. are here. Massachusetts corporate records concerning E&M Restaurant, Inc. and Mark C. Gildea also served as registered agent for another Michalakis company, Marios Enterprises, LLC, from August 16, 2006 through January 16, 2017. The underlying corporate records are here. Massachusetts corporate records concerning Marios Enterprises, LLC, and Mark C. Gildea. A registered agent is not necessarily an owner, manager, employee, investor, or business partner. The position generally exists so that a corporation has a person or company designated to receive official legal documents, tax notices, and governmental correspondence. That distinction matters. The existence of the relationship does not by itself establish wrongdoing by Gildea or Michalakis, but it establishes something much more basic and much more important to an investigation: a documented corporate relationship lasting approximately 11 years. E&M Restaurant, Inc. was, according to the material reviewed for this report, the holding company for Alfredo Aiello Italian Foods, a Quincy restaurant located at 75 Franklin Street. And then there is the second company, Marios Enterprises, LLC. Again, Gildea served as its registered agent for years. The dates are not speculative. They are corporate record dates. That is why they matter. 2. Enter Costa Ligris. The next person in this chain is Konstantinos, or Costa Ligris. Ligris subsequently took over from Gildea as registered agent for Michalakis-related companies and, according to the records cited in the original reporting, continued serving in that capacity for companies associated with Michalakis. Then, something extraordinary happened. In July 2026, Ligris was nominated for a senior Justice Department position that would have made him the department's lead liaison with state and local law enforcement. The nomination collapsed after reporting by Courthouse News concerning hundreds of offensive social media posts that Ligris had written and deleted, including posts described as disparaging police. The Courthouse News report is here. Courthouse News report on the withdrawal of Konstantinos Ligris's nomination. But the nomination itself provides another piece of the puzzle. In Senate questionnaire materials submitted in connection with the nomination, Ligris disclosed that he had represented Marios Michalakis and Emilios Ventouris in a Massachusetts Superior Court business dispute. The case was Michalakis and Ventouris versus MEC Inc. and Cherma Real Estate Holding Company, LLC, docket number 1, 282CV01831, filed November 15, 2012. Ligris described his role this way: I served as co-counsel for the plaintiffs, Marios Michalakis and Emilios Ventouris, together with lead counsel John Thomas Graff, Esquire, of Hirsch Roberts Weinstein, LLP. He explained that the matter involved a contract and business dispute arising from the sale or lease of real estate, with the defendants filing a counterclaim. Ligris said his representation began in or about November 2012 and that he assisted lead counsel in the Superior Court proceedings, while Attorney Graff retained lead trial responsibility. The defendants later filed a suggestion of bankruptcy, and the matter was removed to the United States Bankruptcy Court. Ligris specifically stated that his involvement was limited to the Superior Court proceeding and that he did not represent the plaintiffs in the subsequent bankruptcy matter. The Senate document is here. Senate Judiciary Committee Questionnaire for Konstantinos Ligris, page 14. Again, none of this proves criminal conduct. It does, however, establish a documented professional relationship between Ligris and Michalakis. And Ligris's corporate relationship with Michalakis did not stop there. According to the corporate records cited in the reporting, Ligris served as registered agent for A&M, the corporate entity associated with Emilia's, from May 2, 2012, until September 10, 2025, when Michalakis himself became the registered agent. Those records are here. Corporate records concerning Ligris and A&M Ligris also served as registered agent for H&M, the company associated with Sophia's, from September 29, 2007 until July 25, 2025, when the company was dissolved. Those records are here. Corporate records concerning Ligris and H&M, and that brings us to the federal government. 3. The federal case that changed the stakes. Marios Mikalakis is not merely a businessman whose corporate history intersects with judges and lawyers. According to federal court documents cited in the reporting, Mikalakis pleaded guilty to federal tax-related offences and agreed to cooperate with federal investigators concerning financial matters involving his restaurants. The federal information filed by the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts is identified as Case Number 1:26-C R-10226-N MG-1. The federal information is here. Federal information filed in U.S. District Court, Case Number 1:26-C R-10226-N MG-1. The original reporting also published an earlier dispatch concerning the guilty plea, earlier report concerning Mikalakis' federal guilty plea. A subsequent report stated that Mikalakis owed approximately $2.5 million to the federal government, including money connected to the Small Business Administration, and that the government was recommending a prison sentence of at least 33 months. That follow-up report is here. Follow-up report concerning Mikalakis' federal case. The federal plea agreement is here. Federal plea agreement involving Mikalakis. The recommendation described in the source material called for: 1. Incarceration at the low end of the guidelines. 2. A fine within the guidelines. 3. 36 months of supervised release. 4. A $600 special assessment. 5. $250,000 in restitution to the government. 6. Cooperation with the government regarding financial investigations into his restaurants. The cited pages of the plea agreement are here. Plea agreement, pages 3 and 4 of 7. The complete collection of plea documents is here. Complete collection of federal plea documents. The sentencing hearing was scheduled for September 8, 2026 at 11 a.m. in Courtroom 4 before Judge Nathaniel M. Gorton. That is an important date because cooperation agreements can change investigations. A defendant who is cooperating with federal prosecutors is not merely a defendant who has been punished. He can become a witness. He can become a source of records. He can become a pathway into financial relationships that were previously difficult to see. And suddenly, the corporate relationships surrounding Mikalakis acquire a different significance. Not because those relationships prove that every person who touched one of his companies committed wrongdoing. They do not. But because the federal government is now investigating the financial affairs of the businesses in question. That changes the context. 4. The strange convergence of a judge, a lawyer, and a federal investigation. The corporate timeline now looks like this. For years, Judge Mark Gildea served as registered agent for companies operated by Mikalakis. Ligris subsequently served as registered agent for other Mikalakis-associated companies. Ligris represented Mikalakis in a superior court business dispute. Ligris was later nominated for a senior Justice Department position. That nomination was withdrawn after controversy over his social media history. And Mikalakis then entered a federal plea agreement involving tax offences and cooperation with federal investigators concerning his restaurants. Again, none of those facts alone proves a conspiracy. But investigative journalism exists precisely to ask what happens when apparently separate facts converge. And there is another connection worth examining. The source material notes that Judge Gildea's brother, Sean Gildea, had at one point a direct connection to a company owned by Les Wexner, the billionaire associated with Limited Brands. Limited Brands has appeared in documents released as part of the Jeffrey Epstein files. The underlying Justice Department document cited in the reporting is here. Justice Department Epstein file document concerning Limited Brands. That connection should be described carefully. The existence of a corporate connection involving Sean Gildia and a company associated with Wexner does not by itself establish any relationship between Sean Gildia and Epstein's criminal activities. Nor does it establish that Mark Gildia had any involvement in Epstein's conduct. It is simply another corporate relationship identified in the source material. The larger investigation, however, becomes increasingly difficult to understand without examining what happened in Stoughton. That is where the story gets much darker. V. Stoughton, the Explorer program, and the Epstein files. In February 2026, the reporting cited in the source material examined a relationship involving Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, the charity Learning for Life, former Stoughton Police Deputy Chief Robert Devine, and youth programs in Norfolk County. The allegation is extraordinary. The underlying documents, however, are worth examining regardless of whether one ultimately accepts every inference drawn from them. According to the reporting, Epstein and Maxwell used Learning for Life to formally contract with Devine for programs involving children in Norfolk County that were coordinated by Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey. The source material further alleges that Devine was involved in the subsequent investigation and cover-up surrounding Sandra Birchmore's death. The cited Crime Timelines collection is here. Crime Timelines collection of Sandra Birchmore records. The source quotes Crime Timelines as stating, "The Stoughton Police Department ran the Explorer program for about 15 years, but could only locate a single one-year agreement with Learning for Life, the scouting affiliate that oversees the National Explorer program." The same source states, "Robert C. Devine has led the Stoughton Police Explorers program since 2003, a youth initiative under the department." Then came another remarkable document. The Epstein files cited in the reporting contain material indicating that Ghislaine Maxwell visited Stoughton in 2006. The source characterizes that timing as significant because 2006 was also the year in which Devine's involvement with the Learning for Life program began. The Justice Department document cited concerning Learning for Life is here. Justice Department Epstein file document concerning Learning for Life. The source material further points to another Epstein document concerning Maxwell's presence in the area. Justice Department Epstein file document concerning Ghislaine Maxwell's presence in the area. Then there is July 2014. According to Epstein's financial records cited in the reporting, Epstein was in Stoughton on July 8th and 9th, 2014. The underlying Justice Department record is here. Justice Department Epstein file document concerning Epstein's July 2014 Stoughton activity. The records reportedly show purchases at IKEA near Route 128, a gas station, and a Dunkin' location that has since closed. At approximately the same time, Robert Devine was reportedly in Stoughton for a youth basketball camp. A contemporaneous post about that camp is here. July 9th, 2014 post concerning the Stoughton basketball camp. And here is where the story becomes especially curious. The source material states that the Norfolk District Attorney's website contains press releases for the camp in surrounding years, but does not appear to contain a press release for the July 8th to 9th, 2014 event. The Norfolk DA's media archive is here. Norfolk District Attorney Media Archive, the archived press release page is here. Norfolk District Attorney archived press releases. That absence does not prove that anything improper happened. Websites lose records. Press releases can fail to be archived. Programs can occur without formal public announcements. But the absence is worth documenting, particularly when contemporaneous social media evidence appears to establish that the event took place. That is the point of investigative reporting. Not certainty, documentation. 6. The MSPB-FIT team. The next layer involves the Massachusetts State Police. The source material identifies a group known as the MSPB-FIT team and alleges that numerous members of the State Police command structure and the Norfolk District Attorney's State Police Detective Unit intersected around Stoughton, Robert Devine, the Birchmore investigation, and later the Karen Reed and TurtleBoy cases. The individuals identified include Colonel Christopher Mason, Major Joe King, Captain Lenny Coppenrath, Detective Lieutenant Mark Sear, Sergeant John Fanning, Sergeant Vincent No, Sergeant Brian Tully, Trooper Joseph Cordes, Trooper Yuri Buchanek, Trooper Jeff Kotkowski, Trooper Sean Quirk, Trooper Daniel Santa, Trooper Anthony Pereira, Trooper Catherine Lamb. The source material argues that these overlapping relationships deserve scrutiny because several of the officers later became involved in investigations connected to Sandra Birchmore, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, and journalist Aidan Kearney. The author's earlier report concerning those relationships is here. Earlier report concerning the MSP-BFIT team. The most consequential connection in this section is John Fanning. Fanning previously worked as a police officer in Stoughton. Robert Devine worked there. Matthew Farwell worked there. William Farwell worked there. Fanning later moved into the Norfolk District Attorney's State Police Detective Unit. Brian Tully eventually led that unit. And in 2021, Fanning personally authored the Massachusetts State Police report that cleared Matthew Farwell in connection with Sandra Birchmore's death. That fact is central to the story, because the federal government now alleges that Farwell murdered Birchmore. And the same law enforcement ecosystem that had previously cleared Farwell is now under federal scrutiny. 7. Sandra Birchmore. Sandra Birchmore's death is where the broader story ceases to be merely political. Sandra was young. She had been involved with the Stoughton Police Explorer program. The federal case against Matthew Farwell alleges that Farwell groomed and abused Birchmore and ultimately killed her. The source material identifies February 1st, 2021 as the date of Birchmore's death. It also states that she was approximately 8 to 10 weeks pregnant. The underlying 19-page document cited in the reporting is here. 19-page Birchmore investigative document. The source material describes an extraordinary sequence of events immediately before Birchmore's death. According to a 2023 Stoughton Police Department Internal Affairs report, an unknown man threatened Birchmore concerning money she allegedly owed to the girls at a dorm/suite. The report allegedly warned that if she did not pay the money, her relationships with the Stoughton Police Department would be exposed. The cited internal affairs materials are here. Stoughton Police Internal Affairs records cited in the reporting. Then, on January 20th, 2021, an unidentified woman called the Stoughton Police Department concerning Birchmore's relationship with Farwell. Farwell's attorneys later referenced the call in a federal filing. The filing stated, "On January 20th, 2021, Birchmore's friend calls the Stoughton Police Department and tells a Stoughton police employee that her friend, Sandra Birchmore, has been having sex with Officer Matthew Farwell." The filing further stated that the recording of that call was not preserved. According to the defense filing, law enforcement witnesses reported that the recording had been automatically deleted after 12 months. The filing also described a three-way call involving Birchmore and the unidentified woman. The transcript is disturbing. The woman says that she had called the baby's father's workplace because Birchmore had not paid her. Birchmore responds that the caller had threatened her. The conversation eventually turns to Birchmore's relationship with Farwell and to the caller's decision to report the relationship to police. The filing records Birchmore saying, "So you say calling the baby's father's work is being good?" The unidentified woman responds, "I called the baby's father's work because you didn't pay me to make a police report." Later, Birchmore says that she may contact Culler Street, the employer or business affiliation of the caller. The caller responds that this constitutes a threat. The Culler Street reference is explained in the source material, which cites the company's support page. Culler Street explanation of its independent stylist program. Whatever the ultimate significance of the call, its existence matters, because it places a potentially explosive allegation about Farwell's sexual relationship with Birchmore in the hands of the Stoughton Police Department 12 days before Birchmore died. And it creates an obvious investigative question. What happened inside the department after that call? 8. The investigation that cleared Farwell. According to the source material, John Fanning personally authored the Massachusetts State Police report that cleared Matthew Farwell of responsibility for Birchmore's death. The timing is critical. Within 24 hours of Birchmore's death, before the medical examiner had completed an autopsy, the source alleges that Fanning and Tully's State Police Unit, along with the Canton Police Department, pressured the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to classify the death as self-harm. That allegation requires careful treatment. The underlying source material does not establish in this document every fact necessary to independently prove that characterization. But it identifies a specific documentary trail and specific actors. The cited federal and investigative materials should therefore be read alongside the later federal prosecution. The source states that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, along with former state police investigator Nick Guarino, is now cooperating with federal prosecutors in the Farwell case. It also states that Guarino had previously missed approximately 30,000 messages between Farwell and Birchmore. The source cites a 13-page document concerning the investigation, 13-page investigative document concerning the Farwell investigation. The same source identifies Brian Tully as the head of the Norfolk DA's State Police Detective Unit and Fanning as Tully's executive officer. That unit had a direct connection to the Birchmore investigation. It also had a direct connection to the John O'Keefe investigation. And it was involved in the prosecution of journalist Aidan Kearney. The reporting therefore asks a simple question. How many times can the same institutional network appear in the most controversial criminal investigations in Norfolk County before the public has a right to examine the network itself? 9. What did Sandra know? The federal case raises another question that is potentially even more significant. According to the government's proposed jury instructions, federal prosecutors intend to argue that Birchmore possessed information concerning federal crimes before her death. The government's theory, as described in those proposed instructions, is that Farwell killed Birchmore to prevent her from communicating with federal law enforcement. The cited federal filing states, in Count 1, the defendant, Matthew Farwell, is charged with killing a witness or victim. The filing continues by identifying the underlying federal offences as deprivation of rights under colour of law, coercion and enticement under 18 U.S.C. section 2422(b) and wire fraud. The cited source is here. Federal filing concerning the government's proposed jury instructions. The statutory text of 18 U.S.C. section 2422 is here. 18 U.S.C. section 2422, Cornell Law School. The statute provides criminal penalties for using interstate commerce to persuade, induce, entice, or coerce a person under 18 into prostitution or criminal sexual activity. That matters because it changes the potential scope of the federal investigation. The federal government is not merely investigating a homicide in isolation. Its filings indicate that prosecutors believe the murder was connected to Birchmore's possession of information concerning possible federal offences. That is a dramatically different case from the original characterization of her death as suicide. X. The DNA. Then came another revelation. According to the federal government's filing, investigators discovered a second DNA sample on Birchmore's undergarments. The government knows whose DNA it is. According to the source material, the person identified in the filings as Witness 1 is the biological father of Birchmore's unborn child. And the DNA does not belong to Matthew Farwell. Nor, according to the cited federal materials, does it belong to William Farwell. The 49-page federal document is here. 49-page federal filing concerning the Birchmore investigation. That leaves an obvious question. Who is Witness 1? The original reporting posed several others. Was Witness 1 a former Stoughton police officer? Did he know Matthew Farwell? Will he face charges if prosecutors determine that he was the father? And what does his identity tell investigators about Birchmore's relationships in the months before her death? The federal filing itself does not, in the material reproduced in the source document, provide the public with the identity of Witness 1. That is important. A responsible investigation cannot fill that gap with speculation. The identity must come from evidence. But the existence of the DNA evidence is not speculation if it is accurately described in the federal filing. The source later reported that the father of Birchmore's unborn child had married in February 2021. The source therefore
Was
argued
married.
that this would rule out an army recruiter previously considered in connection with the pregnancy. It further stated that William Farwell and Robert Devine were the remaining individuals the reporter believed warranted consideration. The cited 19-page document is here. 19-page Birchmore investigative document concerning the pregnancy and investigation. The source concerning William Farwell's December 10th, 2020. Meeting with Birchmore is here. Stoughton Police Internal Affairs investigation concerning former officers. The original reporting also cited crime timelines concerning William Farwell's conduct toward Birchmore. That report stated that an investigation found multiple inappropriate physical encounters between William Farwell and Birchmore, and that Farwell sent explicit messages and photographs to Birchmore while he was on duty. It further reported that William Farwell encouraged Birchmore to secretly record sexual encounters with other men and send him photographs or videos. The Crime Timelines report is here. Crime Timelines report concerning William Farwell. Again, these are allegations and findings attributed to investigative records. They are not findings that this article independently adjudicates, but they are precisely the sort of allegations that make the question of institutional oversight unavoidable. 11. The Farwell case and the people from the Karen Reed case. There is another remarkable intersection. Jessica Hyde, Nick Guarino, Bode Labs. All three appear in the source material because of their connections to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe investigation. The reporting states that they are cooperating federal witnesses in the Farwell/Birchmore matter. The source specifically emphasizes Jessica Hyde. Hyde was a state expert witness during the Karen Reed prosecution. Now, according to the federal case material cited here, she is expected to testify for the government in the Farwell trial. That is significant because the Farwell investigation involved the same Massachusetts State Police institutional ecosystem that was involved in the O'Keefe investigation. The author's video discussing Hyde's role is here. Video concerning Jessica Hyde and the federal Birchmore investigation. The source argues that emails Hyde sent to Brian Tully in May 2023 take on a different significance when considered in light of her reported role as a federal witness. Those emails concerned the infamous Hoz long to die in cold Google search associated with the Karen Reed investigation. The broader point is not that Hyde's testimony in one case proves anything about her conduct in another. It is that the federal investigation has drawn personnel from an earlier, highly controversial prosecution into a completely different federal proceeding. That creates a natural opportunity for cross-examination of institutional practices. It also creates a natural opportunity for the public to ask whether the Massachusetts State Police investigation of Birchmore can be trusted independently of the federal investigation that followed it. 12. The State Police Unit at the center of both stories. The source material repeatedly returns to Brian Tully. Tully led the Norfolk District Attorney's State Police Detective Unit. John Fanning worked under him. Yuri Buchanek worked within that structure. Fanning had previously worked in Stoughton. Robert Devine worked in Stoughton. Matthew Farwell worked in Stoughton. William Farwell worked in Stoughton. Then the same personnel became involved in the investigation of Birchmore. And in 2022, the same Norfolk District Attorney's State Police Unit became involved in the investigation of John O'Keefe's death. That unit also brought criminal charges against journalist Aidan Kearney, known publicly as TurtleBoy. The source argues that these overlapping cases demonstrate that the Norfolk DA's State Police Unit had become an unusually powerful institutional actor. The question is not merely whether individual officers behaved improperly. The larger question is whether the structure itself created conflicts of interest. A prosecutor's office cannot credibly police itself if the people conducting an investigation have institutional relationships with the people being investigated. That principle is not radical. It is the foundation of public confidence in criminal justice. 13. The Walmart receipt. The federal investigation has also produced more ordinary pieces of evidence that can be devastating precisely because they are ordinary. According to a government motion cited in the source material, federal prosecutors intend to introduce evidence concerning a Walmart transaction on January 24, 2021, approximately 1 week before Birchmore died. The purchase involved an apartment key that Birchmore made for Farwell. The government's motion is here. Government motion concerning the January 24, 2021 Walmart transaction. Farwell, for his part, filed a motion seeking to exclude DNA evidence that prosecutors say connects him to the scene of Birchmore's death. That motion is here. Matthew Farwell motion concerning DNA evidence. The existence of competing motions is important because it shows the case is moving toward an evidentiary confrontation. The government is assembling evidence. The defense is attempting to exclude evidence. And the federal court will ultimately decide what the jury is allowed to hear. That is the system working as it should. 14. What is under seal? The federal government and Farwell also jointly sought to file certain materials under seal. The motion states, the United States, with the assent of defendant Matthew Farwell, respectfully moves this court to file under seal 3 motions in limine and all exhibits attached to them. The government explained that the materials contained information subject to protective orders or material required to be filed under seal under Federal Rule of Evidence 412. The motion to seal is here. Joint motion to seal materials in the Farwell case. That means the public record is incomplete. Some evidence is public, some evidence is sealed, some evidence will be fought over, and some evidence may never become public. That is another reason the federal trial matters. Trials force competing narratives into the same room. Documents that look ambiguous in isolation can acquire meaning when witnesses testify under oath. Documents that appear damning in isolation can turn out to have innocent explanations. That is precisely why a courtroom exists. 15. Chief Donna McNamara. There is yet another institutional conflict that deserves attention. The source material reports that Stoughton Police Chief Donna McNamara amended a civil complaint against the town to allege whistleblower retaliation connected to her cooperation with the FBI regarding the federal Birchmore investigation. According to the reporting, McNamara was on paid leave following a July 29, 2026 vote by the Stoughton Select Board, conducted in private session. The source also states that McNamara alleged town manager Thomas Kelter demanded that she destroy a 2024 internal affairs investigation concerning current and former Stoughton police officers who may have been involved in a grooming ring targeting children over many years, beginning in 2006. The source's final line points readers toward McNamara's updated complaint through Super DD, but the PDF itself ends before reproducing the complete URL. That distinction matters. The allegation is McNamara's allegation. It is not a judicial finding contained in the material reproduced here, but it is a remarkable allegation nonetheless. If a police chief alleges that a town manager ordered the destruction of an internal affairs investigation involving current and former officers, and if that chief says she was retaliated against for cooperating with federal investigators, then the public deserves to know whether the underlying documents exist, whether they were preserved, who possessed them, and what happened to them. The answer cannot be, trust us. Not anymore. 16. The machine. The phrase machine is loaded. Historically, it describes an organized political structure in which power is maintained through patronage, relationships, institutional loyalty, and control over the levers of government. The classic American example is William Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall. Tweed's power did not rest on one corrupt act. It rested on a network. Politicians, contractors, judges, businessmen, party operatives, government employees, friends, allies, institutions. The power came from the relationships between them. That is why the Norfolk County story deserves to be examined through the same lens. Not because Norfolk County is literally Tammany Hall. It isn't. Not because every person appearing in these documents is corrupt. There is no evidence in the source material sufficient to make that claim. And not because a registered agent relationship proves anything sinister. It doesn't. The machine question is different. Who knows whom? Who represented whom? Who employed whom? Who investigated whom? Who supervised whom? Who cleared whom? Who prosecuted whom? Who became a federal witness? Who later became a witness against former colleagues? Who had access to information? Who controlled the records? Who had the authority to make an investigation disappear? And, perhaps most importantly, who was investigating the investigators? 17. The federal government changes everything. For years, many of the most controversial questions in these stories were confined to Massachusetts institutions. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office, the Massachusetts State Police, the Stoughton Police Department, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the Massachusetts courts. Now the federal government is involved, and it is not merely involved at the margins. Federal prosecutors have brought a homicide case against Matthew Farwell. They have identified federal offences they say were connected to Birchmore's death. They have obtained DNA evidence. They have identified a second DNA profile. They have enlisted witnesses associated with prior Massachusetts investigations. They have designated the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner as a federal witness. They have evidence involving digital communications. They have evidence involving a Walmart transaction. They have motions concerning DNA. They have motions concerning expert testimony. They have sealed filings. And they have a trial scheduled for October 2026. That trial could therefore become more than a murder prosecution. It could become a public examination of the institutional machinery that surrounded Birchmore in life and after her death. 18. The question of Jessica Hyde. The significance of Jessica Hyde deserves particular emphasis. Hyde was a state expert witness in the Karen Reed case. Now, according to the source material, federal prosecutors intend to call her as an expert witness in the Farwell case. The federal government therefore appears prepared to put someone who participated in one of the Commonwealth's most controversial recent criminal prosecutions on the witness stand in a separate federal prosecution involving an investigation conducted by overlapping state police personnel. That does not make Hyde unreliable. It does not make her testimony in either case false. It does, however, make her testimony unusually important. What did she know? When did she know it? Who asked her to analyze what? What communications did she have with Tully? What did she know about the Birchmore investigation? What did she know about the state police investigation? And what did federal investigators show her before deciding to call her? Those are questions that can be answered through testimony and documents. They should be answered there. 19. The unanswered questions. A serious investigation should not end with conclusions. It should end with questions that can be answered. Here are the questions raised by the documentary trail assembled in this report. 1. Why did Mark Gildear serve as registered agent for Michalakis' companies for approximately 11 years? The corporate records establish the relationship. What remains to be established is the nature of the professional relationship beyond the registered agent designation. 2. Was Gildear's former corporate relationship with Michalakis disclosed or considered when cases involving Michalakis-related interests reached courts connected to Gildear? That is a question for court records, disclosure statements, and judicial ethics records. 3. What was the complete scope of Costa Ligris's professional relationship with Michalakis? The Senate materials establish representation in a superior court matter. The corporate records establish registered agent roles. The full history deserves examination. 4. What does Michalakis know about his restaurant's financial affairs? His federal cooperation agreement makes this one of the most consequential unanswered questions. 5. What financial records will the federal government obtain through that cooperation? The plea agreement specifically contemplates cooperation concerning the restaurants. 6. What exactly was the relationship between Learning for Life, Epstein, Maxwell, Devine, the Stoughton Police Explorer Program, and Norfolk County Youth Programs? The cited documents provide pieces. A complete documentary reconstruction is still necessary. 7. What happened on July 8th and 9th, 2014? Epstein's records place him in Stoughton. A contemporaneous post places Devine at a youth basketball camp. The Norfolk DA's public archive apparently lacks the corresponding press release. What happened? 8. What happened to the recording of the January 20th, 2021 call concerning Birchmore? According to Farwell's defense filing, the recording was automatically deleted after 12 months. Was that policy followed correctly? Was the recording ever preserved elsewhere? Were investigators aware of its contents? 9. Why was Farwell cleared? What evidence did Fanning review? What evidence did Tully's unit review? What did investigators know about the January 20th call? What did they know about Farwell's relationship with Birchmore? 10. Why was Birchmore's death characterized as self-harm before an autopsy was completed? What communications occurred between the police and the medical examiner? Who made the request? What records document those communications? 11. Who is witness 1? The federal government knows. The public, based on the materials reproduced here, does not. 12. What does witness 1's identity reveal about Birchmore's relationships? That question should be answered through evidence, not speculation. 13. What happened to the 2024 Internal Affairs investigation referenced in Chief McNamara's complaint? Was it preserved? Was it destroyed? Who had possession? Who ordered what? 14. Why did the same state police personnel appear in the Birchmore investigation and the John O'Keefe investigation? The answer may be completely innocent, but the public has a legitimate interest in understanding the institutional structure. 15. Why did the federal investigation ultimately become necessary? This may be the most important question of all. 20. What the documents actually prove. There is an understandable temptation in a story like this to connect every dot. That is precisely what an investigative reporter must resist. The documents establish certain things. They establish that Mark Gildia served as registered agent for 2 companies associated with Marios Mikalakis. They establish that Gildia's tenure as registered agent ended shortly before he became a Superior Court justice. They establish that Costa Ligris later served as registered agent for companies associated with Mikalakis. They establish that Ligris represented Mikalakis in a Superior Court business dispute. They established that Ligris was nominated for a Justice Department position in 2026 and that the nomination was withdrawn amid controversy concerning his social media history. They established that Mikalakis entered a federal plea agreement involving tax offences and cooperation concerning financial investigations into his restaurants. They established that federal prosecutors are pursuing the Farwell case. They established that federal prosecutors have identified DNA evidence and other evidence they intend to present. They established that people associated with prior Massachusetts investigations have become witnesses in the federal case. They established that the federal government alleges Birchmore possessed information concerning potential federal crimes before her death. They established that the federal case is examining conduct involving law enforcement and vulnerable people. Other propositions in the source material are allegations, theories, interpretations, or questions. That distinction does not weaken the story. It strengthens it. Because if the evidence is as powerful as the documents suggest, there is no need to turn allegations into facts. Let the documents speak. Let the federal prosecutors speak. Let the defense speak. Let the witnesses testify. Let the courts decide. 21. The Fall of the Machine? The original reporting contains a sentence that captures the author's broader thesis. I think the entire Norfolk County machine is about to fall. That is a prediction, not a fact. But it is a prediction worth taking seriously. Political machines do not usually collapse because someone discovers one bad document. They collapse when the relationships that sustain them stop functioning, when insiders begin cooperating, when documents move outside the institution, when federal prosecutors arrive, when former allies become witnesses, when sealed documents become public, when journalists begin connecting records that had previously been treated as unrelated, when ordinary people stop accepting that's just how things work, and perhaps most importantly, when the people who were once investigated become the people investigating the investigators. That appears to be the moment Norfolk County may now be approaching. The federal government is not bound by the same institutional relationships that have shaped Massachusetts investigations. Federal prosecutors do not report to Michael Morrissey. Federal investigators do not answer to the Norfolk District Attorney. Federal prosecutors are not subordinate to the Massachusetts State Police, and federal witnesses can testify about what happened inside state institutions. That is why the Farwell trial could matter far beyond Matthew Farwell. 22. Boss Tweed Days. The title of this investigation is deliberately provocative. Boss Tweed Days. In Norfolk County is not a claim that Norfolk County is literally 19th century New York. It is a warning about the danger of concentrated institutional power. The Tweed machine thrived because government, politics, business, and personal relationships became so intertwined that accountability became almost impossible. The machine did not need everyone to be corrupt. It only needed enough people to depend on the same network. That is the question Norfolk County now faces. Was the system simply a collection of unrelated professional relationships? Or did those relationships produce an institutional culture in which certain people were protected, certain investigations were controlled, certain narratives were advanced, and certain questions were never asked? The answer cannot come from Twitter. It cannot come from a partisan campaign. It cannot come from a press conference. It cannot come from me. It has to come from documents, subpoenas, financial records, corporate filings, internal affairs reports, police communications, federal discovery, court testimony, DNA, phone records, emails, and witnesses under oath. That is where this story is heading. 23. The September 1st primary. There is also a political clock. The source material notes that the Norfolk County District Attorney primary was scheduled for September 1st, 2026. That means the electorate is being asked to make a judgment about the leadership of an office at precisely the moment when a series of federal investigations and prosecutions are putting extraordinary pressure on the institutions surrounding that office. The timing could hardly be more consequential. But the proper question for voters should not simply be whether they like Michael Morrissey. It should not simply be whether they like his opponent. The question should be whether they trust the institution. Can the Norfolk District Attorney's Office independently investigate people connected to the office? Can the Massachusetts State Police independently investigate former members of the Stoughton Police Department? Can prosecutors investigate their own institutional partners without conflicts? Can evidence disappear without consequences? Can whistleblowers raise concerns without retaliation? Can citizens obtain public records? Can judges and attorneys with prior professional relationships involving parties appear in cases without questions about recusal? And when the federal government arrives, does Massachusetts cooperate fully? Those are institutional questions. They transcend one election. 24. The federal trial. The October 2026 trial of Matthew Farwell may therefore represent a turning point. The federal government is expected to present evidence concerning Birchmore's death, her relationships, her communications, the conduct of Farwell, DNA evidence, and the circumstances surrounding the investigation. The government has also indicated that witnesses with knowledge of Massachusetts investigations will testify. The federal government has identified the office of the chief medical examiner as a witness. It has identified Jessica Hyde as an expert. The defense has indicated that it will challenge government experts and evidence. Farwell has sought to exclude DNA evidence. The government has sought to introduce evidence concerning the January 24, 2021 Walmart transaction, and both sides have sought to seal portions of the litigation. The documents will eventually meet the witnesses. That is when the public will learn which allegations survive contact with sworn testimony. 25. The story is bigger than one man. It would be easy to make this story about Michael Morrissey. The title itself invites that. But the deeper story is bigger than Morrissey. If the allegations and documentary connections assembled here ultimately withstand scrutiny, then the problem cannot be reduced to one district attorney. It would be about an ecosystem, a system in which prosecutors, state police, municipal police, lawyers, judges, businesses, political actors, and civic institutions repeatedly intersect. That is why the corporate records matter. That is why the registered agent records matter. That is why the Ligris nomination matters. That is why the Mikalakis plea agreement matters. That is why the Epstein records matter. That is why the Explorer program matters. That is why the January 20th phone call matters. That is why the Farwell investigation matters. That is why the DNA matters. That is why Jessica Hyde matters. That is why Brian Tully matters. That is why John Fanning matters. That is why Robert Devine matters. And that is why the federal government's intervention matters. Because the real story is not simply what one person did. The real story is what a system permitted. 26. The evidence is the story. I have spent enough time around these cases to know that the easiest thing to do is to shout. The harder thing is to prove. That is the standard that should govern what happens next. If Mark Gildea's corporate relationship with Mikalakis was entirely ordinary, the records should show it. If Ligris's representation of Mikalakis was entirely ordinary, the records should show it. If the Stoughton Explorer program's relationship with Learning for Life was entirely ordinary, the records should show it. If Epstein's presence in Stoughton in July 2014 was unrelated to the youth program occurring at the same time, the evidence should show it. If the January 20th, 2021 police call was properly handled, the records should show it. If Farwell was properly cleared in 2021, the investigative file should demonstrate why. If Birchmore's death was properly classified at the time, the medical and investigative records should explain the decision. If the state police acted appropriately, the evidence should vindicate them. If the Norfolk District Attorney's Office acted appropriately, its records should withstand scrutiny. If Chief McNamara's allegations are wrong, the town should be able to demonstrate why. If they are right, the public deserves to know. That is the bargain of government. Not perfection. Accountability. 27. The machine and the moment. For years, the people raising questions about these institutions could be dismissed. They could be called conspiracy theorists. They could be called political operatives. They could be called internet personalities. They could be told that the system had already investigated itself. Then the federal government began investigating, and suddenly some of the people who had been dismissed became witnesses. Some of the investigations once treated as closed became subjects of federal litigation. Some of the evidence once considered irrelevant became evidence in a federal murder case. Some of the experts once presented as state authorities became federal witnesses. Some of the institutions once trusted to police themselves came under federal scrutiny. That does not mean every critic was right. It does mean the questions were not all imaginary. The proper response now is not triumphalism. It is investigation. 28. One final question. There is one question that sits above all the others. Why did it take the federal government? Why did it take federal prosecutors to investigate the circumstances surrounding Sandra Birchmore's death in a way that now appears to be producing evidence that Massachusetts investigators either missed, discounted, or did not pursue? Why did it take federal prosecutors to expose the financial conduct surrounding a restaurant owner whose companies had intersected with Massachusetts judges and attorneys? Why did it take federal litigation to place former Massachusetts investigative personnel under a different kind of scrutiny? Why did it take federal witnesses to reopen questions about state investigations? And why, if the Norfolk County system was functioning properly, does so much of the most consequential new evidence now seem to be coming from outside it? Those questions are not accusations. They are the beginning of an investigation. 29. The fall. Maybe the Norfolk County machine will fall. Maybe it will not. Maybe the documents will reveal a vast institutional scandal. Maybe they will reveal something much less dramatic. A series of ordinary professional relationships that became suspicious only because they were viewed through the prism of several extraordinary cases. That possibility has to remain open. That is what distinguishes journalism from propaganda. But there is a point at which the accumulation of unanswered questions becomes itself a public interest story. We have reached that point. A judge served as a registered agent for a restaurant owner's companies for 11 years. A lawyer later served as registered agent for other companies associated with the same businessman and represented him in court. That lawyer was later nominated to a senior Justice Department position before the nomination collapsed. The businessman then pleaded guilty to federal tax offenses and agreed to cooperate with federal investigators concerning his restaurants. The same broader Stoughton ecosystem appears in records involving Learning for Life, Epstein, Maxwell, Robert Devine, and the Police Explorer program. The same institutional ecosystem appears in the Birchmore investigation. The same state police network appears in the O'Keefe investigation. People connected to the Karen Reed case are now involved in the federal Birchmore prosecution. Federal prosecutors allege that Birchmore possessed information about potential federal crimes before her death. Federal investigators possess DNA evidence identifying the father of her unborn child. A former police chief alleges retaliation connected to cooperation with the FBI and alleges an order to destroy an internal affairs investigation. And a federal murder prosecution is moving toward trial. At some point, the responsible response is not to say that all of these things are connected. The responsible response is to ask why they keep appearing in the same places. That is the investigation. Sources cited in the original reporting. The following sources were cited throughout the underlying material and are preserved here so the reader can examine the documentary trail directly. 1. E&M Restaurant, Inc. Corporate Records. 2. Marios Enterprises, LLC Corporate Records 3. Courthouse News Report concerning Konstantinos Ligris 4. Senate Judiciary Committee Questionnaire for Konstantinos Ligris 5. A&M Corporate Records 6. H&M Corporate Records 7. Federal Information concerning Michaelakis 8. Original Report concerning Michaelakis' Guilty Plea 9. Follow-up Report concerning Michaelakis' Federal Case 10. Federal Plea Agreement 11. Complete Federal Plea Document Collection 12. Justice Department Epstein File Document concerning Limited Brands 13. Crime Timelines Birchmore Records 14. Justice Department Epstein File Document concerning Learning for Life 15. Justice Department Epstein File Document concerning Epstein's July 2014 Stoughton Activity 16. July 9th, 2014. Stoughton Basketball Camp Post 17. Norfolk District Attorney Media Archive 18. Norfolk District Attorney Archived Press Releases 19. Justice Department Epstein File Document concerning Ghislaine Maxwell 20. TurtleBoy Report concerning Stoughton and Sandra Birchmore 21. Earlier report concerning the MSPBF IT team 22. Birchmore Investigative Document 19 pages 23. Stoughton Police Internal Affairs Records 24. Colour Street Stylist Information 25. Report concerning the Birchmore investigation and federal witnesses 26. Investigative Document concerning the Farwell investigation 27. Federal filing concerning Birchmore's knowledge of federal offences, 28. 18 U.S.C. Section 2422. Cornell Law School, 29. 49-page federal filing concerning the Birchmore prosecution, 30. Findings from the Stoughton Police Internal Affairs Investigation, 31. Crime Timelines Report concerning William Farwell, 32. Video concerning Jessica Hyde and the federal Birchmore case, 33. Farwell filing concerning Jessica Hyde and expert testimony, 34. Government motion concerning the January 24th, 2021 Walmart transaction, 35. Farwell motion concerning DNA evidence, 36. Joint motion to seal materials in the Farwell case. And that is where this investigation stands. Not at the end. At the beginning of the part that matters most. The documents are now in the record. The federal government is involved. The witnesses are emerging. The questions are no longer confined to Norfolk County. And if the Norfolk County machine really is beginning to fall, the thing that brings it down will not be a slogan. It will be evidence.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and that was my 8,000-word piece entitled Boss Tweed Days in Norfolk County, The Rise and Fall of Michael Morrissey's Machine. Thank you for watching. We have other things to cover, but I hope you liked that. It's not final. There was one part I just couldn't get the link from Super Didi to read, so when I was summarizing it, the audiobook would not summarize the mega link because it's 7 million characters long, so I have to fix that part. But other than that, it's great. So the way this was done is, this is my original reporting. Okay, it's 22 pages. I took it and I made it into an audiobook in the style of Tweed Days in St. Louis. It was very hard to do. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, you're also wonderful. So just so you understand, all of that is my reporting, okay? Verbatim. In fact, there's a lot of stuff that I had to rearrange, cut out, not quote verbatim, etc. But it worked, and I like it. I need to edit it a little bit more, not really on substance, but just because you have to do certain things to get it to read the text, like put breaks in lines that is not natural to a reader. So it's meant to be an audiobook. It's not meant to be a textbook, like a book to read, but it kind of is. You can kind of read it as is. I got to change a few things about it. I love it. I worked hard on it. It's not perfect. It's 98% there. I love the audiobook software that I have. I think it worked really well for this. I really had to work on it, though. This is not like a tool. You just put the freaking thing in. I had to get all the links together. Like that part I used a tool for. I was like, just give me all the links that I put in my reporting. Then I had to take it and make it into an audiobook, which requires all this formatting, all this structuring. You have to specifically set up the narrator to do the reading. You don't just set it and forget it. Otherwise, as Tiffany Bob knows, it has all these weird stilted pauses. So all that was done manually, and then I interpolated my reporting into what I thought would be a explicated sort of overview for the layman. It's meant to be read by a popular audience, not someone who's familiar with the case. That was the hardest part, because I don't write for a popular audience. I write for government officials and people who follow cases, and lawyers and judges. So I don't, my style of writing is more bro, read the document. I'll give you the operative quotes from it and you summarize it, but read the document. I gave you a link, read the document. Writing for the public, you can't assume they're going to click the document. This is an interactive form of journalism where if I publish this, it really has to be online because you're supposed to click the document. No one's going to read this printed. It wouldn't make sense. The appendix to it would be 7,000 pages. So every source, though, was located. In fact, 90% of those sources, not only did I locate by hand, I generated by hand. I had to upload them and create archives. They're all explorable. So I think This is actually, it's actually a little bit, I wouldn't say what I've created here is better than Tweed Days in St. Louis. It's not as masterful linguistically or syntactically, but in the form of what journalism could become, I think this is a very good piece. It reflects what I wanted it to reflect. It's weird because it's an audiobook, so it's always going to be a little odd as an audiobook, but it works better that way. I like audiobooks, that's why I made this. And this is my, where it's not done. This is what I would write as the first part this is kind of like a self-contained serial before the trial. This is not the story. It is the preamble. So, yeah, I think it's good. The actual book will probably be closer to 250 pages in Microsoft Word. So 8,000, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be very long. 8,000 words times, let's say 5. So it's going to be probably 40 to 50,000 words when it's done. But it's basically done. This is what I was working on the whole time. Now, I didn't know where it was going. You know, you can't tell a story. You can't tell anything before you know what's going on. But this is what I want to say. That's everything I want to say about where we are until now. And it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, to put that together. But I did it. So, oh, you're all so wonderful. You know what I might do? I might see, so I don't really know how to print this as a self-contained entity. Because first of all, it's an audiobook. So it was transliterated. I guess we can print it, but if you're buying a printed copy, I want you to understand it's an audiobook project. So you'd be buying like a machine readout of an audiobook. So we can do that, I suppose. We could just generate a transcript of it, but it's meant to be an audiobook. So I guess I can print it. It's more meant to be read online. If I'm gonna print this, you would have to buy it with an appendix that is longer than the article. The appendix, you'd have to physically buy all the attachments, and it's like probably, I don't know, 5,000 pages on the low end, because it's every motion in limine from the Farwell case. It's all the corporate records from every company related to Gilday and Michalakis. It's federal pleadings, it's state pleadings, it's reports. I mean, it's, now that I think about it, it's kind of like a mini Finnegan's Wake or Ulysses. You would have to read it with a compendium. You can't just read it. So, or you'd have to read it digitally, which is how it's meant to be read, so you can just click on it. So I got to think about this. Like, first of all, I don't really want to sell it. I don't like selling my work. That's not what I'm trying to do. I need to think about a way where I can just have you pay someone, and if you want to print it, okay? That's the only reason you'd have to pay for this, because it's going to cost. If you want to retain a copy of this physically, which I'm okay with, you have to pay somebody to print it for you. I have to talk to a printer to see if they will accept commissions, because I don't think a lot of people are going to want it printed. But I'm not going to print it for you. First of all, it would cost like $500. So I'm not charging you $500. Second of all, I want to save the trees. Third of all, the reason I'm not objecting is I was a librarian. So if there's one person in the world out there who wants to commission a printed copy of this work, I will do that. But the audiobook version, I can just make for free. It's my work. I created it. I sourced all the material. I wrote the underlying material. I worked with the software to make it into an audiobook. It's mine. I produced it. I made it. It's my words, transliterated into audiobook and then rendered into text to follow along on screen. So it's cool. I like the project. I don't know how I don't want to sell it. You can donate to me if you like my work, but it's supposed to be available for free to everybody. So I think I'm just gonna, maybe I'll talk to the Internet Archive. You know, actually that's a great idea. I'll send Brewster an email. He's my friend. He might be a little busy, but I'll send I know who to send an email to over there. And I'll be like, hey, listen, I'm a towel. I won't actually say that. They'll love the towel thing, but I don't have time to explain the towel thing. So, and I adore them. They adore me. So I'm going to send them an email. I have a plan. I'm not saying they're going to go along with this, but there's no reason they wouldn't do this. They like me. So I'm going to say, listen, I have this really cool project, and it's kind of a little different than most books, but I would like to give it to you so you can make it available to the public. They love books. They freaking love books. And what I'm going to do is be like, but here's the thing. I want it to be an audiobook, so I'll give you the file. Will you just make the audiobook accessible? And then I want to have the PDF scroll on the screen. But here's the thing. The file is interactable, the PDF. I got to fix some of the links because I was kind of dumb. There were so many links. I was just like, please amalgamate them all for me. And then it attached this thing at the end that broke the links when amalgamating it because I hit enter between the links wrong and I'm an idiot. So I didn't need to fix it for the audiobook read through, but I have to fix it for the interactable article. Once I fix the links, the project I have envisioned is it's just on the Internet Archive like a book. And you can read it like a book, or click play and it will do the audiobook. The Internet Archive has that feature. But what I want is, I want users also to be able to click the links. So I'm going to explain that to them. And I don't think it's that much money to do this. And frankly, I think it's a great way to encourage an evolution in journalism and writing. I think it's a way to keep the written word alive, fresh, new. It kind of evolves the medium of writing. So I want to do that. And so it's going to be free. That's my decision. It's going to be free. I'll put this up, but realize you're buying like a very, very, if you're going to buy it, and if I find someone who will print it, you're not buying it from me. I will give a printer just free rights, and you just pay them cost or whatever they want, and they'll print it. But if you are getting this, you have to understand, this is not the final work, okay? So I have to put like disclaimers on it. Not only is this not the final work, this is like the preamble. We don't even have chapter 1. So you're buying like a very early copy of Sanditon, not even like the unfinished copy, like the first like chapter. So I have to like think about what I'm gonna do, how I'm gonna describe it, what it is, what I'm gonna do with it. You know what I really should do? I should give it to a publisher, and I should be like, listen, this is what I've been working on. I want to finish this. Give me an advance. I don't know, what do they give? Like, it's a lot. So give me an advance. This is gonna sell. I have marketability. I have a built-in audience. They want this. I can tell them you all want this. They'll love it. I'll be like, listen, I don't like money. But then they might screw me over. So I have to, like, I hate financial transactions because then I have to pretend I care about money so they don't screw me over. I hate it. So don't tell them. Shh. So I'm going to go in there and be like, I care about money. I want to buy, you know, a two-wheeled, you know, scooter that you drive around with all the flashy lights and some kind of like golf clubs, and I want to buy a shirt, and I want to buy that little cup that you have when you sip whiskey or whatever it is you rich people do, and then I want to buy the spoon you put the caviar in, although I'm pretty sure that's actually for cocaine. I don't want any cocaine. Oh God, I'm probably gonna have to fake that. I'll be like, listen, I don't do that. I'm not into that. I live a sober lifestyle. I'm California sober. So anyway, my point is, I'll be like, whatever I want some kind of boat, you know, some kind of like aluminum that floats across water and makes people think like that I'm someone important. I want just, you know, I'll just make shit up. And then I'll be like, okay, listen, as a result, give me an advance. That's the plan, okay? And they'll be like, yeah, you can do this. And I'll be like, I know. And then I'll write them a book. But I'll be like, here's the deal. It has to be an audiobook, too, for the disabled people. I like audiobooks. All right, we're doing this. I have a plan. Triply Bob, you want to be my agent? Have you ever considered a career as a literary agent? Anyway, I'm glad your feedback is great. Oh, I know there's like a lot of publishers. Here's the thing, though. I'm not interested in the money. The whole reason that I want to do this is to get the information out there. But, you know, if we're going to, like, I don't want to rely on you all. I feel like you have been very kind to me. So instead of that, I have a plan, which will not, let's just see if, like, some company with a lot of money will give me money to write a book, and then you can support the company, and they'll pay me to live, and I can get an apartment or a house with Towel Girlfriend. It'd be great. Hashtag Towel Girlfriend. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to transition. I have some other work I want to do. Thank you all for your feedback. I'm going to take you to our next segment of our coverage. Hello now. All right, Triply Bob's going to be my literary agent. Excellent plan. Excellent plan. I've always wanted a literary agent. Triply Bob, when you write them, you'd be like, listen, he's epic. He will just cite 40 46 of the 47 presidents. Well, more like 44 of the 45 presidents if you count Cleveland and Trump because they were president twice, you know. But my point is, you can be like, he's epic, you know. Just put him out there; it'll be fun. All right, we're moving to our next segment of our coverage. All right, so we want to get as much done as we possibly can. Oh, God bless you all. You're also wonderful. Thank you for support of Towel Chain. Now, I want to spend some time with Towel Girlfriend tomorrow. So I was going to do this coverage tomorrow. But instead of doing it tomorrow, I'll do it today. However, because you all are so kind, I'm going to give you one of your favorite videos. We don't have Run Back yet, but we do have one of your favorite videos. Shout out, Pats are back. Hi, you're all wonderful. This person said that about your lovable, wonderful towel. I think I want to play a song while that tweet is up on the screen, because you know what? I was raised in a beautiful country called the United States of America. I want to dedicate this to, let's see, Kate Peter and Tuesday Gazette and Julie Carpenter and Ginny James, and then let's see, any other person on Kate Peters' Discord. Oh, Jason Broyles, he's a weird one. And then, you know, not Biff and Boomer. They're gonna flip, you know. Biff and Boomer flipped. Federal indictments are imminent. But, you know, everyone else that is Kate Peters' friend, I have a message to you and your Shrek-based odd cult leader. Okay, ready? Let's do it.
For you and you and you, I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through. This that hot girl on my anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that hot girl on my anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that throw up in your Birkin bag, hook up with someone random. This that social awkward suicide, that violation, that's what she had to live in city. Took her when it's facing like that college up on music, put it in the street. Friends are all annoying.
Great song, just a great song. All right, now I promise we can have a few more mental decompression breaks. But listen, you all may be saying to yourself, Grant, did you just like come into this and figure out politics? Somebody said to me today that I just got involved in politics. Now listen, let me give you a little cheat code, okay? Let me give you a little cheat code to politics. If someone says they have political power or did something politically, like, they probably don't have any political power. Every single thing, benevolent or malevolent, that actually gets done is quiet. Real power, as I've tried to teach you all, moves very quietly. Now, I don't think about power. I don't really give a I don't like power dynamics. Okay? What I do is wield institutions against themselves to subvert dangerous people who undermine the vulnerable, undermine our Constitution, and hurt America. I turn their tools against them. Okay. Now that means I know politics. I've been doing what is politics, bro? I don't know. What do you mean by that? Like, when did I read Kessler's Darkness at Noon for the first time? 2007. When did I take a closed book exam on it and have to relay the entire book from memory over 3 hours? 2007. When did I discover the phrase "all politics is local" from Tip O'Neill? I don't know. Probably sometime in the 90s. When did I meet Dick Layer for the first time? 2001. When did I read Black Mass for the first time? 2001. So what? I don't know what you mean. I'm a political scientist. I'm a third-generation critical theorist who's formally trained in discourse theory. And I am an expert in natural language processing, who was one of literally such an early adapter to machine learning that Professor Bazelia talked to me personally about applying her methodologies from the field of health sciences into the field of discourse theory. I was the first person to apply epistemology to natural language processing in the context of political legitimacy. So I was so baffled by that. And then I realized, like, oh, Grant, like, forget about that part. Most people might not have even read your reporting from 2023, etc. Well, oh yeah, that's probably true. So then I realized a big story came out this morning. You know, I scooped the Globe by 7 hours. Remember how I told you sometimes I just, like, can't help it? I get mad. And I'm like, I'm not waiting for the effing Globe. Like, you know what? The Globe's got other stuff going on. I don't have time to wait for the Globe, okay? I'm going to find the freaking document after Universal HuffPost. Actually, you know what happened? The Republican candidate for state treasurer, like, posted about it, and I saw it. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. I should write up this lawsuit. That's very important. And then I was like, wait, did the Globe write it up yet? And then I was like, oh, they haven't. And then I was like, you know what? I don't have time today for you, Boston Globe. So I just wrote that stuff up when I got out of bed. It's what I did before I think I did it with my morning energy drink before I even had a nice shower. You know what I'm saying? That's how you start your morning. You just, you know, scoop the Boston Globe. It's hilarious. Listen, the Boston Globe's got their own shit going on right now. I like the Boston Globe, all right? I'm partial to the Boston Globe. A lot of my friends work there and colleagues. I like them. Okay? But the Boston Globe, I don't think they really understood what they were getting involved with by buying Boston Magazine. Because they bought, I don't know what the hell Boston Magazine was doing, but, you know, I don't think they really knew what they bought, frankly. And, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's cool. But, like, dude, they got their own stuff to deal with right now, okay? Look at them endorsing Deitch, and then Boston Magazine's trying to, like, call out Deitch for corruption, and the Globe is just like, you know, shoo, Boston Magazine, shoo. Like, shoo. Get out of here. It's hilarious. Like, the real power is the Globe. The Boston Magazine is more like... It's like it's like Town and Country, bro. Like a Condé Nast Traveler. Like, you read it if you're the type of person who's gonna go to freaking Santorini for like a week in the spring. You know, when it's nice. You don't want to go during the peak of the summer. Flights might be cheap, but the weather, 93 degrees. No, you got to do it in April. Anyway, you get my point. So, you know, I don't know, I've been around politics for a very, very long time, and I don't really like people in politics. I like some people in politics. I have a lot of friends in politics, but I'm more of like a government oversight guy, I suppose. I'm a journalist at core, a philosopher, I suppose, an applied discourse theorist. I just really believe in using the cogency of public discourse to engender legitimate lawmaking. I don't care what laws you make. I have my opinions. I don't really care. As long as you are expressing your democratic will in a legitimate way that's informed, you're doing fine, but like, I'm happy. But my work is designed to engender that. That's why I don't stop after anyone's story. I appreciate being able to help, but like, I don't live up to my eudaimonia or summum bonum by writing a story. I'm thrilled when it helps people. It makes me very happy. And I get this, like, tingle when I sense there's historical serendipity that occurs in the work that I do, and that people are liberated and the birdies can go free, and that there's not going to be any more prostitution. Isn't that right? Or child trafficking? Or holding people in bondage? No pun intended. Don't make me alter the 13th Amendment. I will take away that second clause. So, you know what I'm saying. You can just see, like, that's just how I like to do my work. I just like to help, and I design... Oh, that's what we were talking about, politics. So, the nature of my work over the past, I don't know, 9 years, what I do is I'm a constitutional theorist, I suppose. I'm not a constitutional lawyer like Mr. Vetero. I'm not even a lawyer, but I did go to law school. What I do is I think about the origin of the Constitution, and then its amendments, and then the progeny, the juridical interpretation thereof, and then I try to understand whether the political constellation during the time of the evolution of a given precedent was authentic or legitimate and in line with a cogent democratic will. It's called democratic will formation. And so that's like my goal, to bring about the functional normalcy and legitimacy of domestic political relations in America, such that the symbiosis between the polity and the organs of government is functioning absent predatory behavior, subversion, corruption, or otherwise. And to do that, you must be able to talk about what's going on. So, when someone was criticizing my, and this will be the last thing we do tonight, but it will be in depth. If you've ever wanted to learn like what Towel was like before I got into this work related to criminal and civil case coverage, I'm going to teach you a thing or two today. So first I'm going to show you the article I wrote up earlier, okay? This is before I started doing my other work for the day, all right? So this is, and by the way, you want to know something fascinating for those of you who are like Grant. What possibly could be the connection between this and the Karen Reed case? You want to know who wrote the lawsuit I'm about to go through with you? Brian Tully's lawyer. Oh yeah. America.
Conversation. Chair Shannon O'Brien discussed replacing her after probe into favored licensee accused of using underage worker and flooding market with unregulated cannabis, new whistleblower lawsuit alleges. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date, August 21, 2026. Time, 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time. The lawsuit. A newly filed lawsuit claims Massachusetts Treasurer Deborah Goldberg disclosed confidential workplace accusations against Cannabis Control Commission Chair Shannon O'Brien to a longtime political ally. Predicted the chair would be humiliated, and floated replacing her with a commissioner who is a woman of color. This occurred, the suit alleges, while O'Brien was pressing for an investigation into a favored licensee allegedly cultivating illegal cannabis, using an underage person to manufacture products, and distributing large quantities of unregulated and untested adult and medical use cannabis to the public. Link to O'Brien's filing. The complaint, filed Thursday, August 20, 2026, in Suffolk Superior Court by O'Brien against the Commonwealth, the Cannabis Control Commission, and Goldberg personally, portrays a campaign of retaliation that culminated in O'Brien's suspension in September 2023 and removal in September 2024. A Superior Court judge later vacated the removal as unsupported by substantial evidence, ordering O'Brien's reinstatement with back pay, but the new suit seeks additional damages under the state's whistleblower law, civil rights statute, and privacy protections. According to the 18-page filing, Goldberg recruited O'Brien in 2022 to reform an agency already plagued by management failures, regulatory delays, and threats to the integrity of Massachusetts' regulated cannabis market. O'Brien, a former state treasurer herself, took the 5-year appointment seriously. She soon raised alarms about license processing delays, uneven enforcement, data security problems, inadequate product testing, and the concealment of information from commissioners, including details about the death of Lorna McMurray, a TrueLeaf staff member who tragically passed away in 2021 due to air quality and mold issues at the firm's now shuttered Holyoke cultivation facility. Read more about Lorna's tragic death, and the ongoing civil lawsuit related thereto, here. The Republican nominee running against Goldberg in November's statewide election for state treasurer spoke out about O'Brien's lawsuit on Friday, saying, Shannon O'Brien, former Massachusetts state treasurer, gubernatorial candidate, and chair of the Cannabis Control Commission, is suing 12-year incumbent treasurer Deb Goldberg for violating her civil rights. O'Brien is one of many people Goldberg has slandered and wronged, but she's the first with the power to fight back. In 2023, Goldberg falsely accused O'Brien of racism in order to protect a political crony, Sean Collins. This launched 2 years of litigation, during which Goldberg wasted over $1 million of taxpayer money to pursue her personal animus vendetta against O'Brien. On September 2, 2025, Superior Court Judge Robert Gordon wrote that Goldberg's charges of racism were built on a house of cards and reinstated O'Brien with back pay and benefits. In April 2026, the Massachusetts House of Representatives voted 155-0 to remove oversight of the CCC from Goldberg, after 9 years of dysfunction. In 2024, the State Inspector General recommended that the CCC go into receivership. In 2025, House Speaker Ron Mariano called the CCCR train wreck, and State Auditor Diana Disolio issued a report highlighting both serious financial irregularities and a lack of public safety measures. Enough is enough. It is time for a new state treasurer who is focused on common sense solutions, not using public office and your taxpayer dollars to pursue personal animus and political vendettas. Source 2. The explosive allegations. The most explosive allegations center on licensee greatest hits. In June 2023, a whistleblower told the 5 commissioners that the company had engaged in unlawful cultivation, employed an underage person to help roll cannabis products, and distributed substantial volumes of unregulated, untested cannabis. O'Brien directed Executive Director Sean Collins, who had previously worked for Goldberg and remained personally close to her, and Deputy Treasurer Sarah Kim, to investigate. Collins, the complaint states, never disclosed that Greatest Hits General Counsel was his personal friend, law school classmate, groomsman, and later business associate, or that the licensee's compliance head had once worked under him at the commission. Read more coverage of that Greatest Hits chaos here. O'Brien later learned of alleged interference, investigators reassigned, enforcement delayed while evidence could be removed, and a Teams message in which Collins reportedly thanked staff for helping our friends. Another commissioner flagged Collins's conflict of interest in writing. The lawsuit asserts that exposure of these issues gave Collins a powerful motive to discredit the chair who was demanding action. Instead of addressing the problems, senior commission officials and Treasury leadership allegedly turned the agency's personnel machinery against O'Brien. Workplace complaints were escalated, favorable witnesses ignored, and anonymous accusations relied upon. On July 14, 2023, before the main investigation into O'Brien was even finished, Goldberg telephoned political confidant Edward Farley and shared confidential details of claims that O'Brien had made racially insensitive remarks. Goldberg said O'Brien would be humiliated by the information and might be replaced by a woman of color. In subsequent messages, Goldberg sent Farley a video of a commission meeting, told him to delete the evidence, and indicated O'Brien could no longer serve. Weeks later, Goldberg summoned O'Brien to a meeting focused solely on Collins, declared she had lost confidence in the chair, and pressed her to resign. When O'Brien refused, Goldberg suspended her the next day with a 1-page letter containing no factual grounds. After a removal process in which Goldberg remained the ultimate decision-maker, she ousted O'Brien in September 2024 for alleged gross misconduct. Citing a sum and totality of comments and interactions that a hearing officer and independent investigators had largely undercut, O'Brien continued reporting the agency's problems to the Inspector General, State Auditor, and others while suspended. Those offices later documented a rudderless commission requiring legislative intervention and a receiver. An August 2026 commission audit of product potency further corroborated O'Brien's earlier warnings about testing fraud, finding roughly 20% of sampled products significantly overstated THC levels. The Superior Court, Justice Robert Gordon presiding, issued a decision restoring O'Brien in September 2025, but the court did not decide whether the suspension and removal were retaliatory. Read more about that 2023 lawsuit, wherein this reporter was designated a journalist in Judge Gordon's 51-page ruling reinstating O'Brien, here. 3. The requested remedies. The new complaint alleges a continuous course of retaliation under the Massachusetts Whistleblower Act against the Treasury and Commission. Plus claims that Goldberg personally used threats and coercion in violation of the State Civil Rights Act and invaded O'Brien's privacy by leaking confidential personnel information. O'Brien seeks compensatory damages, treble lost wages and benefits beyond what she has already received, injunctive relief against further interference, and attorney's fees. Goldberg and the other defendants have not yet responded in court. The complaint demands a jury trial. This story originally appeared here. Shannon O'Brien.
All right, so you want to see something wild? Look at the lawyer that filed this complaint. It's none other than, oh yeah, it's hard to see, Timothy Burke. Oh yeah, that's Brian Tully's lawyer. Now, some of you may be saying, Grant, in there, first of all, we're going to listen to the filing. Yes, I have it ready, and I'm going to comment. But in there, Grant, I saw like links to your reporting. Were you covering, like this lawsuit just came out yesterday, were you covering some of this stuff at the time? Oh yes, let's take a listen to just one story I wrote and let's go down the rabbit hole. If only Tully's unit had done their research. Never trust KPTA.
Breaking. Massachusetts operator Greatest Hits now formally confirmed as going into receivership due to $18 million plus in active debt. Grant Smith Ellis. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date, January 22, 25. Time, 11:25 a.m. Eastern Time.
That is, so Tim Burke and William Burke, it's the law offices of Tim Burke. I don't know if William Burke's a separate guy or if his name's William Tim Burke, but it's the same guy.
Time, 11:25 a.m. Eastern Time. It is now confirmed that Massachusetts operator Greatest Hits will now be going under the control of a receiver. Following an astounding financial collapse, and debts running as high as $18 million with less than $400,000 cash on hand. There is no light at the end of the tunnel, read the shocking 30-page court filing on Tuesday related to the company with locations in Taunton, Dudley and Lynn. Read the full motion here, http URL. A section of the emergency motion to appoint a receiver in the case involving Greatest Hits. Furthermore, the state's regulatory body, the CCC, pre-approved a receiver for the company in December of 2024. Interestingly, company co-founder Joe Villatico, who faces outstanding criminal charges related to allegations that Villatico assaulted a pregnant person, was removed from corporate documents for Greatest Hits parent company, DMA Holdings, on January 15, 25. See that document here, http URL. That change in ownership, in turn, came about just 2 days after the CCC issued an unusual bulletin reminding license holders that any potential adverse criminal actions that could result in disqualification from owning a license, such as an open felony charge, be reported within 10 days to the regulatory agency. Read more here, http URL. Previously, I reported that Greatest Hits founder, Joe Villatico, someone close to former Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission Executive Director Sean Collins, according to my previous reporting, was still exercising shadow control over Greatest Hits and its related operations, despite Villatico facing the aforementioned criminal charge. Read that reporting here, http URL. Also, per my sources, I can report that Villatico may now also have a relationship with another company called Ocean Breeze out of Gloucester. In May of 2023, while Collins was still with the CCC, I reported that Greatest Hits was under investigation related to the operation of an unlicensed grow facility, wherein it was alleged products were grown, not tested, and then given out to staff and members of the public under the Greatest Hits brand. Read that article here, http URL. Then, in April of 2024, after Collins left the CCC, I was able to use public Venmo records to confirm that the relationship between Collins and Greatest Hits was far closer than previously understood. Read that long-form story here, http URL. Indeed, Collins then went on to form a cannabis industry consulting firm with a lawyer for Greatest Hits, Nick Adamopoulos.
Now, listen, let me show you where this all started. This is how long, when you are covering government, you have to cover things. This story started on June 20th, 2023. Let's take a listen.
Breaking news. The CCC has confirmed an active inquiry into Massachusetts operator Greatest Hits. Further, sources indicate the CCC is aware of allegations that an owner of Greatest Hits, Rhett Jordan, used company assets to run an unlicensed grow operation in Webster that served as a source for untested samples provided to company staff and the public. Grant Smith Ellis. By Grant Smith Ellis. June 20th, 23. 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Boston, Massachusetts, Greatest Hits Cannabis, a Massachusetts retailer with locations in Dudley and Taunton, is under CCC investigation. It can be revealed for the first time publicly here. That inquiry relates, allegedly sources tell me, to complaints that company funds were used to run an unlicensed cultivation operation. Products from that operation were then given to members of the public and internal company staff, 4 sources close to the agency allege. Those sources also tell me that the CCC is aware of the allegations and that, strangely, CCC Executive Director Sean Collins has some connection to company lawyer Nicholas Adamopoulos. Furthermore, sources tell me, the CCC is aware of allegations that Rhett Jordan, an owner and co-founder of Greatest Hits, used company resources to run that unlicensed cultivation operation out of a rental house located in Webster. The CCC, for its part, said in a statement via a spokesperson tonight that the Commission received a complaint regarding this licensee and there is now a pending inquiry. The agency has no further comment at this time. The Commission also confirmed that Collins does not live next to Adamopoulos and that inspections for Tree Market Taunton D.B.A. Greatest Hits were scheduled and occurred according to the normal course per the Commission's licensing process. A follow-up question to the agency, seeking clarification on the nature of the relationship between Collins and Adamopoulos, was sent and an update will be provided if one is forthcoming. Representatives for Greatest Hits did not return a request for comment directed to the firm's headquarters. Unlicensed cultivation facility and untested products provided to members of the public and company staff spark concerns. Per sources close to the agency, the CCC is actively investigating allegations that Greatest Hits co-founder and owner Red Jordan used company funds to rent a house in Webster that was used to facilitate an unlicensed cultivation operation. It is also alleged that the grow equipment used in the operation and the staff hired to oversee the operation were paid for with company funds, sources familiar with the investigation say. The rental property, located on an idyllic cove shoreline just a few miles from the Massachusetts-Connecticut border, was rented by Greatest Hits for Mr. Jordan while he was visiting Massachusetts. As Mr. Jordan has since moved out of the property, the address can be revealed as 28 Black Point Road in Webster. According to an active social media profile, Jordan is the founder of Native Roots and Garden Variety brands of vertically integrated cannabis companies in Colorado and Canada. This may explain why the company owner was traveling in and out of Massachusetts on a regular basis. CCC investigators, sources tell me, are also looking into allegations that Jordan hired a staff member to work for Greatest Hits as a registered agent in the CCC's system, only to then have that staff attending to the plants in the unlicensed cultivation operation as part of their job duties. The Greatest Hits parent company, for its part, appears to have ties to a Nevada investor named Stephen Conte. Mr. Conte, according to public internet records unearthed by this reporter in February of 2023, played a role in setting up DMA Holdings, LLC, which would go on to become the parent company of Greatest Hits Cannabis. What knowledge, if any, the company's investors had of the unlicensed grow operation is as of yet unclear. It is also unclear whether company investors knew about allegations that untested cannabis flower produced at that facility was being given out to members of the public and internal staff for the purposes of conducting research and generating goodwill. Untested cannabis can pose an extreme risk to consumers due to the potential for mold, bud rot, and other contaminants to infect plants during the cultivation process, in particular in New England. Such public health concerns are also compounded by the safety issues presented by having large quantities of cannabis, up to 200 or 301 gram joints at a time, were stored in an unsecured office drawer, per sources, freely accessibly. Many of the CCC's stringent oversight requirements are designed to ward off just such safety issues, in fact. CCC Executive Director Sean Collins has connection to company lawyer Nicholas Adamopoulos, say sources. Further amplifying concern within the CCC, sources tell me, is the fact that agency executive director Sean Collins has a connection to Greatest Hits attorney Nicholas C. Adamopoulos. If Collins' alleged relationship to the company will have any impact as to the agency's ability to look into the firm, and in particular allegations that untested products were given to staff and members of the public after being grown without a license in a rental house paid for with company funds, is unclear. All parties presumed innocent. This is a breaking story and will be updated.
So
Related posts.
Little did I know, okay, what exactly was going to come up. Now, when I say have done this for a long time, this is why I think the DOJ around this time wanted me to be in this antitrust section.
Breaking.
So take a listen to this.
Off-menu flowers, unregulated gambling and financial transactions with license holders. How the Venmo account of former Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission Executive Director Sean Collins threatens to bring down a precarious house of cards for agency staff. Grant Smith Ellis. Venmo payment records confirm previously undisclosed relationship between...
Wait a minute! Judge Gordon called Goldberg's allegations against O'Brien a precarious house of cards that was thin as gruel.
Breaking. Exclusive. off-menu flowers, unregulated gambling and financial transactions with license holders. How the Venmo account of former Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission Executive Director Sean Collins threatens to bring down a precarious house of cards for agency staff. Grant Smith Ellis. Venmo payment records confirm previously undisclosed relationship between former Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, Executive Director, Sean Collins, and lawyer for a company under agency inquiry, Greatest Hits. Those records also indicate Collins may have engaged in recreational gambling and potential cannabis purchases, reimbursements, through the mobile payment app. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date, the 4th of August 24. Time, 1:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Deeply concerning Venmo records shed light on former CCC Executive Director Sean Collins' long-standing ties to license holder Greatest Hits. With a rising ride of chaos surrounding the Massachusetts adult and medical use cannabis industry in recent months, from the shocking suspension of 2 high-ranking staff members, one alleged to have committed serious misconduct within the state's Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, to the resignation of longtime Executive Director Sean Collins, to reports a delegation memo signed by Collins before his departure was ruled invalid by state officials and subject to further active investigation, to the high-profile political proxy battle between currently suspended CCC Chair Shannon O'Brien and State Treasurer Deb Goldberg and, now, a reported federal investigation into the staff of a once-renowned regulatory juggernaut. One would be forgiven for missing the little details that, in context, begin to bring order out of an otherwise cacophonous crescendos of concern. On that note, in June of 2023, I reported that Dudley, Massachusetts cannabis operator Greatest Hits was under investigation by regulators with the state's Cannabis Control Commission, CCC. That inquiry, I indicated, related to allegations that the firm operated an unlicensed cultivation facility and distributed products therefrom to the general public and members of company staff. Furthermore, in a deeply concerning revelation, I reported that, then, CCC Executive Director Sean Collins had some connection to company lawyer Nicholas Adamopoulos. I was, indeed, correct, as the 2 men now run a consulting company together called the Homegrown Consulting Group, Link Backup. The CCC, for their part, strenuously denied that Collins and Adamopoulos were connected when asked directly. In turn, I filed a public records request specifically asking for records of any contact, text messages, emails or phone calls between Sean Collins and the following phone numbers between June 1, 22 to May 1, 23, Nick Adamopoulos. XXXXXX3313. Editor's note. Grant initially requested all contacts between Mr. Collins and Mr. Adamopoulos, but, at the request of CCC staff, the date range was narrowed, although not to the extent requested by the CCC. Agency staff, in turn, accepted that modified records request query on July 7, 2023 and furnished a response on August 3, 2023, that read as follows: the CCC Legal Department conducted a search based on your parameters. We did not identify records responsive to your request. We appreciate your collaboration throughout this process. However, new, public, Venmo records unearthed by this reporter over the past 24 hours indicate that response was, at best, not forthcoming or accurate. In fact, there were at least 12 interactions between Collins and Adamopoulos on Venmo, a mobile phone payment app, during Collins' time as executive director of the CCC. Those transactions included both an exchange of funds and a written comment, mostly using symbols. More concerning, one of those payments and text communications, from the 12th of November 22, occurred during the window of my public records request, yet was not produced or disclosed by the CCC, notably. This payment communication would have been outside of the narrow window suggested by CCC staff during their colloquy with me regarding the scope of my public records request. But the transaction was within the expanded date range that I pushed for during those discussions. Interestingly, a review and backup of Collins' 2 separate Venmo accounts reveal that Collins used his main account for work-related purposes, such as paying back agency colleagues for dinners and lunches. As such, it is unclear why the CCC's Public Records Department did not disclose the content of communications between Adamopoulos and Collins, which may well go beyond the lengthy record of Venmo transactions for what appears to be golf outings, soccer match meetups and otherwise. Also unclear, While a regulator with the CCC, the agency charged with overseeing the nascent, if not ever expanding, adult and medical use market in the Commonwealth was engaging in active financial transactions with a lawyer for a license holder. 2. Potential drug and gambling-related Venmo transactions raise serious concerns. On the topic of otherwise, and perhaps branching into areas that your friendly neighbor investigative reporter did not expect to unearth. It also appears that Collins was using his Venmo account to engage in recreational gambling and to reimburse others, including his own staff members, such as former CCC Chief Financial and Accounting Officer Adriana Leon, for the purchase of cannabis, referred to, in one exchange, as off-menu flowers, and often, seemingly, referred to with a common green leafy symbol used to represent the plant. In another message, which is so brazen as to be shocking to even this somewhat jaded reporter, Collins joked about bribing Timothy Harvey, the CEO of a cannabis breeding company from Canada called Lighthouse Genomics. While Harvey did clarify, in response to a question from someone on the Venmo app, that Collins was paying Harvey for dinner in Boston, the joke itself raises concerns, nonetheless. Beyond joking about bribery, for what reason an active state regulator, the head of an agency that generates billions of dollars for the Commonwealth, no less, may also have been using a payment app like Venmo to reimburse others for the purchase of cannabis, and a litany of gambling, including evidence of what seems to be recreational poker games. Like almost everything else in this tormented tale, remains unclear. Shrouded somewhere in taciturn halls of the CCC's Worcester HQ where, even with Collins no longer on staff, his presence and alliances are no doubt still felt on a daily basis, lay the answers that so many of us, from government oversight agencies, to license holders and members of the public alike, seek. That, if nothing else, I know for certain. 3. This is chaos, and no one will win in the end. Analysis. The departure of Sean Collins from the CCC in December of 2023, the suspension of CCC Chair Shannon O'Brien by State Treasurer Deb Goldberg, Collins' former employer, and a close member of Goldberg's self-described work, family, just months earlier in September, allegations in court documents that Collins, and 2 other, now suspended or resigned members of CCC staff, had a playbook to take out commissioners, such as O'Brien, and former Chair Steve Hoffman, who himself departed his tenure on the CCC early under what was described at the time as incredibly unclear circumstances, and, now, another serious series of revelations. Fundamentally, in my view, this entire situation reflects an ongoing proxy war for the soul of the Cannabis Control Commission. On one side, a disparate group of commissioners and state officials who believe that the CCC, like an agency of government, should function in the public interest, rather than as a tool for nepotism, individual advancement, or the protection of friends and allies. On the other, a group of CCC staff, some remaining with the agency and some attempting, via overlapping concentric social circles of the most nefarious order, to exert their influence while on the outside, who are intent on punishing their own statutory appointed bosses. If those bosses dare to shake up the status quo in an agency quickly coming to be defined by its scandals far more so than its otherwise laudable accomplishments. My view on all of this, with an April 10th and 11th closed-door employment hearing upcoming for suspended CCC Chair Shannon O'Brien, and with all of this nonsense permeating under the surface of that gratuitous and entirely unnecessary political battle of wills between O'Brien and Treasurer Goldberg, 2 people who were, and could still be, friends and reciprocal mentors to one another, someone needs to take the high road and create a mutually viable off-ramp, which seems to be O'Brien returning to her position, but Goldberg being able to save face by indicating she did not know the extent or nature of Collins' behavior, nor the behavior of some members of CCC staff. There is too much at stake right now as to development of the adult and medical use markets within the Commonwealth, including reports that as much of $1 billion in improperly tested cannabis may have reached consumers in Massachusetts over recent years, and allegations that some industry front groups, hiding in plain sight as equity initiatives, sometimes with the CCC's blessing, are pushing to cap the total number of licenses in the state while, at the same time, lifting the cap on the number of licenses an individual entity can own or control, in order to centralize control of the market for petty political squabbles, to undermine cogent public discourse of issues central to the integrity of this incredibly important regulatory schema. Make no mistake about it, cannabis advocacy, cannabis regulation, cannabis reporting, cannabis consumption and cannabis ownership are fast-tracked towards a calamitous reckoning that can, and will, result in criminal and civil liability beyond, I feel, anything this industry has seen until now. In some sense, this is our fault, and I do mean all of us, by way of our complacency and, in far too many cases, unwillingness to rock the boat in search of a better tomorrow. For every action, be it the takeover of advocacy organizations by MSOs and their front groups, or the selfish positioning of regulatory staff and commissioners at the expense of the public interest, or blind eyes turned towards the conflicts of interest which enable same, there is an equal and unrelenting reaction, be it by way of federal oversight, state investigations, determined, if not alienated, investigative reporters, or, perhaps most importantly of all, the cogency of the wider public's discourse surrounding these very issues. As the Commission has begun to ban members of the press from sending inquiries to their communications team, myself being the primary example, I was unable to obtain a comment from the CCC as to this serious series of allegations. Previously, the CCC denied the allegations covered in my reporting and alleged I was racist for covering the story. Collins viewed, but did not respond to a request to send questions for comment ahead of the publication of this article. If such an opportunity is provided, and Mr. Collins offers such a comment, this story will be updated to reflect as such.
Yep. Now, you might be saying, Grant, what could you possibly have published that led the Cannabis Commission to ban you from press conferences and label you a racist, and also somehow lead to Judge Gordon in the Superior Court reading your reporting and basically like thinking you're the subject matter expert? Okay, I have it for you, okay? I'll show you. Alright? I'm going to show you the article that started it all. Alright? Okay, so, now, a lot of you are going to be like, Grant, wow, like, I didn't know. I know, that's how I did this. Nobody took the time and people underestimated me. Oh, God bless you, Aaron. I think Jesus loves you as well. I can't wait till we get our Jesus song, Aaron. The artist has to re-enable revenue sharing, but alright, so let me show you how this all started, okay? It all started in May of 2023, alright? Then I'm going to take you through December of 2023, then we'll get to Shannon O'Brien's lawsuit, alright? So let's go back actually to August 8th of 2023, okay? But before that, I want to get the actual, like, May 20... I want to get the article that started it all, okay? There was one that, like, actually started it all. It was way, way, way back in the day. It was, like, May 2023. I'll find it. Alright, was it this one? Oh, that was a really good one, too. But I want to find the one... I want to find the first... Like, there was one that actually caused them to, like, really hate me. Where is it? Where is it? Is it this one? Where is it? Hold on, this gets really good. This was actually some really good reporting. Now that I look back at it, I'm pretty proud of this. All right. Let's see. What if I just go back to? What was the original one that, like, really pissed him off? Where is it? Where is it? I know I have it here somewhere. Where is it? Alright. Maybe it was not May. I kind of feel... Oh, maybe May was greatest hits. Alright, so the first one is this one. Alright, this is the one I think that got them... Was it this one? Hold on. This is a really good one, though. Alright, let's just listen to this one. Alright, so I can't find... I think it was a little bit before this that I wrote the one that got me banned from press conferences, but this was probably one of the better ones I ever wrote. This was really good.
New, exclusive. I will burn this agency to the ground. Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission staff, with support from State Treasurer Deborah Goldberg, threatened to destroy the agency if newly created position of Deputy Executive Director was posted for public application. Say sources. Grant Smith Ellis. In a tale worthy of a Hollywood screenplay, a series of overlapping, concentric, socio-political circles have centralized control of one of Massachusetts' most powerful regulatory bodies, according to insiders. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date: the 10th of August 23. Time: 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time. This story was updated on the 10th of September 23 at 5:55 p.m. Eastern Time. On January 12, 2023, a relatively innocuous 7-hour meeting of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, concluded with a discussion as to the creation of a new Deputy Executive Director within the agency, timestamp 6 hours 20 minutes and 30 seconds in the. Now, new details are emerging from within the commission which frame the conversation as the epicenter of an effort by CCC staff, aligned with State Treasurer Deb Goldberg, to maintain their control over the multi-billion-dollar regulatory juggernaut. Over the next several months following that initial discussion, my sources say that 20-minute conversation between CCC Executive Director Sean Collins and the agency's 5 appointed commissioners would become a flashpoint in an all-out internal war now gripping the front pages of newspapers statewide on a weekly basis, albeit with very little clarity for members of the public. In particular, say those sources, current agency Chief Communications Officer Cedric Sinclair issued a threat to colleagues that the agency would burn down if that position of Deputy Executive Director was posted for public application, despite assurances to commissioners by Collins during the January 2023 public meeting that the position would be posted on mass.gov. In September of 2023, I reported that Executive Director Collins faced pushback internally over his attempts to unilaterally hire Sinclair for the role following at least 2 serious allegations of misconduct, of note. The agency denies the allegations and alleged this reporter was racist
there it
covering
is.
the story.
All right, pause. So this was the one that led to them banning me. I got allowed back, but the government banned me from press conferences because of this story. I'm not kidding you. This story resulted in the government banning me from press conferences. It was written about by the
agency denies the allegation.
It was written about by the Committee to Protect Journalists. I'm not kidding you. Wait till you hear this.
Breaking: Sean Collins and his sphere of influence has to go. Internal power struggle grips Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, as sources report staff, commissioners. Torn apart by attempts to handpick successor for current executive director that may undermine a fair hiring process. Grant Smith Ellis. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date: the 9th of December 23. Time: 12:20 p.m. Eastern Time.
September 12th.
In recent months, a palpable tension became commonplace at meetings of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, despite the best efforts of agency staff to portray an ethos of stability and calm to the public. Now, shedding some light on the root cause of those flare-ups, a number of sources in and around the agency are speaking out. An insidious series of forces within the commission, they say, may be attempting to prevent a fair hiring process should CCC Executive Director Sean Collins step down, or away, from his post in or around December of 2023. Raising immediate red flags for agency insiders, multiple sources not authorized to speak on the record told me over the past weeks. Director Collins has been attempting to unilaterally appoint current agency Chief Communications Officer Cedric Sinclair to a newly created position of Assistant Executive Director. This issue, of an Assistant Executive Director position, has been under discussion dating to early 2023. However, when the process for selecting an Assistant Executive Director was brought up in the spring, commissioners began to ask detailed questions about the nature of how that position would be filled, and who would make the hiring decision. According to my sources, Mr. Collins would like to hire Mr. Sinclair for the position, but that has caused concern because Collins could, in turn, take planned family leave from the agency. If Collins were to depart under those circumstances, and Mr. Sinclair were to be in the position of Assistant Executive Director, it would, in effect, create a fait accompli as to who would take over the role of Executive Director on an interim basis. That, say my sources, would then snowball into an effort to appoint Mr. Sinclair to the position on a permanent basis, without a real hiring process for the position being conducted. State Ethics Committee officials, who are charged with investigating misconduct by public officials, were tight-lipped on Tuesday when asked about the status of any potential inquiries into the CCC. due to requirements for confidentiality placed on the State Ethics Commission by statute, I can neither confirm nor deny whether any matter is under review, said an Ethics Commission spokesperson. Interestingly, according to the State House News Service, when Mr. Collins was temporarily out of office in late July and early August of 2023, it was Mr. Sinclair, the Chief Communications Officer, who one of the 4 individuals that took charge of Mr. Collins' day-to-day authority over the CCC. Said a Commission spokesperson, at the time, speaking to the news service, the Executive Director has not resigned and continues to serve in his current role. However, he is temporarily out of the office. And the agency does not discuss personnel matters publicly. Consistent with standard procedures, when the Executive Director is absent, the Chief Operations Officer, Acting Chief People Officer, Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, and Chief Communications Officer are delegated to manage the administrative affairs of the agency. Ostensibly, if an Assistant Executive Director position were to be created, the role would consolidate that delegated authority, in the event of the Executive Director's absence, into a single role. This effort to hand-pick a successor for Mr. Collins, according to 2 sources, can be traced back to 2 specific commissioners who are allied with Mr. Sinclair. Those commissioners, initially vehement proponents of removing Mr. Collins from his position of Executive Director when they were first appointed, have slowly morphed over time into Collins' largest supporters, say my sources. That support, however, is not for Collins himself, but, instead, being used as cover to install Mr. Sinclair into the position of Executive Director at some point over the next year. According to my reporting at the time, Director Collins was taken to the hospital by ambulance in the middle of a July 28, 2023, CCC hearing after commissioners began discussion of Collins' future with the agency. Specifically, Commission Chair Shannon O'Brien announced to the public that the Executive Director had told O'Brien, in May of 2023, of plans to start family leave in September of this year and then depart the agency thereafter in December, but after agreeing to delay his decision for a few months, apparently Collins changed his mind during the last week of July and, instead, told O'Brien that he wanted to begin his leave as soon as August of 2023. That, however, was not the full story according to my sources. They tell me Collins did try to depart the agency in early 2023, having sought employment at a higher power industry consulting firm, but decided to remain at the agency after not being selected for the position, and because of the cushy nature of Collins' $200,000 plus per year salary that, at the time, was almost entirely remote work-based. Over the month of August, little to no agency comment was provided as to Collins' status, other than the statement provided to the State House News Service. It should be noted that, simultaneous to these developments, this reporter was banned from sending media inquiries to CCC press staff. Then, without warning, Collins suddenly reappeared in public in late August at a Worcester area industry conference. News first reported on this feed, and went on to give an interview to the news service indicating his intent to remain at the agency for the time being. I remain the Executive Director as of today, he told the outlet in early September. It's certainly a job that I enjoy quite a bit. It's a very stimulating job, a lot of novel issues, the issues continue to evolve on a pretty regular basis. So something I still get a lot of energy from, said Collins. When the news service asked Collins about Chair O'Brien's announcement at the July 28 meeting about his plans to leave at the end of the calendar 2023 year, he said, "That would be something I'd want to talk about with the Commission as a whole. Again, I think making sure there's a plan in place for that succession is important. It's something that commissioners have raised in public meetings throughout the last year," the Executive Director said. At this point, there is no concrete plan for the end of the year. That sentence about a succession plan will certainly carry more weight in light of this reporting today, indicating that Mr. Collins, and at least 2 commissioners, are attempting to install Mr. Sinclair into the position of Assistant Executive Director without a full vote of the Commission. Such a process would undermine the normal procedure for choosing a new Executive Director, which would usually entail an extensive search and eventual vote of all 5 commissioners. Current agency employees would, of course, be eligible during the application process, but that status, by no means, would guarantee those CCC employees the job. Mr. Sinclair, as things stand, say my sources, does not have the necessary 3-vote majority, out of 5 commissioners, to take on the position of Executive Director because of 2 incidents over recent months, according to at least person with knowledge of those situations. Mr. Sinclair was alleged to have engaged in an aggressive pattern of behavior, including slamming fists on tables and verbal abuse, with a commissioner and with a member of the CCC staff. That member of staff, per my sources, initially raised concerns about Mr. Sinclair within the agency, but, after some kind of backroom intervention, dropped the complaint, thus giving rise to further concern. After speaking with multiple people in the orbit of the agency, I am told that the old guard of the CCC staff are using this transition period in an attempt to retain their control over the agency. However, say those same sources, this attempt is being fiercely resisted by at least one commissioner, who is, in turn, being targeted by their colleagues for attempting to prevent this succession plan from moving forward in a way that undermines a fair hiring process. The nature of the retaliation experienced by the commissioner has been severe, according to someone in another agency of state government who is familiar with the matter but was unwilling to speak on the record, and has made the person fearful for their future. If that retaliation will continue, in light of today's reporting, is unclear. However, with nearly every level of state government currently looking into the CCC, the agency is, without question, under the microscope in a way that could make that retaliation untenable. As the Commission has begun to ban members of the press from sending inquiries to their communications team, myself being the primary example, I was unable to obtain a comment from the CCC as to this serious series of allegations.
Alright, so after I wrote that, literally after I wrote that, look what they released. This caused them to literally get written up by the Committee to Protect Journalists. I'm going to show you the write-up. They got in a lot of trouble for this. They hit me hard, really hard. It was a bad idea. They got serious trouble for this. Hold on.
Tara Smith.
Tara's actually not there anymore.
Contact. Cannabis Control Commission statement on constituent post about backroom intervention at the agency.
Now, do you see why Judge Gordon labeled me a journalist in the decision? Because he was pissed about this, I believe.
Attributable to a commission spokesperson. The Cannabis Control Commission will not corroborate any of the disinformation that constituent Grant Smith Ellis published on September 12th and will correct some of the most egregious claims at this time. 1. Commentary about efforts to consolidate delegated authority of the executive director or hand-pick a successor is patently false. With regards to the deputy executive director position, commissioners discussed it publicly at two separate public meetings. A. On January 12, 2023, when they voted to approve the creation of the role, and B. On July 13, 2023, when they asked the executive director follow-up questions about the status of the position and its hiring process. Consistent with standard procedures when the executive director is absent, the Chief Operating Officer, Chief People Officer, Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Chief Communications Officer, and Acting General Counsel are presently delegated to manage administrative affairs of the agency. 2. With regards to allegations about one staff member's aggressive pattern of behavior, the Commission has conducted an investigation into the complaint and that matter has been closed. The agency is confident in the thorough and fair review that was conducted by outside counsel and an independent investigator, whose findings from a sizable number of witness interviews did not substantiate the allegations that were made. The Commission takes issue with the categorization of typical administrative functions of the agency as backroom intervention. The posting of unsubstantiated rumors, based on anonymous sources, in the orbit of the agency, are further evidence of the lack of journalistic values employed by the author who published them. Any individuals, inside or outside the agency, who contribute to the publication of falsehoods about Commission work as fact, disclose private, personal and personnel information of staff, or engage in racist tropes about any employee will not be tolerated by the agency and will be held appropriately accountable. ###.
Oh, racist tropes, really? Oh, I did not like this. Let me just tell you, I did not like this at all. Ryan told me I was onto something. Let me just show you what happened as a result of this. Let's see, where is it? Let's see. CCC. Oh, Press Freedom Tracker. It was worse. They got banged by the Press Freedom Tracker. They got in serious trouble. You don't want to end up on this list. This is like a list of government agencies that are hostile to journalists.
Massachusetts Cannabis Control.
Take a listen to this.
Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission.
Oh, it's having trouble reading it. Hold on. One more time.
Cannabis Commission restricts reporters' access. Incident details. Date of incident: August 4, 2023. Location: Worcester, Massachusetts. Targets: Grant Smith Ellis, Independent. Denial of access: Government agency or public official involved. 1. State government, agency. Type of denial: press credential or media list. Independent journalist Grant Smith Ellis was barred on August 4, 2023, from attending future press scrums or otherwise engaging in a professional capacity with the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, after the state body decided he was not a member of the press. Smith Ellis told the U.S. Press Freedom Tracker via email that he has reported on the commission for more than 4 years, broadcasting its monthly public meeting and publishing articles about it on his personal website and with outlets such as Dig Boston. But at the beginning of August, the commission emailed to notify him that he would only be permitted to interact with the commission and seek information through the same channels available to the general public. The email, which Smith Ellis provided to the tracker, claimed that Smith Ellis had voiced his personal opinions during legislative hearings, and it questioned his general code of conduct as a purported member of the press. On multiple occasions in recent months, the information you have disseminated as journalism on your social media channels has not been conveyed accurately or fairly, and blended rumor and conjecture with fact, the commission wrote. The information you rush to post is often riddled with inaccuracies and unsubstantiated claims. When asked about the commission's characterization of him as an advocate rather than a journalist, Smith Ellis rejected the idea that reporters must maintain objectivity. Journalists are not dispassionate robots, nor should our government ever be in a position to demand such a thing from those in the Fourth Estate, he said. Journalists are human beings who tell human stories through human mediums. Smith Ellis maintains that the target of the ban was his watchdog reporting and was an attempt to silence critical coverage about internal agency dynamics. Smith Ellis said he had asked the commission to review the decision, as it has no policy dictating press behavior or stipulations for inclusion on press lists. He was told on August 7 that no review would be provided. A subsequent petition to the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, the state's highest appellate court, was denied without a hearing, Smith Ellis added. As things stand, I am no longer permitted to send press inquiries to Cannabis Control Commission, press staff or attend press conferences after each monthly public CCC hearing, Smith Ellis told the tracker. Over the past month, this punitive ban has prevented me from being able to ask the CCC questions on a number of pressing issues in the public interest. When asked via email about the Commission's media policies, a spokesperson said that the Commission's public meetings are open to reporters, in person or online, and that journalists can question commissioners afterwards during a staff-led media availability. The spokesperson did not offer a further statement on why Smith Ellis' access was restricted. Smith Ellis told the tracker he is considering next steps to address what he characterizes as a chilling overreach by a government agency. The government has a right to dislike my reporting. The government has a right to seek corrections, which I have always issued when asked. The government does not have a right to silence critical journalism, without even basic due process, on the basis of its content, Smith Ellis said. The U.S. Press Freedom Tracker catalogs press freedom violations in the United States.
Hello, Francine. So, yes, you can see this thing, this reporting caused absolute chaos within the state, within various sectors of government. Okay, you can see, like, when I write a story, like, they should have known, like, I really, really care about it. If I'm going to write it, I care, okay? Now, there's one more thing I want to show you, okay, which is some of you may have seen that if you hurt vulnerable people, I get mad. When I get mad, I write journalism. That is how I express myself when I'm upset. Sometimes I make music videos. This was one piece that I'm very proud of. We will listen to this, then we will review Shannon O'Brien's complaint, then I'm going to bed.
Breaking news: abuse, retaliation, broken confidentiality agreements and cover-ups. a former Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, staffer goes on the record about currently suspended Chief Communications Officer, CCO, Cedric Sinclair to allege a long-standing pattern of misconduct. Grant Smith Ellis. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date, the 12th of November 23. Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, updated 5 a.m. Eastern Time on the 12th of December 23. Editor's note. All parties mentioned are presumed innocent, not responsible or not liable, as the case may be. The government official quoted in this story was granted anonymity to discuss their experience within the CCC in light of ongoing concerns about retaliation. Cr. I don't understand how someone like Cedric Sinclair can have so many complaints against them, by black and brown women specifically. And yet, leadership continues to promote him and put him in positions of authority, a former high-ranking Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, CCC, staffer told me in an exclusive interview on Monday afternoon. Chief Communications Officer, CCO, Sinclair, as noted on this feed early last week, was reportedly recently suspended by new CCC Interim Executive Director Debbie Hilton Creek amid serious allegations of misconduct. CCC Our Director Justin Schrader was also suspended, per my sources, and then resigned. That development followed just weeks after I reported that Sinclair threatened to burn the CCC to the ground if a newly created position of Deputy Executive Director was posted for public application. Interestingly, the former CCC official I spoke to on Monday said that, when Sinclair was promoted to the position of CCO in recent years, they did not see that position posted for either internal or public application. As if that series of events were not intense enough, news then followed about the shocking allegations revealed in recent weeks by currently suspended CCC Chair Shannon O'Brien in a lawsuit seeking reinstatement to her position. CCC staffers, including Schrader, Sinclair and Collins, says O'Brien worked with at least one CCC commissioner, Nuries Camargo, to take out O'Brien with a pretextual smear in retaliation for O'Brien's attempts to reform the agency internally. Now, more historical information is emerging from within the CCC that casts Sinclair's recent alleged behavior towards members of staff and a commissioner as but a series in a larger pattern of conduct and, seemingly, lends further credence to O'Brien's allegations, including attempts by Sinclair to manipulate the CCC's internal hiring process, Sinclair breaking internal confidentiality during meetings, and conduct by Sinclair that sent staff into panic attacks. A look inside the CCC, a notoriously taciturn agency of state government, is rare indeed. But this interview, the first in a series of coverage over the coming weeks, took things to a new level. I made then Executive Director Sean Collins aware, I made Human Resources aware, I asked to file a formal complaint, I made Commissioner Conception aware. I made Commissioner Camargo aware and I got no support, said the former high-ranking agency official. The abuse, note, this section is told in the style of a narrative and all quotes are direct. It was honestly heartbreaking and disappointing. It was my dream to work in the X department. It was a challenge for me to be pushed out of that position, and to see my processor pushed out of their position, all because of one individual, Cedric, and the leadership who was enabling him. We had a 2-year plan for my department, marketing, communications, what we wanted outreach to look like. Cedric sandbagged us at every turn he could, and that's where the abuse started, the former CCC official told me. Specifically, the official said, Cedric said some things that make me uncomfortable. He said he was uncomfortable with working under specific people and they were all women. I saw a lot of misogyny against myself and gaslighting us, saying we didn't send things in, or not aware it was a priority, that source continued. The breaking point for me was a virtual, one-on-one meeting with Cedric. He stated that I had not sent him any work for the past few months, but I had created months and months of timelines and documented all of my work, for my department. He told me he never received any of that work, that I wasn't organized and I wasn't prepared. He told me he wouldn't meet the deadlines because I hadn't sent him the work, but I had done so. I then had a panic attack in the meeting with Cedric and he shut me down. I told him as much and I told him I would need to speak with other members of leadership. I reached out to our HR at the time, who was Erica White, and our then Ed Sean Collins, because I wanted to talk about this. The next day, I had another meeting with Cedric and I told him the panic attack felt like a hostile environment, wasn't professional and was embarrassing. Then, Cedric told me that his wife was in the room and she was in the meeting and she could hear me having a panic attack. I told him it was entirely not okay for his wife to be in the same room as us when we're having meetings, because the work we do is confidential. I then met with HR and Sean and told them what happened. Both told me they understood and wanted me to succeed. But they didn't do anything. They didn't help me, support me, or back me up. They didn't review the work in question or my documentation as to ensuring the X department would thrive over the next 3 years. Then, I needed to take a month of medical leave because of what was happening at work with Cedric. Constant gaslighting and manipulation and abuse from Cedric was commonplace. Even though the CCC knew my return date, when I tried to come back from medical leave they made it impossible to do so. My accounts, my computer, etc. were not working, and after 4 days of stress I gave up and moved on. When Nuris, Camargo, and Ava, Concepcion, came on as commissioners, I spoke with both of them and I was really hoping they would help me. I know they're both great advocates and organizers, but for me they weren't there. Camargo wanted to teach me how to play the game, but this wasn't a game to me and I didn't want to treat it that way. Concepcion had nothing for me. It was almost like she didn't believe me. She went to Cedric and it felt like she resolved it directly with Cedric and my complaint went nowhere. I did not feel like she was receptive to me at all. 2. The cover-up. The CCC supposedly hired counsel to investigate the complaints against Cedric, but that person, when they interviewed me, kept trying to tell me what I said wasn't what happened. It was the weirdest experience I had ever had. It was like the counsel was hired to defend the agency and not investigate the complaint, the former government official told me on Monday. As to their attempts to hold Sinclair accountable, the questions were like, "Are you sure this is what happened? Because this is what Cedric said, and what you're saying didn't happen." They never followed up after that second interview ever again. In fact, the former staffer tells me they had to reach out to the CCC themselves in order to receive a written response to their formal complaint. That response, when it was eventually furnished, was terse and not forthcoming. The CCC never even provided me with the results of the investigation. Other than at my request they told me that no policies were violated, the official said. Of note, the former official's experience stands in stark contrast to the investigative approach outlined by O'Brien in court documents over recent weeks, an experience O'Brien claims was designed to insulate Sinclair and take out O'Brien. This has been an ongoing issue with Cedric since before 2020. Cedric's abuse hasn't just started, the former agency official told me. There were even instances where Cedric single-handedly prevented people from getting promoted, the official said. Interestingly, in early December I reported that Hilton Creek, the CCC official who finally took action against Sinclair, was almost passed over for the position of Chief People Officer, CPO, in the summer of 2023. That effort to suppress Hilton Creek's application, say my sources, was done in an effort to hand the CPO position to Sinclair's ally Schrader, although that plan was thwarted by Commissioner Bruce Stebbins, according to those same sources. Even more interestingly, at a public meeting on October 16, 2023, Camargo was the only commissioner to attempt to install Sinclair into the position of acting executive director, although Camargo eventually joined her 3 colleagues, Commissioners Stebbins, Kimberly Roy and Acting Chair Concepcion, in voting to select Hilton Creek as the acting executive director. Camargo appeared visibly surprised and taken aback when Hilton Creek was nominated, and quickly unanimously endorsed, by her 3 colleagues for the position of acting executive director. In recent months, pressure on the Commission has increased from all corners of the Commonwealth's government oversight apparatus. In September, state lawmakers called for a legislative oversight hearing into the CCC, citing a litany of concerns ranging from employee safety to O'Brien's suspension and its context, to reported retaliation by the CCC against a journalist, and, earlier in December, I reported that staff of the agency are under investigation by the State Ethics Committee and the State's Inspector General, OIG. The person who gave this interview was granted anonymity to discuss their experiences. Cedric has retaliated against me before. I don't want it to happen again, but I am ready to tell my story to make sure this behavior stops, they said, with a level of conviction reserved for only the bravest among us. As the Commission has begun to ban members of the press from sending inquiries to their communications team, myself being the primary example, I was unable to obtain a comment from the CCC as to this serious series of allegations. Previously, the CCC denied the allegations directed at Sinclair and alleged I was racist for covering the story. One comment. Some of the best grassroots journalism I've seen. Thank you for your work.
Oh, that was such a nice comment all those years ago. All right. So, with everything you just learned as the background, and I know a lot of you are like, but Grant, how do you keep all of this in your head at the same time? How much stuff do you cover? Like, Grant, the reason I'm showing you this is if anyone had done their background research, like connected, with certain people, maybe, just maybe, they would have been like, wow, like, this kid doesn't just report, he's quirky and weird, but, like, the government really listens to him, bro. I mean, like, dude, you piss him off, and all of a sudden it's like 20 agencies, like, railing on you. Like, who does this kid fucking know? Like, that was the point. Like, they didn't do their research. That's what I found about, like, these operations around Karen and Aiden. They were lazy, bro. They would profile people very lazily. So I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know anyone. Who the fuck am I? I'm just some dude. Don't worry about me. I just am goofy, and I have goofy hair. Just chill, bruh. I'm nobody. Anyway, so here's a video as we get ready to look at the Shannon O'Brien complaint that's very apropos. Thank you, Pat Ray. You're wonderful. Good job. 70 billion bonus points for paying attention.
Said that about your lovable...
Hi, Mary. Mary, welcome back. You came back
Wonderful
for an Aaron
I think
dance
I wanna
party.
play
Let's
a
go,
song.
Aaron.
While that tweet is up on the screen, because you know what? I was raised in a beautiful country called the United States of America. I want to dedicate this to, Kate Peter and Tuesday Gazette and Julie Carpenter and Ginny James, and then any other person on Kate Peters' Discord. Oh, Jason Broyles, he's a weird one. And then, not Biff and Boomer. They're gonna flip. Biff and Boomer flipped. Federal indictments are imminent. But everyone else that is Kate Peters' friend. I have a message to you and your Shrek-based odd cult leader. Okay, ready? Let's do it.
For you and you and you, I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through. This that hot girl on my anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that hot girl on my anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that throw up in your Birkin bag, hook up with someone random. This that social awkward suicide, that violation, violation. So she had a river city to the winning station. Like the college club of music, friends are all annoying.
What a great towel karaoke. All right, everybody's amped up and ready to go. Great, because we're going to listen to another court motion. I know, that's what you want to do at 9 p.m. on Friday nights. You all are erudite, involved public citizens, and you want to listen to a fascinating court document that I prepared for us with a special towel voice at 9 p.m. on a Friday. Well, for some of you, it's probably like 6 in the morning. For some of you, it's probably like 6 p.m. Who the hell knows? You know what I'm saying? So we're here. We're doing it. God bless all of you. We like learning. This is Brian Tully's lawyer suing the state treasurer, Deb Goldberg, and also suing the Cannabis Control Commission, and then also suing, who else did they sue? Oh, the treasurer personally. I think I may have mentioned that. And maybe the Commonwealth, too. So let's take a look. Let's take a listen to Brian Tully's lawyer in a completely different capacity than we're used to. And I have a special voice for this. Here we go.
Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m., Superior Court, Suffolk. Docket number ER, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Suffolk SS Superior Court Department. Civil action number Shannon O'Brien, plaintiff versus Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through the Office of the State. Treasurer and Receiver General, Cannabis Control Commission, and Deborah B. Goldberg individually and defendants. Nay, complaint and jury demand. Plaintiff Shannon O'Bricken, Chair O'Bricken or O'Bricken, by and through her attorneys, brings this action against the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through the office of the State Treasurer and Receiver General, the Treasury, the Cannabis Control Commission, the Commission, or CCC, Deborah B. Goldberg, and alleges as follows: nature of the action. 1. This case concerns what happened after Shannon O'Brien did the job she was appointed to do. Following her appointment as chair, Ms. O'Brien confronted entrenched management. Failures at the Cannabis Control Commission insisted that credible allegations of regulatory misconduct be investigated, and opposed conduct she reasonably believed violated Massachusetts law and endangered the public. The retaliatory response was swift: pressure to resign, misuse of confidential personnel processes, suspension, and ultimately removal from an office. 2. Defendant Deborah Goldberg recruited Ms. O'Brien to CAD an agency already struggling with management failures, regulatory delay, blurred lines of authority, internal retaliation, and threats to the integrity of the Commonwealth's regulated cannabis market, Goldberg's own. Words captured the assignment. She asked, in substance, who better than Shannon O'Brien to fix the problems at the Cannabis Control Commission? 3. O'Bricken took that mandate scriously. She demanded accurate information, competent management, even-handed enforcement, and meaningful investigation of serious allegations, including that a favored licensee was cultivating and distributing unregulated cannabis using an date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk. Docket number: underage person to help manufacture cannabis products and receiving preferential treatment from Commission personnel. 4. Those efforts threatened senior Commission officials whose performance, conduct, and relationships O'Brien had begun to scrutinize. Rather than address the problems she identified, they used the Commission's personnel machinery to discredit the chair and drive her from office. 5. Defendant Goldberg did not remain neutral. Before the principal workplace investigation was complete, she disclosed confidential accusations against O'Brien to a longtime political associate, predicted that O'Brien would be humiliated, and discussed replacing her with a commissioner who was a woman of color. Only weeks later, Goldberg pressured O'Brien to resign CVN, though the confidential investigation was unfinished and had not been discussed. With O'Brickner's 6, Ms. O'Brien refused to surrender her office or abandon the work she had undertaken. Goldberg suspended her on September 14, 2023, and wrongfully removed Ms. O'Brien from her position as chair on September 9, 2024. 7. On September 2, 2025, after reviewing an administrative record of nearly 3,000 pages, the Superior Court vacated the removal decision made by Defendant Goldberg as unsupported by substantial evidence and affected by material crures of law. The court ordered O'Bricken immediately reinstated with back pay and benefits, referring to the allegations against Ms. O'Brien as a house of cards and thin gruel. Parties. 8. Plaintiff Shannon O'Brien is a resident of Massachusetts. She is a former Massachusetts state treasurer and was appointed chair of the Cannabis Control Commission for a 5-year statutory term beginning September 1, 2022. 9. Defendant Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through the office of the State Treasurer and Receiver General, is a public employer within the meaning of GL Chapter 149, Section 185. O'Brien performed compensated public service as chair. The Treasury exercised actual or asserted authority over her appointment, suspension, compensation, benefits, working status, and removal, including the authority it ultimately exercised to suspend her from the performance of her duties and remove her from compensated service. 10. Defendant Cannabis Control Commission is an independent public commission created by statute and a public employer within the meaning of GL Chapter 149, Section 185. The Commission controlled O'Brien's workplace, agency access and resources, personnel relationships, and the day-to-day conditions and practical means by which she performed her compensated statutory duties. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk. Docket number 11. Defendant Deborah B. Goldberg was at all relevant times the treasurer and receiver. General of the Commonwealth, Goldberg is sui cede in her individual capacity on counts 2 and 3. Jurisdiction and venue. 12. This court has jurisdiction under GL Chapter 149, Section 185D, GL Chapter 12, Sections 11H and LIT, G_L, Chapter 214, Section 1B, and GL Chapter 212, Section 4. 13. Venue is proper in Suffolk County because the Treasury is located in Suffolk County. Goldberg performed material acts alleged in this complaint in Suffolk County, and a substantial part of the events and injuries giving rise to these claims occurred in Suffolk County. 14. O'Brien claims a jury trial on all issues triable to a jury. Factual allegations. A. O'Brien was appointed to lead and reform an independent commission. 15. The commission regulates the Commonwealth's adult use and medical cannabis industrix. Its responsibilities include licensing, enforcement, product testing, seed to sale, tracking and protection of consumers from contaminated, unregulated, or fraudulently labeled cannabis products. 16. The commission was established as an independent entity. During O'Brien's tenure, GL Circa 10, Section 76, charged the chair with exercising supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission, and authorized the chair's removal only for specifically enumerated grounds, following notice and an opportunity to be heard. 17. Goldberg knew the commission was deeply troubled when she recruited O'Brien. In August 2022, Goldberg told Edward J. Farley, a longtime political associate and SCNer Lotcry, official, in substance, who better than Shannon O'Brien to fix the problems at the Cannabis Control Commission. Upon her appointment as chair, defendant Goldberg stated the following. Regarding Ms. O'Brien, Lamb confident that her financial background, experience in corporate governance, executive, management, and business development, combined with outstanding leadership skills and an acute knowledge of the legislative process, will help the Massachusetts cannabis industry be fairly regulated, equitable, and successful. 18. O'Brien accepted the appointment and began her 5-year term on September 1, 2022. She reasonably understood her mandate to include demanding competent management, lawful, and even-handed regulation, transparency, and protection of public health and safety. 19. Sean Collins was the Commission's executive director. Before joining the Commission, he had worked for Goldberg and played a central role in establishing the new. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. at Superior Court, Suffolk. Docket number the agency. He remained personally close to Goldberg and to Deputy Treasurer and General Counsel Sarah Kim. Goldberg was invited to his December 2021 wedding. B. O'Brien identified regulatory, management, and public safety failures. 20. Soon after taking office, O'Brien encountered resistance from senior commission personnel, including Sean Collins and then Chief Communications Officer Cedric Sinclair, when she sought accurate information, appropriate public communications, and accountability. 21. Ms. O'Brien also learned that material information concerning the death of a cannabis industry worker had not timely been provided to commissioners, impairing their ability to address a serious health and safety issue. 22. O'Brien raised concerns about delays in license processing, failures in the commissions, social quity mission, inconsistent and disparate CN enforcement among licensees, data security, breaches, failures to implement statutory reforms, the absence of or inadequacy of product, testing oversight, and concealment of information necessary for commissioners to perform their duties. 23. O'Brien also learned of practices suggesting that internal personnel processes and strategic disclosures to the press were used to harm officials or employees whom senior managers perceived as adversaries. 24. Collins told O'Brien that he tracked Commissioner Kimberly Roy's travel, reimbursements, and contemplated disclosing them to the press to embarrass Ms. Roy. 25. O'Brien also had reason to believe confidential HR information.
Wait, what? Wait, what? He was tracking Commissioner Roy's travel reimbursements and was going to disclose them to the press to embarrass her, allegedly? How dare he? How dare he,
Concerning
sir?
former chair, Stephen Hoffman had been disclosed as Roy. 25. O'Brien also had reason to believe confidential HR information concerning former chair. Stephen Hoffman had been disclosed outside appropriate channels before his resignation. 26. These events informed O'Brien's reasonable belief that confidential complaints and investigations could be manipulated or leaked to remove officials who challenged senior commission personnel. 27. The dysfunction that O'Brien encountered was not a post hoc justification for her conduct. Commissioner Kimberly Roy later testified that commission staff viewed Sinclair, rather than Collins, as running the agency, that Collins deserved the lowest possible rating for management, and that senior management had described a toxic culture in which human resources complaints were weaponized against officials who were trying to improve the commission, including Ms. O'Brien. 28. Defendant Goldberg later appointed a neutral hearing officer, Attorney Thomas Maffei, to preside over the removal proceedings she convened following O'Brien's suspension and to make written findings on the disputed factual issues. Defendant Goldberg determined, however, that she would act as the ultimate decision-maker. The hearing officer likewise found that the commission needed direction and leadership. That concerns about Collins's management. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m., Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number, predated Ms. O'Brien's arrival, and that other commissioners shared concerns about his management, communication, delegation, and failure to hold staff accountable. C. O'Brien reported Collins's management failures and conflicts. 29. By early 2023, Collins had advised O'Brien and others that he was pursuing other employment and intended to leave the commission. At the same time, the commission faced vacancies in senior legal and human resources roles, regulatory deadlines, and serious operational failures. By April 2023, Collins was serving as both the executive director and was the acting general counsel who should have been coordinating HR investigations with the Commission's outside labor counsel, Jackie Kugel. 30. By late April or early May 2023, O'Brien reported directly to Goldberg, Kim, and Treasury Chief of Staff Chandra Bork that Collins was neglecting critical responsibilities, pursuing other employment, and allowing serious commission matters to go unaddressed. 31. O'Brien explained that if Collins would not perform the job or left as he had repeatedly said he intended to do, the commission would need a leadership transition to meet its legal and regulatory obligations. 32. Kim reacted angrily and told O'Brien, in substance, that she could not remove Collins because he was about to have a baby. The response focused on concerns regarding protecting Collins, not on the operational and regulatory failures Ms. O'Brien had reported. 33. During the later removal proceedings of Ms. O'Brien, neither Goldberg nor Kim offered testimony contradicting O'Brien's account of this particular meeting. Both chose not to testify. The hearing officer therefore ruled that O'Brien's account of her discussions with them concerning Collins was to be credited as true. 34. The hearing officer further found that Collins was friendly with both defendant Goldberg and Kim, that he played a leading role in the events culminating in Ms. O'Brien's suspension, and that their relationships permitted an inference that they were favorably inclined toward Collins, and unhappy that O'Brien might require him to leave in an attempt to advance the interests of the commission. 35. O'Brien continued to report to the Treasury that the Commission's management failures, senior vacancies, concealment of material information, and lack of regulatory follow-through threatened the lawful operations and public health and safety. D. The greatest hits allegations. 36. In June 2023, whistleblower Matt Duncombe provided the 5 commissioners with information alleging serious misconduct involving Greatest Hits, a commission licensee. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number 37. The allegations included that Greatest Hits conducted unlawful cultivation, used an underage person to help roll cannabis products, and distributed substantial quantities of unregulated and untested cannabis to the public. 38. Ms. O'Brien promptly directed the allegations to Collins for investigation and enforcement. She reasonably believed the allegations, if substantiated, implicated Massachusetts. Cannabis laws and regulations and posed serious risks to consumers and the integrity of the regulated market. 39. Mr. Collins did not disclose to Ms. O'Brien in writing or otherwise that Greatest Hits. General Counsel, Attorney Nicholas Adamopoulos, was his personal friend, law school classmate, groomsman, and later business associate. Nor did Collins disclose that the head of Greatest Hits Compliance was an individual named Ed Guardiola, who had previously worked at the Commission under Collins's direction. 40. O'Brien later received information that Collins had intervened in or obstructed the investigation of Greatest Hits, that assigned investigators had been replaced, and that meaningful enforcement action was delayed while evidence could be removed. 41. O'Brien also learned of a commission team's communication.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. Does U.S. Attorney Foley know about this? Dude. Oh my. Listen, I'm blind reading this. I summarized it earlier because I had to go through the actions at the end of the complaint and just explain, and then I went backwards. I missed that part on my first read through. Mind you, I read the document backwards. I always read the causes of action first because I want to see if they're well sustained by the facts. Oh my. She is accusing him. So he's a public official. He's a executive director. By the way, Shannon O'Brien is not just some person. She was the first female ever elected to statewide office in Massachusetts as the treasurer. She blew the whistle on the big dig, reformed the lottery, and then single-handedly basically wrote the whistleblower law. She's like a force. Like, she's the person, I don't know how to explain Shannon O'Brien. I've watched a lot of commission meetings, and a lot of this stuff did come up at meetings because they had to have this debate during the lawsuit about how much of the record related to this stuff could come out, and Judge Gordon released it all. Okay? That's how some of this came out through the lawsuit initially to reinstate O'Brien. But let me just tell you right now, some of this stuff is new. It's kind of like reading the Sean Good IA report, and you notice stuff that was in the civil lawsuit when O'Brien was reinstated but wasn't out there, and I am a subject matter expert on this. Let me just tell you, this allegation right here, if U.S. Attorney Leah Foley sees this, Sean Collins is basically a Democrat, okay? Like a blue-blooded Democrat. He is friends with Deb Goldberg. Deb Goldberg and Sean Collins know Rachel Rollins, okay? And I think Rachel Rollins leaked information not just about Kevin Hayden. I think she leaked about Shannon O'Brien, too. I think she leaked to the Globe a fake federal investigation to try to smear O'Brien to help Goldberg and Sean Collins, which means another Democrat down. And we may have Goldberg here on serious obstruction. I'm serious. I've analyzed this extensively. I think she has a lot of problems here. Why? Because, well, if you look into the money, and it's always the fucking money. If you look into, listen, what do you want me to do? Okay, I already told the feds. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it is what it is. I'm on to other things. Leave it be. But the money behind this company is weird. It's weird as all hell, okay? And it goes to places that I don't like, okay? It's not my business. I don't care what you do with your money. I care what you do in the workplace, okay? That's my concern. I guess I am a kind of a corporate forensic analyst. I'm more of like a crimes guy. Okay, like I'm more like a human crimes guy. Like, don't make people scared. Don't threaten them. Don't go to their house. Don't hurt women. Don't hurt kids. Like, simple stuff if you think about it. And then I don't give a shit, frankly, what you're doing with your money. I don't care. It's your money. As long as you're not like buying prostitutes or selling fent or other crazy shit, I don't care. It's not my prerogative. Okay? It really isn't. Like, comply with the law, disclose your interest in the company, and if you can't, find a fucking front man. Okay? That's not my business. My business is when you impact humans with your bullshit mentality. I don't like that. This is a regulated market. You must understand. Some people, a lot of people passed that law. Shalene Title, Will Lugier, Chanel Lindsay, and yes, Mike Crawford was there, and Michael Malta, KOP was there. Oh, I wasn't even there back then. Not back then. I came around, I was a medical patient before there was dispensaries. Don't get me wrong. I went to ATG the day it opened. Part of the reason I got involved in this is because my caregiver was pressured because the dispensaries opened. But my point is, that was a long time ago, okay? But passing a law, writing a law and passing a law is very different than implementing a law. I implement laws. That's what I do. Implementing a law means you have to know the whole regulatory codification, and you have to know the people who write the laws, okay, the commissioners, and you have to know, like, the enabling statute, and you have to know the legislatures, and you have to know the constitutional appointing officers, the governor, the treasurer, the AG, okay? And you have to know the people who audit them, the OIG, the auditor. You have to know everybody, okay? That's the only way you can effectively actually implement a law. A law is not a concept. A law is a working institution of checks and balances that is defined by words, but effectuated through action. So there can always be a disconnect. Well, first of all, you have to write the fucking thing right. Do you know how fucking hard I worked on the medical home grow cap so that medical patients could home grow more than adult use limits? Dude. Oh my God. I can't even tell you the amount of work that went into getting that cap extended, because it's very political. You, like, what do you think petitioning the government means? You gotta literally, like, at the highest levels, get in the room and talk to the people who are thinking about the policy. Who's on the fucking draft committee for what fucking subject area? Who's making the call? And then what, like, you gotta whip votes, bro. You need 3 votes back then. Now you only need 2. Okay, so if you want to actually write law, but that's why no one really does it benevolently. You have to learn all this shit, and then that's why I have a lot of pull in government, because I don't do it for money, and I don't do it for nefarious purposes. If I'm doing it, it's because I care, and I think I want the policy to be right. That's why a lot of parts of government, trust me, and this is the lesson these pricks would have learned if they just did their background research. It's not, yes, I am good, okay, at what I do. I admit that. I'm not going to sit here and and tell you I don't think I'm good at what I do. But there's a lot of journalists out there, okay? It's different when the government looks at you with this sort of deference. Okay, because that's not just about your reporting. Like, who the fuck do you think they're going to go to when they're like, all right, listen, Grant, I talked to everybody about this, and I got to make the call on this policy. I got to make the call, but you're the last person I'm going to call. So what do you think? And I'll be like, well, I think this. This is the olden days, by the way. This is the first commission. Because we were doing a lot of drafting of the literal language of the regulations. There's hundreds of pages for the adult. Well, oh, bro. So first, what we were doing is, initially, when the CCC started up, there were 3 regulations: adult use, medical use, and co-located. Okay, so it was fucking horrifying. There was so much red line, dude. It took 7 days one time straight, 8.5 hours a day, to draft one set of fucking changes. It was the worst, dude. I've pushed myself. That was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. We literally, and I mean we. I'm saying we because I was involved in that. Okay, that was a Herculean fucking effort to write that set of regulations, and I only worked on certain parts of it, like I created the delivery operator license fucking personally. I invented that license type. And then I organized people to support it. I did the work with the help of a lot of people. I did the economic studies to analyze the differentiation between an Uber Eats style courier model and a standalone delivery operator license type. That section of the regulations exists because of me. Now, other people helped, okay? But that was my policy. I wanted it. I lobbied for it. I did it right. I did the studies, and then I got it passed. And then, when fucking whoever the fuck, the CDA tried to sue, bro, their lawsuit lasted 7 days. They tried to sue over that license type, and I was like, oh, really, Foley Hog? Oh, really? And then within like a day, it was in fucking the LA Times, and then they withdrew the lawsuit. Because you don't get to have an artificial market position enforced after you lose at the democratic level during the policy drafting process. You lost, bro. You don't fall back to a lawsuit. It's a democracy. You lost. So anyway, that's kind of what, and that was just on one narrow aspect of like an 163-page document. But all sorts of policy decisions, like why should medical home grow be more permissive than adult use home grow? Is it innate? Like, can we look at the statute? Do you want to know why medical home grow is the way it is right now? You can have a higher number of plants than adult use because Commissioner Flanagan was sympathetic to medical patients. It might have eventually gone up, but the reason it went up when it did was because of Commissioner Flanagan. I always liked Commissioner Flanagan. I thought she was cool. She was a little old school. But like, changing of the guard and whatnot. But I liked her. I think she's cool. Commissioner McBride was a boss. I feel like out of all the people involved in this, Commissioner McBride was probably the one who realized that it was going to be chaos first. But she was very smart. Who else was there? I didn't know Kate Doyle that well, but she was always very smart. Like on the ball. A little bit conservative, but not in a good way. I like Commissioner Title, and then Chair Hoffman was cool too. But the point is, like back in the day, the work we were doing was so labor intensive, and you just had to know everything about it. So the problem was, once the old commissioners left and the new commissioners, the new round came in, there was like this weird inverted hierarchy, kind of like Tully's unit at the state police, where like the staff were managing up. Like the state police were managing the Norfolk DA's office basically, and at the CCC, the staff were managing the commissioners. And so like my job, I suppose, nobody like appointed me to do this, but eventually like all the different parts of the government were just like, well, Grant should just be the point person to kind of figure out what's wrong. So, I was able to put together like what had happened, and like I don't know how to explain it. It was problematic because it was impacting the culture of the licensees. Like they were treating their staff poorly because the commission staff were being very like friendly with them. And what started to happen was like it started to become, it was very misogynistic, which I didn't like. Like just be equitable, like just be fair. Like you don't have to treat women like the trash. Like bro, you do that, especially if it's because you fucking pay her because she works for you, dude. That's a power imbalance, and I'm gonna come right in and I'm gonna get you. I'll give that staff member like a lot of power, and you're gonna hear about it. So that's how I trained for my discipline. Okay, kind of looking at the impact of like I didn't see it as a CCC problem at first. I saw it as this whack-a-mole problem with these fucking corporate execs who kept treating low-level staff members like trash. And I was like, where the fuck is this coming from? Like, what industry do I see where this is a problem? Like, constant. And it was, like, very bad. I'm talking very serious misconduct. The most serious you can imagine. And I'm thinking to my, like, short of murder. Although a death, of course, Lorna McMurray's death did happen, and which was tragic. There's a civil lawsuit about that. And I'm thinking to myself, like, this is where it started, back in, like, I'd say, like, 2019, 2020, right as the licenses were getting off the ground, 2021, 2022. I started getting these reports, and it was not just one company. It was, like, all over the place. Like, just small mom and pop, big corporate operators. Like, just this insidious, pugnacious, pernicious culture of, like, taking advantage of the power dynamic and telling people, like, you can't do shit about it. And I was like, that's odd. Like, what? Where are these, like, because the CEOs, they're just a bunch of fucking, like, I don't know. They do a lot of blow. They're weird. They're just fucking, dude, they're not with it. Like, they think about, like, numbers a lot, but they're not with it. They need to outsource. It's like traditional rich people shit. They outsource all their work. So they're fucking airheads. So you can't, when they get in a situation where they're confronted with, like, a power imbalance, their default is to just be like to just step on the person, basically. Well, that doesn't work. That's what dude, you don't do that. That's why we regulated this. Like, you want to do that stuff, do it in an unregulated market, and then all the risks that come with it can be attached. But you want to have a store, you want to have a license, you're going to act right, and you're not going to bring that street stuff into the workplace. That's really where it started. And a lot of the like trappers, or whatever you want to call it, plugs, were like, what the fuck, Grant? Like, what are you doing? And I was like, well, have you considered the fact that, like, you know, you're not going to get arrested? Like, the whole point of this regulated market is that you're not going to get arrested. So you need to act like it. You need to act right. And this is being watched closely. And I'm mad about how you're acting. So eventually I put it together, which is, it wasn't the companies or the execs, it was the staff of the commission setting the tone, and these execs being like, what's anyone going to do about it? That's what Shannon O'Brien came into. What I think Shannon O'Brien found was, it was a situation where it's almost like District Attorney Folk from the story we read, Tweed Days in St. Louis. Like, Shannon O'Brien was sent there by Goldberg to clean up the CCC, but Shannon O'Brien was too good and cleaned it up to the point where it touched Goldberg's allies, and then O'Brien became the enemy. Everybody on the same page? And it worked to take O'Brien out because two of the people who were passed over for the chair when O'Brien came in were commissioners at the CCC who had the political connections to the staff to take O'Brien out. See what I mean? And so this thing is going to be a big lawsuit, because what you're seeing in this is, like, it's not the same by any means. It's not even in the realm of the Norfolk County cover-up, but it's a very serious administrative sort of law issue that has to do with the integrity of the public agency that handles billions of dollars. Now, for our purposes, we're analyzing this because it's very interesting to look at sort of what the DOJ is going to think about this. Because I don't know if you know this, folks, a lot of DOJ prosecutions originate from civil lawsuits. Diddy's a good example, the Cassie lawsuit, and there's others. So if I'm the DOJ, and obviously I did not become a federal prosecutor, but I was recruited, and I guess this is somewhat in the area of what I would have done, but I was not going to do criminal law. I would have, I suppose. But if I'm the DOJ and I'm reading this, what I'm really looking for is there, and it's in the Globe now, so this is going to hit the U.S. Attorney's desk Monday when she gets in. I just saw the Globe article. Probably missed today's briefing, though. The first thing I'm asking is this like a personal feud that went too far? Or is this is there a crime? What's the federal crime? That's the first thing I would ask about this. Like, tell me what the federal crime is. Are you alleging that they embezzled money? Are you alleging they violated rights? Are you alleging there was corruption? Was there kickbacks? And if I saw that, I would move on this. Because who's Deb Goldberg? I mean, maybe Elizabeth Dion will be able to win. It's not impossible for a Republican to carry one of the 3 constitutional offices. And this is the kind of lawsuit that can sway an election. Because, listen, if it gets into the consciousness of the public through either like a federal probe or just a lot of attention on the lawsuit, people are going to vote based on this. They're not going to like this. It makes Goldberg not just look irresponsible, but it makes her look petty. It makes her look retaliatory. It makes her look like she's more out for the interests of her machine than the sort of policy. It's very selfish politicking. Is it? Well, Judge Gordon certainly seemed to think that it was thin as gruel, House of Cards, etc. Right? So, this lawsuit is not just someone alleging these things. There's a serious record from a judge already of the Superior Court, this Superior Court, in fact, finding that the discharge of O'Brien by Goldberg was invalid. So this could become very serious. It could, at minimum, it could impact the election for state treasurer. At maximum, it could lead to federal prosecutions, just based on that one paragraph, because that's a federal crime. If the factual record confirms that allegation, then that's a crime. You can't, as a government official, obstruct investigation in your formal capacity. You can't. That's actual obstruction. I mean, that's prima facie obstruction. We have motive, we have opportunity, and we have basically the record. Now, it needs to be fleshed out. I don't know what an investigation would reveal, but now we're talking Tweed Days in St. Louis stuff, like Lincoln Steffens was writing. Now we're talking, like, you got a grand jury in there to actually ask questions about some of this stuff. You might have some legs there. That might start running, and it might run all the way to Goldberg, and she's a Democrat. So I'm not saying you don't make charging decisions on a partisan basis, but who's Deb Goldberg? Especially if she wins the election. Because if you had a special election, if she had to resign or something, that would almost guarantee a Republican would take it. So, I don't know. Now, listen, it's political, right? So, I wish I could tell you that prosecutorial decisions are not political. That would be foolish and naive. The whole nature of prosecutorial discretion is political. What is politics? Like the circumstances attendant to a given case or a given situation. That's all politics really is. Like social connections and policy and ideology. So prosecutorial discretion is by nature political. So I don't know why we play this silly game where it's like, well, let's just pretend it's not political. Everything's political. Every charging decision is political. We just play this odd game. Prosecutors play a very odd game. And the justice system plays a very odd game, pretending that prosecutorial decisions are always like just completely just neutral. If that were true, every case would be charged. We don't have the resources to do that. That very question of allocation of resources is political. Oh, hello. A lie unchecked becomes the truth. Good to see you. Hello, Rocco's. Hello, Pat Ray. And hello, Kathy and Mimi. So wonderful. We're going to continue with this. But yeah, that's a big allegation. I mean, listen, I don't know where the feds have a lot going on, but Massachusetts is not a bad state to make an example, not of Democrats, but of like one party Democrat control. It really is out of control. What they did to this state was disgusting. I loved this state. It was really nice until like 2007. And that but then everything went to like hell. It was miserable. It sucks. I don't know how to, it's changing for the better now, I guess. But it was just really ugly. It was it felt shitty to be here. You know, you go to a place and there's like, not even a new place, but just certain places have a vibe. And you're like, oh, this is nice, or this is light, or oh, that's kind of heavy, or there's a lot of trees, or whatever. It has a feel, like an active condition of soul. Well, the active condition of soul from like 2007 or 8 until now in Massachusetts was really ugly. It was really ugly. A lot of blackmail, a lot of like, you're going to do what I want or I'm going to ruin you. Just very ugly politics. And no one really gave a shit about the causes they were proclaiming to talk about. They just wanted power based on what they thought people would vote for. They would just say shit. And then when they would actually make decisions, they're like, oh, those fucking morons. I can't believe they voted for me. I'm serious. That's why I have a problem with the Democratic leadership, especially in this state. Because most of them. Because they're sanctimonious, selfish bastards. And they really demonstrate what the Democratic Party is to its core. A lot of people are Democrats, and that's not a bad thing, the rank and file. A lot of them are smart, reasonable, etc. It's the party leadership that has really caused the problem in this state. And maybe you would say, okay, it would have been the same in a Republican state. Show me a Republican state that has the problems that Massachusetts has. Seriously. We have an international reputation for having cops that drive drunk, kill people, and then get it covered up by their colleagues. Cops that cover up child sex trafficking rings, state cops and local cops, the cops that go to brothels, cops that take bribes for commercial driver's licenses, except we have hands down the worst reputation in the entire world for law enforcement. I'm pretty sure we could poll people in Sri Lanka, and at least 5 of them, if we polled 100 people, would be like, oh God, the Massachusetts State Police, oh God, yeah, they're terrible. Listen, there's something in the water in Massachusetts. There's just something wrong there. I'm serious. Who else has that? Think about it. You might hear one-off examples of police departments doing some egregious shit. But what state? Really, and you know what it was? It was because the Dems were here. These Dems in power, they like some freaky shit. Okay? They're weird hedonists who have sex parties, bro. Do you understand what these people do? They like orgies. It's really odd. It's very odd. I think it's a holdover of the free love era, or more like occult hedonism. They're very into just lots of sex, and it's odd, group sex. It's very odd. And you know what that leads to? Well, if everybody's doing that shit, you're all just basically in a blackmail club. And yeah, it works really well to keep people in line, but dude, it siphons the democratic heart of the place, and it makes it feel evil as fuck. And that's exactly what this state felt like over the past, 15 years. It just felt like there was just something evil here. Very ugly. It didn't feel like anybody could be proud of being from here. It was more like do hard drugs and just try to survive. That's what it felt like for a long time. And everybody kept blaming the economy, and I was like, motherfuckers, there's countries where the dollar exchanges at 500 to the local currency to 1 to the dollar. And they don't have these problems, nor are they sad. So I'm starting to think this is actually a Massachusetts problem. Which is so weird, but it also makes a lot of sense because we're the hub of a lot of research institutions, financial firms, old white Anglo-Saxon Protestant money, you know. And dude, those people are weird as all hell. They really are. It's old money, pre-Vanderbilt money. The reason Gloria Vanderbilt made her list of 400 because she couldn't get on that old money. She was too new money for that old money. That's old school. And you know what's weird? They're all British aristocrats. A lot of them. They're the people. You know what I really think it is? I think what it is a holdover of the people who lived on Tory Row. It's basically this aristocratic class. It's unique to Massachusetts. They've been here for like 400 years, and they're like, they can't be aristocrats, you know, because we don't really like that in America. So they kind of like just have a secret like parallel world where they are aristocrats and we're fucking plebs. And that's what I think this was. Now they're like, you can see how they're such fucking cowards that when they fall, they don't have the humility to just go away. They have to like fucking, like, what is it, crash out, as the kids would say. They gotta fucking crash out because they don't. It's just so, they're so like rooted in control and narrative control that when they lose it, they like, and they can't get it back. Like when they can't control like the papers, the streams, the discussion online, they just lash out and then go away. And that to me is like, just don't be involved in politics. Just leave politics because you're hurting America. You know, like that's not legitimate. When you're like threatening veterans with violence and stuff like that because you don't want to talk about like what Brian Tully and John Fanning's unit did to cover up Sandra Birchmore's murder, or Judge Gilday working for Amelia's, or what's going on at Amelia's. You know, you tip me and probably the DOJ off that like you're the last of the Mohicans. Alright? So, I don't know why this is happening right now. I know I'm getting a little bit far afield from the Shannon O'Brien case, but based on the constellation of factors and what I've seen over the past like week or two, I want to talk a little bit about that. And I just think it's very similar to this Democratic machine. Watching what Michael Morrissey did, because ultimately the buck stops with him. Watching what Michael Morrissey did with some, it's got to be like the lowest level fucking informants you can fucking get. He should apologize to all of us. Seriously. He should apologize. He should stand up and say, you know what? It was wrong for me to let people go on the internet and cause drama because I didn't want them to learn about the child sex trafficking and brothels that I enabled in Norfolk County. Because that's what a man would do. He would stand up there and say it and go to federal prison like a man. Instead, people out there fucking threatening vets with violence. This crazy shit. Alright, because they all know it's over. Dude, watch. You want to hear a prediction before we go back to this lawsuit? A lot of people in the government are probably like, Grant, we know it all combines together. We know. You hate the devil-worshipping Democrats who run the state of Massachusetts. We know. Well, I know, but let me continue to rant about this. You want my prediction? Some of you are going to like this. After September 1st, when Adam Deitch wins that primary, there will be a bunch of people who simply stop showing up online because their job was simply to cause problems in the lead up to the election, and they failed. How great is that? Morrissey's PR campaign was that stupid bullshit. He couldn't go at Deitch directly because he doesn't have the stones. So we went at him through a distraction campaign that's now crashed and burned. And somebody, probably with the Gilday thing, realized that, I would guess a few people, somehow connected to the Kirk Minahan show, which I don't really understand why. I think Kirk's cool. I always thought Dave was cool too, so I don't really understand like what's going on there. I think it might have to do with Kate Peter. I don't really care, okay? Like what's going on. But like these guys must have realized, and some girls, like yesterday night into today, that the spot was blown. And it's the Judge Gilday Amelia's thing. They really must have realized it. Like this shit runs really deep. It makes the Cannabis Control Commission stuff look like regular run-of-the-mill corruption. And that was some pretty bad shit. But yeah, mark my words. On September 1st, when Deitch wins that primary, a lot of people that are causing drama right now and failing and flailing around like orcas are going to end up going away forever. They're just never going to show up again. And what's shocking to me is that they're willing to do. I mean, they must have also realized, like, willing to do what? Like, why are you going down with a ship that's going to lose the primary by like 70%? Like, why even bother getting humiliated? And that's what I think they all realized. They were like, fuck, these dudes, this isn't just that. This is these dudes, they're fully exposed. Like, we're watching a multi-generational, decades-long, well-funded political machine collapse in real time. And you know what's funny? The people behind it can't even go out in public and run their mouth about the people that brought them down, because their entire career was spent by living by the adage that your name should only appear in the newspaper twice or 3 times. Once when you're born, once when you're married, once when you die. Yeah, well, when you got to rely on the F team and you're up against Adam Deitch and movement politics and the DOJ, game over. Game over. It was not a pleasure at all, actually. I ignored most of you. I found you to be an insult to... Your existence was an insult to my intelligence. So I ignored you. I monitored you online just by, like, keeping an eye on what you were posting. I knew exactly who your friends were. That's how I figured that all out, by the way. You all are just dumb and talk to each other, like, openly on social media, on alts, but you use similar verbiage. Okay? So it's not that hard to figure out who's a rat. Alright? And this network, listen, the people that are left in it, the fact that they can't be that loyal to Kate Peter or Michael Morrissey, so they have to be, like, blackmailed informants. That's the only thing that I can imagine. That they're either blackmailed informants or they were paid very well. Because most people have bailed on that ship, and it's hard to get out of that fucking orbit. When you're in that orbit and they got you blackmailed, it's hard to get out. They really use a lot of threats. And the weirdest thing is, when they burn you, they will make it look like it's Aiden's fault. They always blame, when they burn someone, they always try to make it look like TurtleBoy was the one who did the, like, harm, even though it's them doing it. And they try to frame TurtleBoy for so much shit. Like, especially when they want to burn one of their girls who is not, like, doing their shit. They all doing what they want. They always try to blame TurtleBoy, especially if it's this operation. That's how you can tell. There's a lot of, like, tactics they use over and over. But watching it collapse is great. Listen, I want to be a fly on the wall. Like, I am actually thinking about going to Deitch's campaign night party if he has one. I want to be there. And then I don't want to be in the Norfolk DA's office or anywhere near Kennington or Attleboro. But I just want that night, I want to do a stream where if he wins, and I pray to God, with God's grace, that he will, I want to do a stream where I just look into the camera and I just say to all of them exactly how I feel. Because you realize that's it, right? I mean, they can delay the inevitable, but once you're a lame duck and Deitch is coming in, it's over. And there's real liability there for some of them, in my opinion. Real, serious fucking liability. Like decades of prison time. We are like 10 days away. I have waited so long. I have been counting down the days for this moment. And I thought it was going to be a fight. You don't understand. Dude, I'm used to political fights. So I don't take anything for granted. Like, if I'm involved in an election, I assume that the other side's got some fucking strategist or consultant or some fucking dude who's good at or a woman who's good at what they do, and I gotta actually think about, like, beating them. This is the first time I've been involved in an election where the other side had no strategy. They had the only thing they tried to do was vote dilution, but it was so easy to get rid of the junta because I knew she was a rat from the beginning. And Brett Connor never stood a chance because of his association with Proctor. He was going to never poll above like 5 or 10, even with the whipped union votes, because the union rank and file don't like him, I think. The leadership will go along to get along, but the rank and file don't like him. And they'll say they'll vote for him, but you can't control how somebody votes at the ballot box. You can whip votes as a union, and you can endorse, but you can't control how your rank and file vote at the ballot box. And stewards and leadership in the union are not the rank and file. So, and then I think who else was a dilution candidate? Some of the other ones, I thought it was similar. Just dilute votes from Deitch. Dude, I mean, fuck. Run a guy named Adam Deitch at that point, okay? It's not 1956. You can't run that kind of campaign in the digital media era. You know why? Because we're going to fucking overwhelm you, like the general public, with digital fucking campaign shit. And you got fucking swamped from the jump. Literally from like March of 2024, 2026, they were done. As soon as Deitch was in the race, the dude had like $250,000 in like 2 months in a fucking local DA's race. It was unbelievable. And then they had a little chance to organize like an opposition. They tried to smear Deitch with the Ann Peruti thing. No, nobody would pick it up. You know why? Because Kate Peter flipped off the press that day after she yelled at Karen. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. They blackballed, I think, the press blackballed that shit about Ann Peruti and Karen to punish Kate Peter because she flipped off the entire press pool. She like had one of her like Helga moments, and she had yelled at Karen and in the courthouse or something, and so she went outside and she flipped off all of the press. And dude, everybody talks. It's a small press pool. So I think they blacked out the Ann Peruti thing because they knew it came from Kate, which was fucking hilarious. They also blacked out all the shit about Aiden's messages with Karen. They will not report on it because they knew it came from Kate. It was illegally obtained. And you can argue all you want that he asked for help, whatever. Dude, if there was not full disclosure about what that evidence was going towards when it was taken, then no, that's Kate obtaining is not okay. That's my opinion. Second of all, what's fascinating about it is the whole point of taking it was to drive a media narrative. I know I'm on an aside here, but it's fascinating. The whole point of taking that information and trying to like leak Aiden's stuff was so that the media would run with the narrative about Karen and Aiden. That had, think about that from like a planning purposes point of view. If you're like sitting around scheming, you know, schemers. If you're doing that, right, you'd think, wait a minute, that's perfect. We can drive Aiden and Karen apart. We can fracture their movement. We can have a bunch of people out there saying Karen should never talk to Aiden again. And then, if we leak this right, we can have the Globe and Boston Magazine, and we can have all these publications picking up all these juicy internal communications, and then, you know, that'll knock over into the DA race, and we can make sure that Deitch gets smeared, and we'll make it look like Deitch was coordinating with Peruti, and like, oh, it's perfect, it's a multi-pronged attack. Yeah, no, bro. You know what the fatal flaw to that was? News and politics is personal. Like, you have to know, I mean that literally, you have to know people. And the second Kate Peter flipped off the entire press pool, there's only like 12 of us. That I wasn't out there. She flipped off like everyone else. I came out to John Hall being like, she did it, and pointed at her like scurrying away. But seriously, I think they blacked her out. And they gave this race to Adam Deitch. For many reasons. One, because that story about Peruti is bullshit. And two, because it really makes a lot of sense. Like, if you think about it, like the bad guys here are the Norfolk DA's office and the state police and their informants and their PIs. So, yeah. Like, I think they blacked that shit out on purpose. Because they wanted Deitch in there and then they endorsed him. The Globe, at least. The other stations, I think they more just don't like Kate Peter. Really, she caused Morrissey a lot of fucking problems. People talk about TurtleBoy. He doesn't cause problems with the media on the whole. Because you know why? He talks to the media. So they like him. He's personable with them. You know who the media fucking hates? Kate Peter. Seriously. And so, you know what Michael Morrissey ended up suffering the most over? Because nobody really wanted to cover. I'm serious. I could not get those stations to cover Sandra Birchmore. I tried so fucking hard. I lobbied all of them personally. Like the reporters, I would give them leads. Everything I could do. We're talking like 2023, 2024, everything I could do. And they just didn't want to touch it. I think it was without the federal charges and all of the discovery and all of the motions, it was too much. Like they did not want to touch it. They just didn't. I was willing to go there, but they didn't want to touch it. But there was something that, like, the dynamic really shifted with all of this. Sometime after, I'd say, like, 2025, not even after Karen's acquittal, like, more like when Cosgrove was starting to do weird shit. Like, Kate Peters' behind-the-scenes involvement became known to the press because we were, like, openly talking about it, like, a lot of us. And I always found it subversive. Some of the other outlets, like, always, like, eyeballed her because she used to hang out with Benny Sweetpants. And Benny Sweetpants, like, flips the cameramen off all the time, so that everybody hates Benny Sweetpants, like, the whole press pool, because he flips the cameras off all the time, and they don't like that. So the point is, Benny Sweetpants and Kate had this, like, they were already kind of getting side-eyed. And then something like, I think it was the incident where Kate flipped Karen off or yelled at Karen in the courthouse. That day is what changed the Norfolk DA's race, because Michael Morrissey and Cosgrove got the reputation among the press that Kate Peter was like their representative. She didn't say it, but they took it that way. And I'm telling you, that single-handedly, along with like some of her other actions, cost Michael Morrissey and Greg Conner, whatever the fuck his name is, she put Adam Deitch in office. I may have helped a little bit with, explaining to the press the context. But it's politics, bro. Welcome to my world. This is a local DA's race. It's now internationally known. So yeah. It was just very, I think, frustrating in some ways, but also liberating. Once the press got it, listen, they're not going to just go out there and rail on you. They don't give a shit about Kate Peter. They don't care. But the punishment normally, and this is not really a punishment, it's more just like politics, is that means your like allies or your boss is going to get blacked out. And being blacked out means that Peruti story is not going to go. Nobody's going to clear that to run, ever. And nobody did. Same thing with the Aiden messages. No one's going to clear that shit. And nobody did. So, yeah, it's politics. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you got to have it's over now, so I'll just explain it. It's too late. You can't do anything in fucking 10 days. Politics is just first of all, you have to be a good person, ideally. That's how I do politics. I just try to be a good person. I don't do it for money. I just, do it based on what, Jefferson and the founders talked about. Like, why are you trying to make this country better and how? And what do you care about, And what's wrong and how can we fix it? And what do our ideals mean? What does the ideals mean? What does the Constitution mean? What does democracy mean? What does representative democracy mean? What's the role of check and balances? What's the role of the public discourse as a check and balance? All that stuff. And to me, I think that's why I became so frustrated with how this was all playing out. Because I don't do dirty politics. I don't believe in that. You have to win on the merits. And if you use dirty politics, even something like the CCC, I get really mad. If you use it, I had never seen it like this with a DA. And, Michael Morrissey made some bad decisions. And it's not a personal thing. He was screwed the second he got in bed with the people at Amelia's in Marina Bay. And he knows it. This was not like he made a bad decision to get involved with Kate Peter and these dumb, crazy people. He did that because many years ago, he made a choice. He made a choice, a conscious choice. Okay? And then when shit hit the fan, He had to pay. Everybody pays the piper. If you sell your soul, that's what it literally means. And he paid the piper. He paid the piper in the form of having to work with these people. You know? And how much do you want to bet? I bet you dollars to fucking donuts. A lot of these girls who were supporting the state police are from that orbit. Dancers, working girls, whatever you want to say. And some of them were the madams. You need girls to find other girls. You realize that. You realize that's what Maxwell was doing too. So how much do you want to bet what we're really going to find when Deitch gets into office is that this blackmail network had madams, it had patrons, it had girls who were victimized, it had boys who were victimized, and it had pimps and enforcers. Just like any other fucking low-life group of criminal scum. The only people among that group who are honorable were the ones who were forced into it and literally made no gratuitous moral decisions. All of the other people involved, all of them, did this willingly. And then, when it was going to get exposed because of Karen, they set up what was the most offensive, gratuitous, egregious, hurtful, disgusting, wrong, malicious, constitutionally impermissible scheme I've ever seen. The amount of informants and fake accounts and people pretending to support one thing while not actually doing it, running drama online, and to see all of that culminate in Adam Deitch winning the primary would be the most deserved outcome. And I really think, I really do, that watching them spiral over the next week is going to be catharsis for me in ways you don't even understand. I want to bathe in it. I want to swim in it. If I could bottle that energy in a jar, just want to vicariously consume it. Oh, God bless you. This is Jay Callahan, free GSE, free TurtleBoy, ADA for DA. Grant, how confident are you that AD will win? My fingers are crossed. He defies the odds. It seems like laws don't apply here if you know someone in the government. Right now, I'm confident. First of all, God bless you, and thank you for the question. You're wonderful. Thank you so much, Jay Callahan. I support your sentiments. How confident am I? I am 70%. You need to vote. I can't control people voting. The most important thing for you all to do. 1, tomorrow's the deadline. If you're a Republican and you want to vote, and you live in Norfolk County, if you want to vote in the Norfolk County DA election in the primary, you need to switch your affiliation by tomorrow. You need to go to the clerk's office, if it's even open, or maybe online. I think you can do it online. You must switch to unenrolled by tomorrow, or you cannot vote in the primary if you are a Republican. It's a closed primary. You don't have to become a Democrat. That's absurd. Unenrolled. This is very common. People during primaries do this, and then you just switch back. So you're not changing your party affiliation permanently. Frame drop, hold on. We're back. You're not changing your party affiliation permanently. You are changing it so you can vote in the primary, which is allowed. But you have to do it by tomorrow. 10 days before the election. Second, it depends on turnout. I will know. So next Tuesday, we will have election coverage on this channel. Let me just tell you right now, we will have election coverage. I will see, I'm part of the press, so I will just go to the Deitch campaign thing because I've covered this campaign and I don't know, I'm not hostile to him and I have a right to be there. So I will go to the election night event and I will do coverage of next Tuesday. It's probably the most important night in the history of all these cases. If you've been following the Sandra Birchmore case or the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, next Tuesday, September 1st, is probably the most important day. Bigger than any day of trial so far in any case that we've talked about. If he wins, that's it. I mean, that's the end. That's why this next week is going to be so interesting. You can't affect a race during the last week. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know the lag time on a piece of news influencing a poll or a vote? Even though a story might go viral, do you want to know how much time it takes to actually permeate? Based on my study of other similarly situated races and news stories, take a guess. It's longer than you think. I didn't say anything about this because I didn't want to tip them off. 14 days. Yep. You need 14 days, closer to 21, between when a story drops and when you will see any impact, barring like somebody like slapping someone or something absurd. You need 14 to 21 days for there to be any movement based on a story. And they missed it. They missed it by 2 weeks. And since Deitch is a front runner, so my guess is what you're going to see over this next week is going to be one of the saddest ends to a very malicious political apparatus that you've ever seen. Everything you all have ever wanted, those of you who have wanted to see this power structure go down, I mean, you should spend, first of all, you got to go vote if you're in Norfolk County. You should spend the next 10 days making sure people know they got to vote. But if he wins, I mean, listen, we have never had a celebration on this stream about any piece of information or revelation or charge or anything that will mirror what next Tuesday will be like if he wins, if Adam Deitch wins. Because all of these people, the linchpin to their cover-ups and their power was the DA. It would cause the internet on the next day is going to be the most pleasant place to be if he wins. And I've looked at Greg Connor's followers. I've looked at, and I haven't seen any recent polling. I've just looked at kind of what people have generally been talking about. It would be so interesting. It really would, because they got to go at that point. They actually would have to go. And what's the point of doing the PR? You've lost the office. Everybody's gone. There's no more money. And now you got to worry about criminal defense lawyers, years of grand juries. Think about what Karen Reed went through, and now imagine what Adam Deitch is going to do to the people who did that to her. And they can't run. He'll find them. Now does it make sense? Actually, you want to know what? I bet they all got internals last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, telling them that it's basically over. Really over. Bad poll results. Because think about it. Everyone who would have been material witnesses to use against this operation is starting to run. They're starting to leave the state. Now, they think they're beyond Adam Deitch's reach by leaving the state. But they don't understand. They're not. He's going to drag them back here. And he's going to bring them before grand juries. All of them. And they're going to be testifying. All of them. There's a lot of people who thought this was just online fun. Oh, I get to do a stream, and I get to talk shit, and I get to, run my mouth about, TurtleBoy for 7,000 years in a row. Even I, when I was on the other side, didn't constantly talk about Turtle. I had other stuff I needed to cover. These people thought it was all fun and games. It's all fun and games until you get dragged before a grand jury. And that's what's about to happen for the next 3 to 4 years. Some of you are going to be literally in heaven. You're going to watch people get brought before the criminal justice system that you never thought were ever going to face charges. And you know what's scary? They couldn't buy their way out of it. Money can't win you this race. I'll tell you straight, you couldn't buy this race if, first of all, Deitch has got the money. You should donate to him. He needs more for the final week. He was saying on X the other day, I saw the post. But the point is that you can't buy this race. There's no such thing. It's movement politics. It's like when a progressive Dem unseats a party politician. And this is just the start. I'm telling you. There's a lot of forces moving around in this state right now. There's a new Democratic Party taking shape, and it's kind of nonpartisan. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The Democratic Party lost a lot of very powerful people. Okay? Like, people who make decisions. They lost a lot of them, including me. Why? I don't know. Mostly because they're very sanctimonious. They don't actually believe what they say. They just use words to get power, and then they're very selfish. Mostly money driven. And they're sexual fucking deviants. I'm sorry. Most of the Democrats in control that I saw were sexual fucking deviants. Like, and I don't mean who their romantic partner is. I mean their sexual proclivities are deviant. And it's not, listen, people talk about Republicans. No. Most Republicans I know are very, like, down-to-earth family people. Seriously. They oftentimes are, like, God-fearing, like Christians or Muslims or whatever. I've met Muslim Republicans, by the way. It is a thing. But very rarely do I meet a powerful Democrat who's not a like a godless sexual deviant. Dude, I'm not into that shit. So when they're around me, they're, like, awkward. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. Like, is your whole, like, political career based on, like, fucking sex? Like, do you make any policy at all? Like, what are you doing most of the time? Like, just, like, weird, deviant sex shit? That's what I used to say to him. I would just look at him. Be like, no, I am not. I don't know. Fucking deviants. So anyway, I got really close to the Democratic Party. I was a delegate at a few state nominating conventions, at least one, maybe two, I don't remember. And it's fine. Like, first of all, they couldn't draft a fucking cohesive party platform if their life fucking depended on it. You ever been inside the room when the Democratic Party tries to draft a party platform? Dude, you can't have a party platform that's like 77 issues and involves everything from, like, liberating Cuba to, like, freeing the, like, pineapples in fucking, like, San Marino. You know what I'm saying? Like, leave that to the Pope. I'm not sure if San Marino has pineapples or if they need freeing, but, you know, I just thought it kind of went there. But anyway, the point is, this state, to bring this all back, it's just the type of Democrat that was in power here. Not every Democrat is bad. The auditor's really cool, okay? I think the OIG's cool. There's some Democrats that are okay. But on the whole, the Democratic Party in this state became this, like, very evil, very selfish, very gross thing. And this lawsuit, Shannon O'Brien's lawsuit, actually, you may not realize this, these things are all going to combine because Deb Goldberg knew Rachel Rollins. Like, there was a lot of... It actually goes back to Carmen Ortiz. And, by the way, those of you who are watching who know the history, yeah, I'm well aware. You want to know the big secret? Everybody want to know the big secret? You want to know why Robert Devine became deputy chief of the Stoughton Police and was able to set up the Police Explorers program? If you guessed U.S. Attorney Carmen Ortiz, the Democrat working for Obama, charged the two officers above Devine to make room for him to get into his position, you are correct. Damn right. Now, Miss Ortiz wanted to become Senator Ortiz, and you must understand,
Little Towel was not going to have that for other reasons. Miss Ortiz never became Senator Ortiz. You're welcome, America. You ever wonder where Elizabeth Warren came from? Wink is as good as a nod to a blind man, right? I'm just some guy, though. I got goofy hair and a rope belt. Anyway, so, I didn't like Carmen Ortiz very much. And she did some other shit that pissed me off. Especially involving Aaron Schwartz. So, F-A-F-O, as the kids say. And she never became senator. That's a shame. She really wanted to be senator. Meh. We couldn't have that now, could we? So anyway, that was that story. And I got all mad when I found out that she was also responsible for Divine. So I got mad. Yeah. Kathy Rumler caught a lot of heat for that. But then again, she has her own demons she's got to deal with, so. There are so many political people that know who I am, apparently, that sometimes they just sit around in Washington, D.C. Someone told me this. I'm not going to tell you who. But someone was like, yeah, so at the bar in D.C., near Redacted, we sit around and read your articles. And by the way, the reason this person was answering this question was because he was at my father's celebration of life, and he didn't know my dad had died. And he was like, yeah, we were all reading your articles, and then one of them was, that came up was about your dad dying, so I flew up here because I read your story. And I was like, you what? He's like, yeah, we read your articles. We talk about it a lot. Oh, okay. I'm pleased. Good for you. Try to do good work, help the government, protect the Constitution, all that good stuff. So anyway, yeah, I have a lot of friends. And I slowly reform things. I have a long memory. And we're almost done here in this state. I think we're like 90% there. I'm really proud of a lot of people, of a lot of you, for, even if you were blackmailed, I think a lot of you escaped. Those of you who didn't, listen, you still have a chance, okay? Get out now. If you need me to help you, I'm available to you. Don't even approach me, though. Don't run fucking game on me. Don't try to talk to me. You know what I mean. If you need my help, and you want out, and you need cover to get out, get the fuck out, and I will give you the cover. If you stay for one more week, and you are around those people after September 1st, I cannot help you. And I won't. And there's some of you I won't help right now. If you were blackmailed, okay, and you feel scared because these people are telling you you must toe the party line and go down with the ship, I will help you, but only until September 1st. If he wins, I will not help you the next day. I don't like fair weather fans. I watch the Red Sox whether they win or lose. I have watched every Boston College football game since 2007. They're fucking terrible. Alright? So I don't want to hear any fair weather shit. I'm giving you plenty of notice. Alright, we got to go back to our document. I think I have done my stream of consciousness. I think a lot of you probably were very intrigued. I think a lot of you are probably like, oh no, he really, we shouldn't have fucked with him. Yeah, no shit. How many fucking times did I have to tell you, don't fuck with me? Do you think I was just saying that to run my mouth? Do you want me to fucking sit there and tell you, here's what I've done, here's what I did in this year, here's what I did in this year, here's what I did in this year, here's what I did in this month, this day, this week? Are you fucking kidding me? Go read the fucking articles. I'm not talking to you in the chat. I'm talking about like how offended I was to have been underestimated. I said nothing because it was a tactical advantage, but I was like, how fucking dare you? Like, how dare you? Read the fucking articles. And then they just kept insulting me. So I was like, fuck it. Fine. I don't know who you think you're fucking with, but okay. It was one of the harder challenges I've had to take on, but, you know, same shit, different day. So anyway, that's my point. These people were so, that were around Morrissey and Tully, they were so fucking cocky. Like, dude, all I want to see is some humility. Not for, like, there's a certain line you cross where I don't care how fucking, like, contrite you are, you got to deal with God, not me. Okay? But, like, I just wanted to see a little fucking humility from some of these people. Just a little fucking contrition. And none of them would do it. Because they're fucking cowards. And it made me mad. And I know some of them feel guilty. I can tell who's about to flip, too. I know exactly who's going to be one of the first. I'm ready for them, too. Personally, like, it's different now, though, bro. Like, once Deitch is in there, like, you're chill. So, bygones be bygones. But you probably got some explaining to do to Karen, you know what I'm saying? Because Karen's got good OPSEC now. It's almost like she listens to my streams. I told her to run fucking background checks. I think she finally did. Mind you, how would she know? How would she know? You gotta be really into, like, you gotta get fucking defensive briefings and all that shit. How would you know? Unless you lived it. So, yeah, you know, I know who's about to, like, flip. And I'm not offering you salvation. Seriously. Some of you lied to people you said you cared about. And some of you, like, only feel bad because Greg Connor is not going to win. I kind of want to say F you and not help you. But I'm still willing to. Well, there's a limit. Like, after that phone call from January 20th, 2021, there's a limit, okay, to who I'm willing to help. But on the whole, like, I think a lot of these people were blackmailed. And I know who's about to roll, too, which is fascinating. And I would roll, too, frankly, if I were in their position. Bro, I'm not going down with that fucking shit. I'd be scared as shit, but I would roll. I would go right to Adam Deitch and be like, dude, listen, I'm sorry. Like, and then I would tell him, bro. I would straight up tell him, here's who was blackmailing me. Here's who was making me do it. Here's the deal I made. And like, I was under duress. I didn't want to do it. They made me do it. Dude, some people are going to get deals. I know who they are. I have not talked to anyone about this. You want to know who I would give deals to? Before we go back to this document, we've utterly baffled the treasurer and Shannon O'Brien and Brian Tully's lawyer. Trust me, we've confused the fuck out of them. I'm sure even like some of the commissioners are like, what the fuck did I get myself involved in? Well, you know what? Massachusetts is weird as fuck. What do you want me to tell you? So anyway, but this is how we talk when we're at home, you know? Ma, I need that fucking remote for the fucking TV. I don't know where that fucking clicker is. So anyway, my point with this is this. What I feel about this, and I feel like now it's my time to just pass judgment and say what I want to say. What I feel about all of this is I don't like to flex. That's not how I do my shit. I don't care. I really don't care. I have real, honest to God problems to address in the world. I don't have time for superficial petty bullshit about flexing about who's better or who's doing what. I don't fucking care. Just get the information out there. Shut the fuck up. Okay? I don't like talking about my ability to make things happen.
because I think it's uncouth. And I just don't like doing it. But now I feel like I have to. I have to explain to these people, one, why they offended me, and two, like, what I do. Like, I do my own style of work. Everyone is good at something. TurtleBoy is really good at exposing police corruption. I'm learning about that shit, but dude, that world is fucking brutal. I like to expose corruption that involves, like, people in fucking suits who, like, hide money and shit. And, like, if they abuse the vulnerable, I want to expose them. Like, police corruption, dude, they got fucking guns and badges, and they're into brothels and all this crazy shit. They're evil as fuck. They use very fucking tough tactics. They'll alienate your family. Like, he's got balls to look into that shit. Alright? I do something different. I just do something different. I happened to, because I do something different, be very connected in every area of government that you can imagine. And I kept telling these people, I do this. Okay? I cover government corruption. I asked Timmy or any of the people around, even when I was on the other side, regarding the Karen Reed and TurtleBoy cases, they'd be like, great, I read your fucking CCC reporting. Dude, like, you're on it, huh? I'd be like, yeah. They knew right away. But some of these other people, especially Tully and his people, they just didn't, they just thought I was stupid. Because Kate Peter kept telling them I was stupid. No. I might be autistic. Well, I am autistic. And so I might have reduced emotional reasoning and executive function. Okay? But analytically, like, I'm a little bit of a shark. Like, I want to consume your soul. I hope you know that. Not you in chat, but, like, if I think you hurt a child or a vulnerable person, or like you took advantage of my government, I want to consume your soul. I'll stay on you for 4 years. I want to consume your soul in the pursuit of exposing the truth of what you did, so no one will ever do it again. And a lot of the people I know, because I don't do this for money, like, you don't owe me fucking favors. Like, do you know how much work I have done to help people, not because I was trying to help any one specific person, but because I thought what I was doing was important and right for the public? Do you have any idea how many thousands of people I have helped? There's some stuff I have helped with I can't even tell you about. And I don't call in fucking favors, by the way, because I don't work on favors. Like, if I call, like, I'm serious, I can call, like, almost anyone I want. And they will answer. Even if it takes a little bit of, like, explaining to the secretary or whoever the fuck, I will talk to them. They will take the call. So, you know, and I don't make people do things, by the way. I don't play that game. If I call and I say something, I'm going to lobby them. I'm going to petition them. I have a right to do it. I'm going to say, this is what I think should be done. Here's my evidence. Here's my opinion. Make whatever call you think is the appropriate call. And I have a lot of fucking friends. Now that I think about it, I have a lot of friends. I don't really, I mean, you are all, I consider you my family, you're wonderful. But my friends, I mean, I don't like call all the time, but I could call almost any agency I need. I could call whoever I want. I don't abuse it. I think that's why I have the ability to do it. But yeah, I think maybe that's why people underestimated me, because I think they're used to people with that level of influence, like, saying it. But dude, I'm not like that. I've never been like that. I just get shit done. You might hear about it a little bit later, but I got shit to do. I don't have time to tell you. And frankly, I don't want to. Why would I do that? It's easier to get it done when someone else takes credit. I love giving credit to other people. All I want is the fucking bill passed, or the regulation passed, or the crime solved, or whatever the fuck it is. I don't need credit. Fuck your credit. Give it to somebody else. Give it to McGuinn from the fucking Birds. I don't fucking want your fucking credit. I want to be able to do my work. I don't want to be, like, tormented by the people I'm investigating. I don't want them to alienate my family. But, you know, I got a long memory. Juridically. And there are certainly, you know, some things that personally I'm mad about. But that's not my, like, prerogative. I don't give a shit. The public interest is way more important. And, yeah, so, I don't know. I was a little offended, I suppose. But that's where this all came from. Like, they tried to run game on, I think they saw me coming, maybe understood a little bit, and were like, the best approach is just to manipulate them. Well, no, it's not. That's a really bad idea. That's like how I do my work. Like, I'm so used to talking to politicians that just fucking manipulate me. So, I just assume everybody does. So when they ran, I was like, are you really doing this? I'm talking about the people around Morrissey and Tully. I was like, are you fucking doing this? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Like, you're just inviting me to figure this out. But I guess you have no choice but to run that strategy. So I've tipped it off a little bit. I like to hint at it by saying I like to roar. Oh, okay, that's so kind. God bless you. Yeah, I've hinted before that I like to roar a little bit, but I don't actually roar that often. I guess Friday night towel, we can have a discussion. You know, we have some downtime, and I'm going to take the weekend off if I can. Spend some time with Towel Girlfriend. She was actually sick today. I was so worried about her. She's resting. I hope she's feeling better. I felt so sad. I couldn't make her feel better because she, but I was, physically. But I was just I feel better. So I want to spend some time with her. So I'm going to give you all my decompression now. But yeah, I think you now see how this all happened. They, being Tully and Morrissey and all them, they fucked with something they didn't understand, both in the DOJ and in me. And maybe in Karen and TurtleBoy too, And by doing that, they brought themselves down. Like one of us, even two of us, or three of us, or four of us, maybe in isolation, they could have dealt with, but not all four at once. No way. Once all four of us were firing at them at once, they were cooked. Seriously, imagine going up against me, TurtleBoy, Karen Reed, and who was the fourth person that I just said there? How did I forget the fourth person? I forget who it was. But either way, just even those three in isolation. All right? Imagine going at those three. You don't stand a chance. And then add Yannetti. Oh, and the feds, the DOJ. So now you're dealing with a multi-vector attack from the Department of Justice, TurtleBoy, Karen, me. Like they were fucked. Adam Deitch, they were screwed. It was really impressive, actually. And that's, frankly, it's not like any of us coordinated to do this, as far as I know. It was like, that's what the truth, I think, demanded. Like, because we were all eventually on the path towards the same truth, that's just what was demanded by history. It wasn't like there was any, scheme. That's just what God made happen, I think, in furtherance of the truth. I truly believe that. And I think it was divine justice in a lot of ways. And that they got brought down because they alienated enough powerful people that they all joined together and brought them down. Not even joined together literally, but just in the pursuit of exposing what these guys were doing. And if you think about it, my set of skills is very specific. You've seen my work now. What I do is, I have a good memory, and I know people. So, I know who works where and when and what department they're in and who their friends are and who they talk to and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I like to study the interplay between people and systems, complex system theory. So I like to look at how humans move through governmental systems to either engender legitimate representative democracy or undermine it. That's like what I'm good at. I also am good at forensic accounting. I'm very good at analyzing. We're back. I'm very good at tracing corporate documents. I'm very good at like tracing ownership that is like through holding companies. Like I'm very good at just looking at how money and influence moves silently through the three branches of government. That's what I'm good at. And they didn't know that. That's kind of what screwed them. A lot of things screwed them. One, I don't think they knew about the federal investigation into Sandra's death until it was too late. Two, Karen backhanded him with the DOJ's help once Morrissey was insistent on taking Karen to trial. And then three, I think TurtleBoy was running game on him too. So, yeah, for different reasons. They didn't see any of us coming. And they deserved it. Like, these guys were cocky. Really cocky. I didn't like how Tully moved at all. I thought he was a dick. And I thought, like, I knew he was a prick. I had confirmation he was a dick. And you do one thing like that. You do one thing that... Ooh, my baby. I need a new baby. You do one thing that really, like, shows me who you are. Like, one thing. And you're cooked. And he did something so morally evil. Like, I can't even... It was just... He has to, in my opinion, be federally charged for what he did in April of 2024. Because there's only one explanation for why he did it. And there's only one person who really, like, would have benefited from it. And that person knows her name. She, let's just say she, has a propensity for voodoo dolls. If it is the case that Brian Tully did that in April of 2024, I won't rest until he's federally charged for it. Mark my words. I didn't forget about that. But he showed me, and it's different. I get so many reports from so many different people. A report is different than me personally witnessing and being able to confirm you doing something really effing bad. And Brian Tully did something that was so bad that it was actually him. I mean, Kate caused it, but it was Tully's single-handed action that caused me to realize they were dirty. I still wanted to believe that John's family wouldn't go along with this. I just wanted to believe that John's family authentically believed what the prosecution was saying. I didn't realize how pernicious the manipulation is. Now, I think someday in the future, I'll end up like crossing paths with KF or PF, and I think they are going to be able to tell me what actually happened in terms of like what happened to the O'Keefes and how they got manipulated and all this. But I just wanted to believe them. So it was really hard, I think, for me, mostly for them, to realize. But at a certain point, the weight of what Tully and Fanning had done and what this unit was doing, it just became bigger than prosecuting Karen Reed. And then I was like, the thing with Paula Prado's father-in-law, Reagan Communications, David Traub, and then I found out something else about Reagan Communications in the fall of 2024, something that happened, and I was like, dude, that has to be a federal fucking operation. That has to be. So I knew from probably the fall, maybe winter of 2025 that something was wrong. I didn't know how weird it was, but yeah. Hell of an experience. I think it took every skill I had and some skills that I didn't have and needed to develop to actually figure this all out. And as I said, I couldn't have done it without, seriously, TurtleBoy's September 2022 reporting is what allowed me to put this all together. I swear to God. And I know a lot of you may not love, I cuss too sometimes. I know a lot of you may not love his art, but it's art. All right? He does journalism, and then he has his own form of art. You all have to understand this. I want you to take it to heart while I'm doing my Friday night towel soliloquy. Without TurtleBoy's September 2022 article, write this down in stone, I would never have figured this out. The aha moment for me, I want you to all know this. I want you to know it forever. What allowed me to put this together was his article from September of 2022 about Sandra Birchmore and Tiffany Overstreet. You know why? Because when I read his article, I became very intrigued about this Tiffany Overstreet case, and I'm compulsive when I want to learn. I pulled every single document from the Tiffany Overstreet case on the docket. Every one. I reviewed the search warrants. I reviewed the probable cause affidavits. I reviewed everything. And you know what jumped off that page for me? Oh my God. They set her up. That was 2014 to help Robert Devine. And then once I realized Epstein had come to Stoughton right before Tully's, well, what would go on to become Tully's State Police Unit, was Mark Sur's unit at the time, working for Morrissey, banged up Overstreet. That means Morrissey banged up Overstreet. And then I was like, well, fuck. 10 years ago? Then I put it all together. I needed to build, there was a lot more pieces than just that, but that was the keystone that allowed me to open it. Once that door was open, I went right in. I said, fuck it. I didn't know where it was going to go. And I saw my own mother, like, starting to retaliate, and I still was like, fuck it. I don't care. She always hated me. She always, like, treated me like shit. So I was like, fuck it. And once that was out the window, oh yeah. Then I didn't know where it was going. I had no idea. It all just built. And somehow, at every step of this process, it all kept lining up. And then it culminated. All right. And that was quite a digression from our motion. We're going to finish this motion. No, I think a lot of you are like, wait a minute, Grant. Holy fuck. Like, I see now, listening to this motion from O'Brien, like, you clearly were amalgamating all these different perspectives, and you didn't get it 100% right. Like, I'm sure some of you noticed and are like, oh, like, he missed that, or he missed that, or, yeah, I know. It's an imperfect art. I strive to get to the truth, but the relationship between humans and truth is, by definition, asymptotic. Okay? So, yeah, but I'm sure now a lot of you are like, oh, fuck. Like, shit. Like, when he wants to know, he really wants to know. Well, yeah, not you in the chat, but some of them out there are like, oh, we should have studied this a lot, like, not 1 week before the primary, after Deitch is already definitely going to win. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. Probably would have approached me a little differently, don't you think? Maybe treated me with a little more respect and dignity. I might not be so mad right now if you did that. I'd probably be pretty effing pissed. But let's just say I might not have politically escalated things as high as I did. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, so I do want to get out of here. I'm in an undisclosed location. I want to get out of this area. I want to do, I'm not leaving U.S. soil, though. But, yeah, you know, I have a lot of friends. And, you know, the government is acutely aware of what's going on. Everybody's aware. Everybody knows. So, you know, I don't know. They might need me. So if they need me, I'll be around. But, I don't know. I'll ebb and flow.
yeah, I feel very supported by you all. I do want to get, when Towel Girlfriend comes in, I want to spend some time with her. We're going to set up a studio space to do our coverage of the Farwell trial, and I want to take her. It would be really nice. Maybe we can surprise her. I don't want to do this though, but I just don't want to take away from the budget to cover the Birchmore trial. I would like to surprise Towel Girlfriend by being able to take her, around, maybe for like a week or two when she arrives, okay, and where I am. That would make me really happy. So my plan is to do that, which is going to be soon. And so, yeah, and then, but that's just like kind of a short vacation. And then definitely like to sort of mosey on my own way. We'll see if we can I think we're going to do a fundraiser sometime in September after the 1st. I'm going to see who wants to be on it. It would be cool. I don't want to like invite people. I don't even know how the fuck you do this. But like, yeah, there are some people I'd love to talk to on the fundraiser. Like Boozy Beauty would be great, and Emily C. and Will. Anyway, like I gotta screen them, but there are certain people that would be fun, and I want to do the fundraiser like about Wendy Murphy. So all your question, because attorney Melanie Little wanted to ask some questions about my mom, and we didn't really like get really into it. We did a little on Justice Served, but I think if we did a fundraiser and just the theme of it was all these different like fascinating humans get to ask me questions about Wendy Murphy, like even David Unetti. Imagine if I guess my mom was mean to him, so yeah, I mean, we could just do that, or we could talk about other things, but it would be hilarious, what questions you have about Wendy Murphy, but we could just talk about her. Then we could raise funds to set me off on my own. Oh, they'll love that, especially if Deitch is already DA by that point. It'll be great. So, yeah, I think people would like it. And we've already talked, so there was a lot of people who wanted me to do such a fundraiser, but I didn't want to do it before the election because I just didn't want to get in the way of the campaign. So after the 1st of September, I want to get this set up. I know school will be starting, but we can do it on like a Saturday or something. It'll only take a few hours. And I don't know. The other thing is I can't even do this until I set a budget. So I got to figure out like what I need, where I want to go, how much I want to raise, what's the safest way, to do this. And then, yeah, we'll do it. Oh, God bless you all. But yeah, I'm going to go back to this document. We're going to finish it. We only got like 20 minutes left. We're basically halfway through. And then I think I'm going to take the weekend off after that. And yeah, so we got more time together. I might rant more. But I think I just ranted about almost as much as I wanted to rant about. Some of this stuff, you can't control politics. I also want to be clear. I hate people who are like, oh yeah, I'm going to make this happen. Or no, you're not. No, you are not. You might be able to like get in the room and provide your input, but you're not making shit happen. There's a system that's got to do what it's got to do. Maybe you, like, because of history or God or the facts or your efforts or your connections, you might be able to make the odds lean in your favor to getting a favorable decision. But dude, the system's going to do what it's going to do. And whatever's going to happen next from here is way above any room I've ever been in. And I don't even want it. Like, I want my voice to be taken into consideration, but I don't want to be in that room. Oh, I guess I would do it, but I don't really want to. It's intimidating. It's a lot. Like, I don't really know if I should be the person, like, telling the main decision maker what to do about this. But I do think at least a little bit of my voice has to be in that room. That's above me, though. It's so out of my... Listen, as of earlier today, this is so far out of my hands. I can't do anything about what happens from here in terms of politics, government, judicial system, all that. What's going to happen is going to happen. I think I know what's going to happen. I probably am one of the better positioned people to tell you what's going to happen. But I wouldn't be so brash or uncouth. But yeah, there will be a time. It's not a time for triumphalism or whatever I used earlier in that audiobook article. whatever word came out. I just want people to understand, don't misunderestimate people. It's better to just be kind and not fuck with people. Because eventually you're going to do it to the wrong person, and it's going to be someone who's they're just a guy. But they're not going to just be a guy. They're going to have a lot of friends, and they're going to be, able to, move mountains. So don't do that. If there's a lesson here, it's one, don't do evil shit to begin with. Two, if you did, go away. Just go the fuck away and stop doing evil shit. And three, if you are doing evil shit and you come across people out there, one of them might be hiding in plain sight with way more power than you ever had or ever will even understand. And I want those people to think that every day the person that they abuse at the coffee shop, remember that guy in the grocery store who was being rude and threatening the cashier, and I intervened at the H Mart? I want people every day to think that the person that they interact with next, no matter how little power they have, might be that one person that they're misunderestimating, so they stop mistreating people that they think are lower than them. And the shitty thing is, I don't want to have to go around and monitor people to make sure that they're not doing egregiously illegal and immoral things. I want them to just do what's right. But it seems to be that for some of these fucking psychopaths, the only way they do what's right is when they think that someone smarter than them is hunting them juridically, and they're worried that around every corner is a camera, an informant, whatever. All right, fine. If that's how we got to play it, those people need to be treated that way. But for most of you, I would prefer you just are nice to people. And if you need that variable of, there might be that guy or girl out there who you underestimate and then you really fucked up, fine. I think that's healthy for society. But yeah, if we don't even need to talk about underestimating people, if everyone was just kind, if you treated the person you met on the street, whether they have everything in the world or nothing, exactly the same, and just were kind, everything would be better. Do you know how often I have given shit to people who are millionaires? And they're like, why the fuck? And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. If you could buy this 50 times over, I'm giving it to you as a gesture of kindness. And fuck you if you don't want it. We got to get there. We're close. I think a lot of you already do this. I'm not worried about most of you. A lot of you are really decent. It's God-fearing, or even tree-fearing, whatever. As long as you don't worship demons, we're good. A lot of you are really decent people who do this. And you don't brag about it. You don't wear it on a sign. You just do it. I'm not worried about you. But I'm worried about some of these other pricks who just won't stop unless they have a check and balance. So that's why I had to do this. I don't feel bad. I didn't do anything inauthentic. I believed what I believed authentically throughout the whole process. But I had to make sure I got these guys. I had to. I was set on it. Because I thought they were very dangerous. Physically dangerous. So I brought to bear, not just me, there's people way more powerful than me. I have a very specific way of doing things. But I brought to bear everything I had. In ways some of you may not even fully understand yet, but you will in time. I brought to bear everything I had on this. I literally everything I had. I have a lot of friends, and I brought them all in. And I don't know what other people were doing, but my friends were mad at these guys. So I think this was a team effort, but without really like planning. That's what makes it all the more beautiful. All the schemers with their discords trying to plan and all that shit. I didn't plan shit. I just did what I thought was right. I think some other people were also doing what they thought were right, and they had a lot of powerful friends. And you know, when a lot of powerful people are all mad, like they have the same friends. Somebody's eventually going to tell somebody, and it's going to go all the way up. So anyway, that's what happened with me and all of this. I didn't hold this back from you because I didn't want to tell you. I think a lot of you figured this out, that this is the type of stuff I do from just watching me research. But actually, like, telling you how I like to do my reporting, I don't know, it's too meta. I don't rest on my laurels anyway. You want to go read 7 million words? I've written War and Peace 7 to 10 times over. Do you understand that? The total of my output is so prolific. It is very possible you are looking at singularly the most, the author who has written by hand the most words out of any modern author. It's very possible. I haven't actually measured it because I don't give a fuck. It is very possible I have written more words than any living human. I just don't talk about it because I don't care. I'm not measured by my output. I'm measured by the change I make in the world for the better. So what I care about is like, are people happy? Do you feel free? Is somebody like threatening you? Are they enabled to do that? Like, that's all I care about. I don't need to track and index my work. I don't understand the point of that. So anyway, yeah, I guess I never thought about it that way. Hey Grant, wouldn't pressuring an ME to classify a murder as self-harm technically witness intimidation? Oh yeah, it's worse than that, it's obstruction of justice. Oh yeah. And then not just the pressuring the ME, but the Sandra's colleague from the brothel, I think, who threatened her over the $248 and then called the dispatcher at Stoughton PD. And then the dispatcher, listen, it's out of my hands, okay? But that gets really close, just on the facts as we know them. For both the person who made the call after threatening Sandra over the loan and the debt, and the dispatcher to malice second-degree murder. Well, that, as you all know from the Karen Reed case, if you recklessly set in motion a chain of events that causes someone's death, and by recklessly, I mean if you do an action that a reasonably prudent person knew or should have known could have resulted in death, like, I don't know, calling the Stoughton police and telling the dispatcher that Matthew Farwell is sleeping with Sandra Birchmore, and then if you're the dispatcher and you tell Farwell, well, both of those people, that's not accessory before the fact, in my opinion. That's malice second-degree murder. So, it's not just the pressuring the ME. That's a felony. But it's not as serious as that phone call and that dispatcher. They could face murder charges on the state level. They really could. And there's nothing that would stop it. There's no statute of limitations on murder. So, yeah. I think there are a lot of... Let me just say this. I want to go on record as saying this before we got to finish this motion. It's almost midnight. Towel girlfriend's going to get all mad. But she's sick, so I want her to sleep. I want her to feel better. I love her so dearly. She makes me sleep. I want to go on record about this. There are going to be multiple people prosecuted for what they did during the Sandra Birchmore investigation. There are going to be multiple people prosecuted. No doubt about it. I don't know, state, federally, I don't know. In terms of the people who could be prosecuted for what happened before Sandra's death,
oh my God, that number is very high. The cover-up was bad. What they were covering up, in this case, the crime was actually worse than the cover-up. Normally the cover-up is worse than the crime, just because people are stupid. They cover up small stuff that gets bigger because they try to cover it up. No. The crime here was worse than the cover-up. So the guys who did the cover-up, like Fanning, he's in a lot of trouble. I'm just telling you, he's in a lot of trouble. I can't and I don't want to say anything else. But he's in a lot of trouble. Because I think he might have not just covered it up. He might back in the day have been involved. Tully, Tully's in a lot of trouble. That's all I'm going to say about that. It's not right now. Tully's in a lot of trouble, and he's been in a lot of trouble for a long time. That's all I'm going to say. There's something I could tell you right now that would absolutely blow your mind. But I'm not going to do it because I love America. But Brian Tully has been in trouble for a long fucking time. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know a piece of information I should not know. It's not protected. It just was a consequence of a conversation. And oh my fuck. It's almost time. I will be able to tell you. But there was just something that happened. It's complicated. And there's a piece of information I know about this that is really a big deal. Like a big fucking deal. And we now know a lot more than just like that piece of information now isn't as big. But when I say it, which I will eventually, it's almost time. You're going to be like, oh, that's how you knew. Yeah, no shit. That's exactly how I knew. I knew it before that, but once I confirmed that, and by the way, you can't confirm this kind of piece of information. It was literally like I was having a conversation and I was like, oh, I'm going to speak broadly. I want to tell you about something else, speaking broadly. And then because I said that, it prompted like something that happened. And then a phrase was said where I was like, oh, fuck. And it involves Tully. And it is a huge deal. And that's all I'm going to say about that. All right? I think there's no reason for me to hold this as of now. Well, actually there is. But there's nothing that I could say now that would make it more or less likely that a person who could have potential liability would become aware that they were or were not a target or investigated by the federal government. There's nothing I could say at this point that would impact that at all. However, this is the kind of thing that I have to go into future Talmud, and I have to think where along the line, as this all plays out, should this be said? And that's all I'm going to say about that. So, and by the way, that's not teasing it. That's me explaining to you my investigatory process, my journalistic process. If I thought it all out for you in real time right there and made the call that disclosure, it tipped in favor of disclosure, I would have just said it. But I thought it out, and I have to do it based on the day, today, where we are in time, and I decided not. Who else is in trouble? I don't know about Morrissey. One sec, I gotta blow my nose. Morrissey's a little tough. I think he's probably in trouble. I think he's in trouble because of his relationship to the guy in Quincy, that like family. But it wasn't them. They were just patrons of this fucking, or like they were the enablers of it. It went much deeper. It was way more intense. And my guess is, I don't want to talk about that. All right, so, but yeah, let's just say for the next like week, there's gonna be like some crash outs. All right, some people are gonna get some people are gonna leave the state and never come back. And by September 1st, things will be very different. A lot of, like, the internet around these cases will just change. It'll be very quiet. You're going to be able to tell a lot. I just wanted to let you all know by who covers the Farwell trial. If they don't cover it, unless there's a real good reason, like, for example, like, they're dealing with their own case or something else is going on. If they're just a channel that doesn't cover it, and they're involved in covering things related to this unit, that tells you all you need to know. All right, let's finish our document, then I'm going to bed. No, Caroline K9, absolutely. All right, so we probably got like maybe 20 minutes left. We're going to get through this motion, all right? I know a lot of you were fascinated by my soliloquy. All right, but we're going to finish this motion, pick up where we left off. I think it all does tie together in form and content, but I'm also getting tired and it's also midnight, so let's go.
In which Collins allegedly thanked investigative personnel evidence could be removed. 41. O'Brien also learned of a commission team's communication in which Collins allegedly thanked investigative personnel for helping our friends. 42. O'Brien reasonably believed that the apparent conflict, failure to investigate, obstruction, or delay of enforcement, and preferential treatment of a licensee violated the Commission's statutory and regulatory obligations and threatened public health and safety.
Oh, we had a question about when Towel is going to know about federal coverage. I would say probably in the next 2 weeks. There's a very specific process, and I would imagine I'll have an answer for you by the middle of September. All right? Remind me, though. Need me some Z's, great username. Right, our friends, Rocco's, I knew. Well, yeah, our friends, Rocco's, where else do you see that language? Our friends.
40. And preferential treatment of a licensee violated the Commission's statutory and regulatory obligations and threatened public health and safety. 43. On or about July 11, 2023, Commissioner Sinclair sent a communication to Collins and...
No. Sinclair was never a commissioner. That's wrong. This is an error. And that's actually very important because who is the commissioner? This has to be amended. Who is the commissioner that sent this? I would guess this is Roy. It wouldn't be Concepcion or Camargo. I'm going to guess this is supposed to be Roy. But this is an error. Sinclair was never a commissioner.
Other commission person safety. 43. On or about July 11, 2023, Commissioner Sinclair sent a communication to Collins and other commission personnel expressly raising Collins's conflict of interest regarding greatest hits of 44. Ms. O'Brien alleges that, by this point, exposure of the greatest hits matter threatened Collins personally and professionally and supplied him with a powerful personal motive to discredit and remove Ms. O'Brien as the chair who was pressing for completion of the greatest hits investigation. Workplace complaints were escalated and used against O'Brien. 45. In January 2023, Sinclair filed a workplace complaint against O'Brien. Ms. O'Brien denied these allegations and promptly asked that her prior reports submitted in October 2022 concerning Cedric Sinclair and other managers be treated as a cross-complaint. 46. Attorney Kimberly Jones conducted the first investigation. Although Ms. O'Brien identified 5 witnesses with favorable and material information in her defense, Jones and the Commission's internal team decided not to interview any of them. Attorney Jones conducted numbered witness interviews after Ms. O'Brien's final interview on July 26, 2023. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court.
Right, isn't it wild how this sounds like what Chief McNamara went through, although you're going to find this is way more intense.
O'Brien's final interview on July 26, 2023. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number 47. By contrast, the later report of allegations against Ms. O'Brien relied substantially upon anonymous accusations and speculation adverse to O'Brien which had been provided by persons who reported dursitely to Cedric Sinclair. 48. Despite the failure to interview Ms. O'Brien's identified witnesses, Attorney Jones found that Cedric Sinclair's allegations that O'Brien discriminated against him because of race were unsupported by credible witnesses or documentary evidence. She likewise found that the original cross-complaints did not establish that either side had violated the other's protected workplace rights. 49. The conclusions reached by Attorney Jones in the first report relied heavily on 5 unnamed Commission employees. Commission counsel had authorized Jones to promise them anonymity, leaving Ms. O'Brien unable to learn who accused her, what interests or reporting relationships they had, whether they coordinated their accounts, or what context surrounded the statements attributed to them. 50. Attorney Thomas Maffei as the subsequent hearing officer appointed by defendant. Goldberg also struck those anonymous statements. He also found that they lacked the reliability and trustworthiness necessary to protect Ms. O'Brien's due process rights, that numbering. Anonymous witnesses did nothing to make their accusations reliable, and that the Commission's turmoil, turf battles, and backbiting made motive and context especially important. 51. The second investigator, Attorney Traxie Spruce, also rejected material parts of Collins's account. Spruce found that O'Brien did not try to force Collins to resign, that Collins already wanted and planned to resign, that O'Brien's efforts to have him announce those plans violated no Commission policy, and that nothing O'Brien did caused his resignation. 52. Attorney Spruce credited Ms. O'Brien, not Collins, concerning the truth of their July 27 discussion. She further found that the 3 incidents Collins characterized as bullying did not individually violate Commission policy and resorted instead to the totality of events and relied upon proposed Massachusetts legislation that had never been enacted, and in the alternative pointed toward a California law which required actual malice, which Spruce noted was lacking. 53. In July 2023, counsel for Ms. O'Brien sought completion of the original cross complaints. Those complaints were reportedly resolved without a finding that either party violated the other's HR rights. 54. The inappropriate USC of the personnel investigative process escalated as O'Brien's.
Dustin Chow heads the public corruption unit at the DOJ.
Violated the other's HR rights. 54. The inappropriate USC of the personnel investigative process escalated as O'Brien's. Scrutiny of Collins and other senior officials intensified. Commission personnel solicited, organized, or encouraged additional complaints from employees supervised by individuals whose performance and conduct O'Brien had challenged. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number 55. The resulting process excluded favorable witnesses, used inconsistent standards for exculpatory and anonymous information, and produced reports that would be delivered to Goldberg as a mechanism for O'Brisson's suspension and removal. 56. At the same time, Collins served as both executive director and acting general counsel, giving him unusual influence over the Commission's management, legal, and personnel functions, while Ms. O'Brien was scrutinizing his own performance and conflicts. 57. The Treasury's own September 25, 2023, litigation hold identifies Edward Farley, former marketing director for the state lottery, as the only non-Treasury employee directed to preserve evidence concerning Ms. O'Brien, corroborating the significance of his communications with Goldberg. F. Goldberg disclosed confidential annegations and threatened humiliation. 58. On July 14, 2023, before Attorney Jones completed her investigation, Goldberg telephoned Farley. Farley had known Goldberg for nearly 2 decades, worked on her campaigns, and remained her longtime political confidant. 59. Goldberg told Farley that she had received confidential information concerning a commission investigation into allegations that Ms. O'Brien had made racially insensitive comments. 60. Goldberg said O'Brien would be humiliated by the information being shared with her and might be replaced by a commissioner who was a woman of color. 61. Goldberg's statements to Farley revealed that she was already contemplating O'Brien's removal and public humiliation before the investigation by Attorney Jones was complete, before O'Brien had received its report and before O'Brien had any meaningful opportunity to answer its conclusions. 62. Goldberg again contacted Farley on August 4th and August 6th, 2023. In one of those communications, Goldberg sent Farley a message containing a link to a video of a commission. Mechting directed him to view the vidco and directed him to delete the message. She further conveyed that O'Brien could no longer serve and should leave office. 63. On September 7, 2023, Kim sent Ms. O'Brien the Jones report and Collins's attorney's demand letter. During the following week, Goldberg relayed through Kim that Ms. O'Brien should resign and would be suspended if she refused. 64. Defendant Goldberg's unwarranted disclosures, identified above, were not reasonably necessary to any legitimate Treasury function. In the context of contemporaneous pressure on Ms. O'Brien to resign, these disclosures communicated the threat of public humiliation and replacement and were intended to pressure O'Brien to leave office, remain silent, or abandon her. Efforts to CX Pause Commission misconduct. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number 65. These communications were not disclosed to Ms. O'Brien when they occurred. O'Brien first learned of their existence and substance on or about November 2023, and then confirmed in April of 2024 when Mr. Farley provided sworn evidence during the removal proceedings. Before that time, Ms. O'Brien neither knew nor reasonably could have known of Goldberg's disclosures to Farley or the instruction to delete evidence of them. G. O'Brien continued reporting misconduct and refused to resign. 66. Despite the ongoing turmoil, Ms. O'Brien continued pressing the Commission to meet statutory deadlines to draft regulations and secure competent executive and legal leadership during Collins's anticipated leave and planned departure. 67. Ms. O'Brien continued reporting to Goldberg and Treasury officials that Collins was not performing critical responsibilities and that his abrupt absence would leave the Commission without effective leadership at a critical time. 68. O'Brien also continued reporting internal abuse of employees, disparate treatment of licensees, misuse of confidential information, data security concerns, and failures to address regulatory and public safety risks. 69. On July 31st, 2023, Goldberg summoned O'Brien to a meeting devoted exclusively to Sean Collins. The first investigation was unfinished and was not discussed. Goldberg told O'Brien she had lost confidence in her, directed her to speak with her husband, and pressed her to resign. O'Brien refused.
She told her to speak with her husband? What is this, 1870?
70. The pressure caused severe stress and physical symptoms. On September 13th, 2023, O'Brien sought emergency medical treatment with dangerously elevated blood pressure. H.
Oh! Wow! Goldberg put O'Brien into the hospital. That's a headline if I've ever seen one. Oh my God. You gotta remember, these are these are people who have served in government for a long time. Like, they're used to political fights. She was hospitalized because Goldberg was basically, like, seriously pressuring her. That's very intense.
Suspension and removal. 71. On September 14th, 2023, Goldberg suspended O'Brien by means of a one-page letter that did not identify the factual grounds for the suspension or invoke a statutory basis for Mrs. O'Brien's removal. 72. The suspension excluded Ms. O'Brien from her office, commission information, agency, resources, personnel, public meetings, and the performance of her statutory duties. 73. After Ms. O'Brien chose to challenge the suspension and proposed removal, Goldberg established a removal process in which she, defendant Goldberg, would remain as the ultimate fact-finder and decision-maker. 74. O'Brien has presented documentary evidence during that process concerning the management and regulatory failures she had reported, including evidence from former Commissioners Roy and Hoffman and a sworn affidavit from Farley concerning Goldberg's prejudgment and threatened humiliation. Date filed August 20th, 2020.
Wow, so Hoffman and Roy are on O'Brien's side. I could have predicted that.
4:13 p.m. and Superior Court, Suffolk. Docket number is 75. Commissioners Roy and Hoffman also documented Collins' poor performance as a manager. Hoffman has also disclosed that Goldberg had pressured him to hire Collins to serve as the inaugural executive director. 76. During the removal meetings, O'Brien sought testimony from Goldberg and Kim concerning their communications with Collins, their knowledge of his performance problems, and their own role in the events leading to her suspension. They declined to testify. The hearing officer cautioned that anonymous statements lacked sufficient reliability and that O'Brien could not meaningfully defend against them. 77. The hearing officer found that there was evidence that either defendant Goldberg or Kim communicated with Collins about Ms. O'Brien's activities and behavior while she remained in office, and that Kim drafted the notice describing the asserted reasons for O'Brien's suspension and potential removal. 78. The hearing officer also found there was no evidence contradicting O'Brien's account of what she told Goldberg and Kim about Collins or their response. He ruled that her testimony on those subjects therefore had to be treated as true. 79. Despite those concessions, and despite the exclusion of anonymous accusations, investigator Spruce's rejection of key aspects of Collins's account and extensive exculpatory evidence, Goldberg wrongfully removed O'Brien on September 9, 2024, asserting gross misconduct and inability to discharge the duties of her office. 80. Defendant Goldberg reduced her removal decision to a written explanation spanning approximately 80 pages. The stated grounds included alleged comments perceived to be racially, ethnically, or culturally insensitive, comments concerning Executive Director Collins's parental leave that Goldberg asserted contributed to a hostile work environment and communications with and about Collins that, taken together, Goldberg characterized as threatening, abusive, and humiliating, and thus as bullying. Goldberg further stated that the sum and totality of Ms. O'Brien's conduct amounted to gross misconduct, and that many individual instances also constituted gross misconduct standing alone. Goldberg's decision also relied in part on statements O'Brien made during the removal proceedings themselves. 81. Each of defendant Goldberg's stated grounds was subsequently contradicted or materially undermined by the record presently before Goldberg as well as before the Superior Court. The anonymous statements underlying the so-called racial insensitivity findings had been struck by the hearing officer as lacking indicia of reliability and trustworthiness. Attorney Spruce had found that O'Brien did not force Collins's resignation, that Collins already wanted and intended to leave the commission, that O'Brien's efforts to have him announce those plans violated no commission policy, and that nothing O'Brien did caused his resignation. The bullying finding did not rest on any individual violation of commission policy, but on Spruce's. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m., Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number, recourse to a totality theory drawn in part from proposed Massachusetts legislation that had never been enacted. 82. Goldberg's removal decision rejected material findings of the hearing officer Maffei, whom she herself had appointed to preside over the removal proceedings. Goldberg's decision credited evidence the hearing officer had struck and rested on legal theories the investigators' own findings would not support. Goldberg's rejection of her own hearing officer's central findings, her reliance on evidence the hearing officer had excluded, and her ultimate resort to a sum and totality theory to bridge the gap between individual instances and the statutory standard for removal constitute independent evidence that the stated grounds were pretextual and that the decision to remove O'Brien had been predetermined. 83. Shortly thereafter, Goldberg purported to appoint Bruce Stebbins as acting chair, although the governing statute reserved designation of an acting chair to the chair and did not authorize Goldberg to make such an appointment. On September 13, 2023, O'Brien had, appropriately in a timely fashion, and with the prior acknowledgement of Sarah Kim, designated Commissioner Roy to serve as the acting chair of the commission. 1. Public investigations corroborated the problems O'Brien reported. 84. While suspended, O'Brien continued providing her objections and information to public, audits concerning commission misconduct, regulatory failures, missing or uncollected fees, disparate treatment of licensees, and threats to public health and safety. 85. O'Brien also has provided information and documents concerning greatest hits to the Office of the Inspector General and invoked her status as a whistleblower.
Boss Tweed Days in Norfolk County.
86. The Office of the Inspector General later advised O'Brien that the matters she reported could be of interest to regulatory, prosecutorial, or investigative agencies and requested authorization to transmit her complaint and supporting documentation for further review by these agencies.
Wait, what? Oh my God, there already is an investigation, isn't there? Wait, what? Wait, what? What does the next paragraph say?
87. Ms. O'Brien authorized the transmission and signed a complaining witness statement for referral to the United States Attorney's Office.
Excuse me? Oh my God. Called it. Oh, there's something big coming. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, wow. Do you understand what that just said? I mean, if you read it in totality, what it means is that the Massachusetts Office of the Inspector General has submitted a very... that explains why they all went so fucking quiet. Oh my God. This is going to be big. The OIG is a formal government agency. It doesn't just investigate, though, and issue reports. It can issue criminal referrals. This is saying that the OIG Whoa. Wow. Wow. Oh, they really are gonna bang up Collins and Goldberg. Holy shit. Leah Foley must think I'm a boss. I think she's a boss. Alright, I'm telling you with 100% certainty, Leah Foley knows who I am. Wow. Are you telling me? Whoa. Oh, I'm a boss, huh? Whoa. Holy shit. I made a federal investigation. Damn. I'm good. I'm really good. Holy shit. That was my reporting. Damn. Bet you weren't expecting that. You all were like, well, some of you, I know some of you in the chat were having a great time because you were like, this is very interesting administrative law. Oh, the Democratic Party, look at how, like, grotesque Goldberg's actions are. Listen, I know. I found it, as you could tell, I was enthralled. Oh my God. How does this happen every night? Should this be, like, legal? I'm a little confused. Not legal, but is this, like, what is happening in my life right now? Am I just, like... I sometimes worry that people don't tell me the scope of my own influence because they think then it will impact the work I do. I'm somewhat convinced they all have meetings, and they're like, which should we just not tell? Should we just use? Let's just take the information and just not. Let's just not tell him anything. Let's just not talk to him. Yeah, that's fascinating. Oh, the feds must love me. No wonder they wanted me to be a federal prosecutor. Well, that makes a lot of sense there. I would want me to be a federal prosecutor. I'm pretty smart. Damn. I made a fucking federal case, huh? Now that one was, there's no one that got, it's not like, I'm like, oh, I built on the work. Nope. That was me. I did that. I mean, there's a lot of people that went into it. But nope, that one's me. And I built that one. Damn. Fuck me. Oh, God. That means that... Oh, wow. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Oh, damn. Well. Well. We are talking about paragraphs 86 and 87 on the screen. And, yeah. That is... Now, you have to have followed... We're covering a specific case. So you had to have followed the background. It was a lot of background. It's a complex administrative law case about the state treasurer, Deb Goldberg, Shannon O'Brien, the Cannabis Control Commission. But the core of it all is, it turns out my reporting, after multiple steps along the way, led to a potential referral. I don't know what the fuck's going on now, but it seems like Leah Foley might be interested in more than just the Sandra Birchmore cover-up and Amelia's, etc. I think she's on to this too. Do you understand the media is not going to know what to do? No one is... If they charge these people, do you understand that would mean simultaneously I am in the middle, like literally directly in the middle of two very, very major federal investigations. Not because, like, just because of my reporting.
That's wild. I was not expecting that one. That would be wild. Oh my god. I mean, listen, I don't even know, like, I guess it's because I don't really, I don't really care about my own reputation. Like, in the sense that, like, I'm not trying to tell my colleagues, like, put me on. I don't give a shit, bro. I don't care. Do the fucking work. Just do the work. But seriously, this is like, I can start putting this, like, I'm starting to really build some accolades here that have some serious, like, weight politically. Well then. I'm very proud. I'm a proud little Tao. That took a lot of work, that one. That was good. I feel like I made a good contribution there. I'm not as proud of that one as I am of the Amelia's ring getting broken up. That one was really hurting. That was very bad. This, yeah, no good. Nobody died, thank God. There was some threats to those effects, but nobody died. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of that one. That was good. I understand what it feels like to be a prosecutor now, or like an investigator. You're like, yeah, that was a good one. But really, like, you're talking like thousands of fucking hours. Like thousands of hours. Yeah, I think I'd be pleased with some federal charges from that. Job well done, Dale. Job well done. All from one fucking Patreon article. I told you, butterfly flaps its wings in Boston and there's a fucking tsunami in Hokkaido. I'm really proud of this one. I think I'm proud in a different way. Like, you don't understand, I took administrative law, and multiple times during the class, the professor and I, this guy was a genius, we would just sit there and talk, and I'd be like, well, you know, in the context of that statute, I had to deal with the implementation of, like, this statute, and this administrative, he was like, you are so fascinating. I was like, you're fascinating. And then we would just have conversations. The class, they were, I don't know, it was after fucking Loper Bright, so Chevron deference was gone, and I think, like, most of the kids in the class didn't really understand, like, what to do with administrative law when you only had Skidmore respect instead of Chevron deference, especially with Loper Bright. And for me, I was just like, folks, like, administrative law is not defined by the deference given to administrative agencies upon superior court review. Like, that's a very, like, narrow, like, subset of administrative law. Administrative law is more like, it's like constitutional law. Like, if you want to do administrative law, you have to know how to write a statute, like an enabling statute as legislation, and then regulatory codification is secondary but enabled through the statute. So you have to be thinking ahead, because the enabling statute sets out the, like, guardrails for the regulatory drafting. So administrative law is way more than just deference and the level of deference. It's more about, like, the interplay between, like, delegated legislative and executive power and, like, whether or not the agency is independent, and then the statute, and then the appointing authorities if those are involved, and, like, the limits of lawmaking. When you are a regulatory, like, official, you are a lawmaker. I mean, what's really complicated, a lot of people don't understand this, because regulatory agencies are actually Article 1 courts under the Constitution. Article 3 courts are what you're mostly used to hearing the word court, criminal civil courts. Article 1 courts are different. They are administrative agencies, and what it means is that the agency simultaneously writes law, which is regulations. In the hierarchy, by the way, statutes are at the top, okay? there's two pyramids. Statutes are on the left pyramid at the top, then regulations, then sub-regulatory guidance documents, okay? On the right side of the pyramid, court precedent, okay? It's as weighty as legislative statutes, but it's completely separate. So the hierarchy in terms of administrative law is going to be the statute, then the regulation, then sub-regulatory guidance documents. I love them, but don't worry too much about sub-regulatory guidance documents. Just understand that the general rulemaking function of an administrative body is to interpolate ambiguity in statutory construction and then make regulations. 935 CMR 500.000, 935 CMR 500.001, the traffic codes also regulations, etc., etc., etc. Okay, that's the rulemaking function. It also has an enforcement function. This is walled off, okay, within the agency, and it is its own thing. It doesn't write rules. It enforces the rules. It hires administrative law judges, okay, and then it either enters into pre-settlement stipulated agreements for violations of the regulatory schema, or it brings you in front of an ALJ, a hearing officer. It gets a decision, gets a stipulated order, and then a finding, and then it gets brought to the commission. The hearing officer or the ALJ's decision is voted upon, and the findings are rendered. Okay, that's enforcement. Okay, that's different than rulemaking. Now, you might be saying, wait, but what, I thought like this commission is run by commissioners who oversee both. Yes, they do. But within the agency itself, the enforcement role is walled off in all administrative agencies from the rulemaking body. One part of the body writes rules, and you need a lot of staff to do that. Lawyers, you don't even understand how hard it is to draft and update regulations. You have to like do notice, drafting, and meetings, and redlining, and it's horrible. It takes like 100 people to update regulations and write laws, to write new regulations. To enforce, you probably need like 75 people, depending on how big the industry is. Okay, there are investigations, enforcement, stuff like that, okay? That's what a regulatory agency is now. It gets complicated because you might be saying, but Grant, oh, God bless you, Pat Ray. You might be saying to yourself, Grant, Pat Ray says, bless you, Grant, with a bunch of hearts. You might be saying, but Grant, what if I don't like what the regulatory agency does? What if they make a decision that I don't like? Well, I have good news for you. I'm not a lawyer, but I did go to law school. This is not legal advice. Your remedy is Chapter 30A in Massachusetts. You get to petition the Superior Court for a writ of certiorari to review an administrative action. You can take it out of the Article 1 court and bring it over to the Article 3 court. Now, remember when we talked about deference earlier? All right, now Loper-Bright comes into play, okay? Because courts, before Loper-Bright, so when Chevron deference was the standard, courts used to enforce this precedent that the decision of an administrative agency was given deference because they were the subject matter expert. Therefore, for a superior court to overturn or overrule an administrative decision, the standard was deference. Okay. Now, for political reasons, after Loper-Bright, the standard was reduced to respect. Okay, that's Skidmore, respect. That was a case before Chevron, where the court said that administrative agencies were afforded respect by courts reviewing their actions, not deference. Now, you might be saying like, oh shit, Grant, it was really hard to learn reasonable, articulable suspicion, and probable cause, and preponderance, and clear and convincing, and reasonable doubt. Now I gotta learn fucking respect versus deference? Well, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Courts are weird. So when you're in the realm of Chevron being overturned by Loper-Bright, all you have left is Skidmore respect. Therefore, if you use Chapter 30A to petition a court for a writ of certiorari to review an administrative action by a regulatory agency in Massachusetts, that agency's decision only gets respect from the court, not deference. Everybody on the same page? All right. There will be a quiz. All right. This will be on the final. All right. You will be expected to know everything about all of human civilization everywhere on planet Earth that was ever recorded or written down by anyone at any time. And maybe even some things that weren't written down. All right. Oh, thank you, Rocco's Life. Yeah, I appreciate that insight. Hello, Francisco Castillo. Hola, mi amigo. Un momento. My dear friends who speak English, un momento, por favor. Tengo un amigo. Se llama Francisco Castillo. I have a friend. His name is Francisco Castillo. He gets a personalized news update in Spanish whenever he checks in and says hello, because he's wonderful. So you're going to have to forgive me. This is going to become a Spanish news channel for a few minutes, and then we'll be back to English. Hola, mi amigo. ¿Cómo estás? Hoy tenemos muchas cosas que está ocurriendo. Primero, no tengo las palabras como explicar qué está ocurriendo las 3 días pasados, porque hay personas en mi estado, Massachusetts, que son muy mal, police, sí, y tengo una situación muy complicada, porque hay una niña, se llama Sandra Birchmore, que sufrí mucho, suffered mucho, porque los police hurt la niña. Y también la policía le gusta usar prostitutes. Y hay personas en el gobierno del mi estado que le gusta usar la misma prostitutes. Y también muchas cosas está ocurriendo este momento porque hay una situación con una persona se llama Karen Reed. Necesita usar Google porque entiendes más sobre Karen Reed. Pero las personas que le gustan, la policía que le gustan the prostitutes, también la policía le gustan tormento, personas que no tienen influencia en el gobierno, ¿sí? Y yo, por muchas razones diferentes, encontré documentos de un corporation, un restaurant, que la policía fue usa por el broth. Y hay un persona muy importante en el gobierno que asistir este restaurante con documentos y es un grande problema por toda la gente en el mundo porque Jeffrey Epstein no sé cómo se dice en español las palabras sobre la conexión between esta situación y Jeffrey Epstein, pero es Jeffrey Epstein. Una operación muy very big, muy grande.
Y en este lugar en particular tenemos este problema porque la policía le gustan prostitutes. Okay, very good. I hope you all understood exactly what was going on there. Now, that was a little bit hard, all right? That was a little bit hard for me to do. That was the war. I can explain to my dear friend Francisco what's going on because I have the language to speak about those developments. I didn't really know how to tell him about the prostitutes in the brothel and the cops. So I just very broadly explained, and then when we got to the point where I had to explain the Jeffrey Epstein thing, oh, the ship had sailed. There was no way I was going to be able to explain to my dear friend Francisco about like Ghislaine Maxwell and property records in 2006. I don't even know how to say 2006. No sé cómo se dice 2006 en español. So anyway, you know, I just thought it would be fun to provide that update. And I'm sure some of you who, you know, speak English were like, oh my God, he speaks Spanish? Yeah, entiendo español un poco. Claro que sí. Entonces, necesito practicar mi español todos los días. Y mi amigo Francisco Castillo le gusta comunicar en español conmigo. ¿Sí? Sí. Entonces, me gusta practicar mi español y cuando estoy en el mundo me gusta usar español para quiero comer, ¿sí? Las personas que solo entienden español pueden comunicar conmigo porque me gusta comer y me gusta comer para Anas y las personas al esta taquería entienden inglés, pero me gusta hablar con ellos en español. Pero no puedo ir al Anas todos los días, no es posible. Pero me gusta comunicar con Francisco for the same reason. Sí, es muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo. Creo que español es un idioma muy importante. Claro que sí. Porque si puedes explicar o hablar o entender español, puedes ir a todos los países en este lugar, in this area of the world. Sí, sí. Yo creo que español es un idioma muy importante por esta razón. También, yo creo que muchas personas no creen que una persona fue de Estados Unidos puede hablar y entender español. Entonces, cuando estoy en la próxima de personas que pueden hablar en español y yo dice yo puedo entender español y yo puedo hablar español también. La gente es el gringo entiende español. Sí, entiendo español. So anyway, I hope you all enjoyed that. That was fun. But yeah, I was absolutely not able to relay as much as I don't have a working like lexicon for criminal case coverage. Francisco says, "Thank you for talking to me as an example and for me talking to you." Adiós bendiga, mi amigo. Yo creo que tu inglés es muy bien y también mucha gente está aquí pueden entender español e inglés y puedes hablar con nosotros cualquiera. Sí,
Very good. I said Francisco's English is very good, and he can come practice his Spanish or English with us, or I can practice my Spanish with him, and he can come practice his English with us anytime he would like. So, yeah, that was great. Hello, Roper Ducky, good to see you. Oh, yes, working in a restaurant with a lot of colleagues who speak Spanish is a great way to learn. I myself, Sanchez insured. I'm so glad you enjoyed that. I myself, as you can tell, I learned in school. So I kind of over time developed my own way of speaking, but I have an academic understanding of the language. When you hear me pause, I'm conjugating the verb because I can't fluently just go from like the imperfect to the past to the present to the conditional. I can't. I have to stop and manually conjugate. I'm pretty okay with stuff like Tango K, because you only have to conjugate tener. That's why you notice I use that as a crutch. When I'm using Tango K or tienes K, what I'm saying is I have to or you have to. The reason I'm doing that is because when you use that, you don't have to conjugate the later verb. Tango K ir, I have to go. You don't have to conjugate ear. You don't even want to get into conjugating the word ear to go, oh, it's freaking horrible. It's like 7 different words based on the tense you're using. But yeah, so I use that as a crutch. You may have picked up on it, those of you who speak Spanish. And that way I don't have to conjugate the latter verb. I can use a verb I know in its regular form without conjugation, and I don't have to know. Spanish is really hard because there are irregular verbs. There are verbs that are regular in like the present tense, but not regular in the past tense. They have like letters that will switch. Okay. Perder, to lose, is a good example of that. It goes to like Pierre though in the past. And there's 2 different forms of the past: the imperfect and the what's the other one? The past. Like there's the imperfect and then there's the past. Those are 2 different tenses. And then there's like commands when you want to like dígame, like that's the word decir. But when you want to say to someone like tell me, you have to say dígame. Well, where the fuck is the G in decir, bro? Where the fuck did you even get that from? Where the fuck do I have to put that there? I gotta manually fucking remember to put a G in decir if I want to tell someone to say something to me. Come on now. That's really hard. So anyway, Spanish kind of works like that. Now, the tener K thing, by the way, or Tango K, I have to. That trick works somewhat, but you still have to know how to conjugate tener in the past. So if you want to say like I had to go, you still have to know tener is an irregular verb. So tuve que ir, I had to go. Yeah, I know. What the fuck? Tuve? Why the fuck would the yo form of tener in the past be fucking tuve? Where'd you get the V from? And listen, there's no fucking continuity. They just make shit up. They're like, oh yeah, this one just has a fucking Z in it. It's hilarious. I mean, I love it because I can like deploy it, but learning it, I was like, come on, this is so unfair. You can't just put fucking random. You can't be like, we're gonna spell the word tener 74 different ways because it's a fucking exponential equation. Because every fucking tense has 6 conjugations. Oh, it would make me all mad. Oh, I totally agree, Pat Ray. Listen, I can't even imagine what learning English is like, because that I do natively speak. But when I hear people explaining the rules of English to people, or using a bunch of words that you can have an English word spelled the same exact way and have 2 different meanings based on the emphasis you put on the syllable. No fucking tildes, no enye's, no hints at all. You just gotta know based on context, how the word works, based on how you sound it out and what letter you stress. People are like, what the fuck? That's not fair. which is which. Yeah, that's a perfect example. And then there are some that are cognates, literal cognates, and then there are false cognates. So there are some words that like look like they mean the same thing from one language to the other, but they don't. And then others that mean the same thing and look the same. Oh, it's hilarious. I love trolling people with my Spanish. As you can tell, I just adore it. I'm not perfect. I don't know all of the tenses anymore. Back in the day, I got an award my freshman year because the Spanish teacher was so blown away that I could... And now, mind you, the only reason I could speak Spanish was because I liked listening to Immortal Technique. So every fucking day, I just listened to Revolutionary Volume 1 and 2 over and over and over again. And he speaks Spanish on Revolutionary Volume 1. And he was like saying like cuss words, and I wanted to know what he was saying. So, I was a little rebellious. So, of course, I went overboard. And I went to, I'm pretty sure I had a computer, or I went to the library, and I manually looked up every word. So, I loved Spanish. It was not for the reason that my teacher thought, but I certainly loved Spanish. And I got an award. I got the Foreign Language Award. It was 2004. And I remember I got the award, and then some kid who was a fucking genius and spoke like Latin got the award. And I was like, what am I doing up here? It was hilarious. Do I like Selena? Selena's good. I like Juanes as well. I listen to Juanes a lot, actually, surprisingly. Only like 2 songs. Es para ti, I think, is my favorite by Juanes. And then I listen to some like David Byrne, because he did a song, Yo Descendo Soy, or Descendiendo Soy, or whatever. And that's how my Spanish teacher taught us how to conjugate the word ser. She was like, I have an exercise for you all today. I figured out that I can play you this David Byrne song to teach you how to conjugate the word ser, and I like this song, so we're going to listen to it. We're going to do a worksheet. So that's how I learned how to conjugate the word ser. What other Spanish music do I like? Obviously a lot of Immortal Technique. I listen to some like Narco Corridos. It's okay. I don't understand it though, and I don't have the cultural context, so it's hard for me to follow. I love the style. I just don't understand. And I don't want to disrespect the art form by listening to something that I don't understand. I can't appreciate it as art, like the style of the Narco Corridos, but I just don't understand, so I don't listen to that genre. But I would like to learn more Spanish. You saw Selena. Wow, that's impressive. I think it would be very cool to have seen Selena. She was an icon. We watched that movie, now that I think about it, in my freshman year Spanish class. Maybe my sophomore year Spanish class. Alright, let's finish our document. We only have like 8 minutes left. We're so close, and then I'm going to bed. And I'm taking the weekend off. We actually have 20 more minutes. Alright, let's do this. I might speed this up.
88. O'Brien also provided information to the Office of the State Auditor.
Oh, wait, that's right. This is actually really big news. I gotta break this when I wake up in the morning. I mean, it's already really broken. I'm sure the Globe found this shit. By the way, Boston Globe, I love you dearly, but you got the fucking story wrong. I know it's not the same people these days, but can we have a heart-to-heart here? I just want to talk to the Boston Globe as an entity, okay? Just the amorphous entity that is the Boston Globe. You got the fucking O'Brien story wrong, alright? Let me just give it to you fucking straight, alright? If we're gonna fucking talk, but I can't mask right now, I'm all tapped. You got the O'Brien story wrong. You got it wrong. Okay? The federal investigation was not about O'Brien. She was not being investigated. Rachel Rollins, I gotta talk to Miss Rollins. I really hope she does not win that election. Well, I'm leaving anyway, but God help us all. There was nothing wrong with what Shannon O'Brien was doing. Though the real misconduct was Goldberg and Collins. And listen, I don't think any of you understand what will happen if the U.S. Attorney's Office actually prosecutes what was referred. Dude. Oh my God. And by the way, those people are probably terrified
because they're like, wait a minute. Grant kept saying, like, that the feds were going to get us. Was he actually being serious? Well, yeah. I told you not them, but I kept saying, don't fuck with the vulnerable. And you kept fucking with the vulnerable. So, yeah, I was all mad. You know, they should have figured it out earlier, all right? Because I'm a smart man, all right? You know, I'm a smart man. But if you put someone's, like, physical things, like, safety in danger, I'm going to call, you know, like, you know, I got friends. Not, like, I'm talking about, like, in the government and whatnot, and various other people. And I'm going to make sure it gets reported, and that person, you know, gets access to, you know, people who they can go to. So I don't like hearing about things like, you know, people making threats and stuff like that. And what is behind those two paragraphs is wild. And the fact that the U.S. Attorney's Office knows about it, wild. Because that, oh yeah, that stuff, listen, I'm not saying nothing. The people who, like, are, like, literally in the paragraph probably know what's up. But, like, I want to see where this goes. If they charge them, that'll be incredible. And frankly, I think they're going to charge. Because they kind of fucked over the investors, the company at issue. And you can't, like, investors get all mad. Dude, if you fuck over investors, the DOJ listens to investors. You'd be surprised. You screw over a bunch, like, they'll fuck you. It's a crime. I mean, every investment is risky, but if you actually fuck over investors, they are very powerful people. Have you ever thought about that? Not everyone who invests is a power player, but most investors, they got real connections. You don't invest in companies unless, like, you know what a fucking term sheet is. And you don't know what a term sheet is unless you got bank. Because nobody does recreational fucking, not at this level. These aren't fucking retail stocks. We're talking, like, buying parts of a company before it really gets off the ground. That's very risky. But that's how you get Class A preferred stock compared to, like, a Class B stock on an IPO. You have to get in at the beginning. It's a fucking good deal. But it's dangerous. It's risky. 2, people who invest in that, at that level, they are very savvy. They don't, dude, here's the difference between a retail investor and a real investor. By the way, I have to regulate this shit, which is the only reason I know about it. I don't trade stocks, and I don't invest in companies. I don't believe in it. It's a conflict of interest for journalists, because then my own portfolio would impact how I cover market sectors. So I don't do that. But let me explain to you the difference between a retail investor, a custody, and by analogy, and a real investor. A retail investor buys, often through a brokerage house, a stock or a bunch of stock on the market. Okay? That's stock trading. So we're not going to get into shorts, which is where you bet against the market. It's very complicated. It involves like buying and then lending, and I don't want to explain it. It involves leverage positions, which is not part of our lecture today. But in general, being a retail investor just means that you see a stock on the market and you're like, I think that stock value is going to go up, so I'm going to buy it now. Speaking very, very broadly. So you go to a broker, you put in an order, okay? And then the broker is going to go look out on the market and be like, okay, does someone who already has these shares, you got to tell the broker what kind of shares you want to buy. It's very limited. Like, you can only sell certain shares if you have them based on like certain like trigger points, because otherwise it's insider trade. It's very complicated. But the point is, say you want to buy like 300 common shares of some company, and they're like 30 cents each. Okay, you put a put order in for the 300 shares. This is retail investing. You push the button. If there is a seller out there who will meet your put order or buy order, whatever the fuck, I don't trade fucking stocks, but I understand how it works. If there's a seller out there that has 300 units of common stock that will meet your price, they're going to sell. And then you're going to get your stock account's going to deplete, and then the broker's going to get their fee. Everyone understand? Very broadly speaking. And we're not even getting into margin lending or like buying stocks on margin or shorting a market. We're just talking about retail investing in its simplest form, buying a stock and hoping its price goes up. That is different than being an investor, although the term is the same. That is different than being an investor at the startup part of a company. Why is this relevant? Because where this could go, because of what happened in Greatest Hits or in receivership, etc. An investor is someone who you go to when you're starting up your company, and you say to them something like, I project this company is going to make like 48 million a year in revenue, and I project it's going to have operational expenses of 2 to 4 million. Or something along those lines, 1 to 3 million. And that's called a prospectus. You take that, it's very privileged, very secret. It's why most people don't see this shit. You only see this stuff if you're a reporter who covers corporations. Or like a financial advisor. I'm sure Karen knows all about this shit. So you go to the company and you're like, okay, how much do you need? Like, how much capital, working capital do you need? And they'll tell you, like, we need, like, I don't know, like, say you need, like, 5 million to become operational. You then negotiate. You can get all sorts of different investing terms. I'm not going to get into them. There's stuff like sweat equity provisions where, like, you work for no money until the loan is paid back. It's really shitty. Basically, you can choose what you want to do when you get an investor. Most of the time, you're going to give them revenue. You're going to agree to give them a percentage of the revenue of the company every year, the profits. But you're also taking a loan, basically. It's an insulated loan, but the company is taking a loan from the investor. And the investor isn't just getting paid back their principal. They're supposed to get an ROI on agreed terms. Now, the term might not be like a set dollar amount per like quarter or whatever. It's going to be a yield on the revenue, on the profit. So if you fuck your investor or your investors and you took like $25 million over the years and nobody got their principal back and you didn't pay a lot out, yeah, that's a problem. That's different than the business kind of underperforming. You sell it, maybe you sold it for 80 cents on the dollar. That's in the realm of business. What's not is if like the company goes belly up and then they do a forensic audit, the investors, and there was criminal activity, trover, embezzlement, who the fuck knows. That can really screw you because investors are oftentimes not, sometimes they're family and friends, but they're oftentimes like very savvy rich people, and you don't want to fuck with savvy rich people who like invest in companies because they know what they're doing. You might be able to pull the wool over their eyes for like a year or two, but they'll get you. They'll get you. So, yeah, I will say though, I am not an economist. I am trained a little bit in what I just explained to you, the interplay between administrative law, term sheets, investing, retail investing versus actually investing in a company, like owning part of a company, the difference, etc., receivership, dilution of assets, dissolution of assets, all that stuff. I know a little bit about it, and what I'm telling you is I don't know where this is going to go, but I know everything about this story. You can read about it in my writing. The Globe covered it just recently, the Spotlight team. This is a big deal. And the Globe the Spotlight team doesn't just cover shit. If they are covering something, it's because they think there's something coming. And they covered this, the greatest hits thing, like 2 months ago. It was a really good article. Who wrote it? Oh God, it was it's not the editor of the Spotlight team. He just came in, the editor. Who's the Spotlight greatest hits? I know they just wrote it. How did I forget this guy? Ah, here it is. It was actually March 31st, 2026. Who wrote it? Gordon Russell. Yes, yeah. He's good. Not the regular cannabis writer. I don't even know who their regular cannabis writer is. But I can't find it on my desktop, but take a read of this article. It was on March 31st, 2026. A whistleblower said this cannabis firm had an inside track. Soon, it's set to face discipline. So if the Globe's, and that's not the regular Boston Globe, that's a Spotlight team. And as you know, they're the ones that broke the Catholic Church sex abuse scandal. They've broken a lot of stuff over the years. I also was reading that they're in a fight right now with the Commonwealth because there's a list of 827 informants that was managed by, I don't know if it's the state police or the DAs or who the fuck was managing it, but there's a list of 827 informants, and the Globe is trying to get that because wait till you hear the reason. So the Globe ran this Cop City series maybe, I don't know, a year or two ago, and they were investigating police like abusing female informants and extorting them for sex. So the Globe, I think, although I don't know the status of they're in a very public court fight over this with the state. I believe the Globe is trying to get that list because they believe that, based on the Cop City series I was reading, that the informant program through the state and local police was being used to abuse women sexually and traffic them. I'm almost positive. I can't prove it because I don't know what the records show. I only read a little bit about the Globe suing. But I am almost positive that the Globe Spotlight team is onto a lot of this stuff. Now, I don't really know. I don't think the informant lawsuit is related at all to this stuff. I just think it's an example of how heavy the Globe is when they hit. They are a conventional newspaper, but a lot of people don't understand what the Spotlight team is. Like, if they come for you, you're done. You're not getting out of that one. The Globe, you might be able to take a hit from the Boston Globe in a story and keep going, but dude, you can't take the Spotlight team on. You won't. They literally took on the Pope. You can't win. They just can't. So, Spotlight coverage of the informant story. Keep an eye on that. I think I don't know if it was I think Cop City was the Spotlight team. I'll have to double check. It was like 2 years ago that I read these articles. And then the articles stopped because they got in a fight over legal fight over access to these records. But if that list gets out, listen, if this was happening in Norfolk County, I know some of these girls were being forced to be informants. I know they were. Not just them, but I know a lot of people. And I mean, it's what was going on. I'm pretty sure that's how a lot of the trafficking was enforced. It looked like the girls were informants. So that way the cops could have cover to engage with them. But they weren't actually informants. They never were making any cases. Maybe if they needed to gin up a case, they would have the girl say something. But yeah, I think that's where this is all going. Outside of just what was happening in Norfolk County. All right, we got to finish this. I got to get through this and go to bed. Hello, Amy. It's sweet nothing. It's so good to see you. I will say, it is nice to see some of my late night towel friends. We haven't done a late night stream basically since the war, so I've missed so many of you. You're wonderful.
Public reports by the Auditor and referral to the United States Attorney's Office. 88. O'Brien also provided information to the Office of the State Auditor. Public reports by the Auditor and Inspector General subsequently documented serious commission, mismanagement, regulatory violations, procedural inequities, uncollected fees, and disparate treatment of licensees. 89. Those findings corroborated material aspects of the institutional failures O'Brien had brought to Goldberg's and the Commission's attention before her suspension and removal. 90. By letter to legislative leadership dated June 18, 2024, the Inspector General independently concluded that the Commission was a rudderless agency urgently required. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number, legislative intervention, and needed a receiver to manage its daily operations. The Inspector General reported that the agency lacked clear leadership, had spent substantial public funds without resolving its governance failures, and remained unable to correct the problems on its own. The Superior Court vacated the removal decision. 91. O'Brien sought judicial review of the removal decision made by defendant Goldberg in the civil action of O'Brien versus Goldberg, Suffolk Superior Court Civil Action Number 2484, CV 03009-. Adjourned. 92. On September 2, 2025, Justice Robert B. Gordon issued a detailed decision concluding that Goldberg's removal decision was unsupported by substantial evidence and affected by material errors of law apparent on the administrative record. 93. The court concluded, among other things, that the anonymous accusations lacked adequate indicia of reliability, that the record did not establish racial animus, that the evidence instead demonstrated Ms. O'Brien's commitment to the Commission's social equity mission, and that the conduct attributed to her did not approach the required statutory standard for removal. 94. The Superior Court vacated the removal decision made by defendant Goldberg and ordered O'Brien immediately reinstated for the remainder of her statutory term with back pay and benefits. 95. Goldberg then sought further appellate relief and a stay that would have prevented O'Brien's immediate return to her position as chair. After the stay effort was summarily denied by the appeals court, Goldberg abandoned the appeal on or about September 18, 2025. 96. Ms. O'Bricken's return to her position nevertheless was delayed, prolonging her exclusion and public humiliation. 97. The Superior Court's judgment confirmed that the asserted grounds for removal could not withstand legal scrutiny and review on the very record Goldberg created and controlled. Although the court's decision vindicated Ms. O'Brien, it did not adjudicate whether the suspension and removal by defendant Goldberg were retaliation for O'Brien's protected disclosures, nor did it compensate the full measure of the injuries caused by the defendants' campaign against her, continuing protected conduct and harm. 98. Following her reinstatement, Ms. O'Brien resumed reporting and opposing conduct she reasonably believed violated law or commission obligations and threatened public health, safety, public funds, and the integrity of the regulated cannabis market. 99. Those reports and objections included ongoing complaints regarding testing fraud and contaminated products, concealment of testing and seed-to-sale data, potential loss or diversion. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number of licensing fees, selective and disparate enforcement, unauthorized alteration of commission, orders, inaccurate timekeeping, concolment of legal expenditures, destruction or suppression of records, and the continuing failure to investigate greatest hits. 100. The Commission's own subsequent conduct corroborated material aspects of O'Brien's testing fraud disclosures and whistleblowing activity. On or about August 18, 2026, the Commission publicly reported the results of its first substantial potency audit conducted under revamped Saret shopper regulations. The audit found that 13 cultivators had labeled cannabis products with THC levels at least 25% higher than actual potency, including products with inflated labeling of approximately 45 to 55%, and that approximately 20% of all audited samples had significantly inflated THC labels. The Commission's own audit substantially corroborated the testing fraud and consumer protection concerns O'Brien had raised and disclosed to public bodies before, during, and after her suspension and removal, and confirmed the substance of her June 2023 public inquiry concerning the Commission's secret shopper program. 101. O'Brien has directed and supported lawful internal investigation of potential fraud and violations and continued communicating with legislators, the Comptroller, the Inspector General, the Auditor, and other public bodies. 102. Commission personnel resisted those efforts, withheld information, delayed implementation of reforms, attempted to exclude O'Brien from anticipated greatest hits, enforcement action, and took adverse action against personnel who assisted her inquiries. 103. The retaliation by defendants has damaged Ms. O'Brien's reputation, impaired her ability to perform her public duties, caused substantial emotional distress and physical symptoms, required her to incur legal expenses, and caused other economic and non-economic losses beyond the back pay and benefits awarded in the Chapter 30A proceeding. L. Statutory Notice 104. Before and throughout the events described above, O'Brien repeatedly disclosed the challenged activities, policies, and practices to officials with supervisory or corrective authority, including Goldberg, SENE or Treasury officials, fellow commissioners, Commission counsel, human resources officials, and executive management, including the recent WPA notice sent to the defendants in July of 2026. 105. Her protected conduct independently included providing information to public bodies, conducting investigations, hearings, and inquiries, and objecting to or refusing to participate in conduct she reasonably believed unlawful or dangerous within the meaning of GL Chapter 149, Section 185, B.2 and B.3. 106. On July 27, 2026, through counsel, O'Brien provided the Treasury and the Commission with additional formal written notice under GL Chapter 149, Section 185, C.1, identified the activities, date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m., Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number, policies and practices at issue, and afforded each public employer a reasonable opportunity to investigate and correct them. There has been no response. 107. The notice supplemented O'Brien's prior reports and did not concede that additional written notice was required for any claim. Counting a retaliation in violation of the Massachusetts Whistleblower Act, GL, Chapter 149, Section 185, against the Treasury and the Commission. 108. O'Brien repeats and incorporates by reference the performed compensated services for the Commonwealth as chair of their commission and was an employee protected by GL Chapter 149, Section 185. The Treasury and a commission each exercised material control over the terms, conditions, status, and practical performance of her compensated public service, and each constituted her public employer jointly, or in the alternative, within the meaning of the statute. 110. O'Brien disclosed and threatened to disclose to supervisors and relevant public bodies conduct she reasonably believed violated laws and regulations or created substantial risks to public health, safety, or the environment. Her disclosures included conflicts corrupting enforcement, obstruction and delay of investigations, preferential treatment of licensees, concealment of regulatory and public safety information, data security failures, testing fraud, contaminated and unregulated cannabis, misuse or loss of public funds, and retaliation against persons who reported such matters. 111. O'Brien provided information to public bodies conducting investigations, hearings, or inquiries into such conduct, including the Inspector General, State Auditor, Legislature, and of federal law enforcement authorities. 112. O'Brien objected to and refused to participate in activities, policies, or practices she reasonably believed unlawful or dangerous. 113. The Treasury and Commission, through their officials and agents, knew of O'Brien's protected activity. 114. Because of that protected activity, the Treasury and Commission, acting through their officials and agents, subjected O'Brien to retaliatory action, threats and pressure to resign, manipulation of workplace complaints, unauthorized disclosure of confidential allegations, suspension, exclusion from her office and agency resources, removal, resistance to, reinstatement, impairment of her statutory authority, withholding of information, obstruction of investigations and reforms, and other actions that would deter a reasonable public employee from reporting misconduct. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m., Superior Court, Suffolk, docket number 115. The retaliatory actions constituted a single, continuing course of retaliatory conduct, culminating in O'Brien's removal on September 9, 2024, and continuing after her reinstatement in September 2025. 116. The causal connection is supported by the timing and sequence of events, the decision maker's knowledge, the personal interests of the officials implicated by O'Brien's reports, Goldberg's prejudgment and threats of humiliation, the solicitation and escalation of complaints. As O'Brien's scrutiny intensified, the ONC-cited investigative practices, the refusal of KCI, decision-makers to testify, the rejection of material allegations against O'Brien, and the eventual judicial invalidation of the stated grounds for removal by the Superior Court. 117. The asserted reasons for the adverse actions were not the true reasons. They were selectively assembled, materially unreliable, inconsistent with the investigator's own favorable findings, and ultimately determined by the Superior Court to be insufficient as a matter of law to support O'Brien's removal. 118. ASA direct and proximate result. O'Brien suffered economic loss, professional and reputational injury, emotional distress, physical symptoms, litigation expenses, and other compensable damages. 119. O'Brien is entitled to all legal and equitable relief authorized by GL Chapter 149, Section 185, including compensation for 3 times her lost wages, benefits, and other remuneration to the extent not previously compensated, compensatory damages, injunctive rucliff, interest, litigation, costs, expert witness fees, and reasonable attorney's fees. Count 2, Massachusetts Civil Rights Act, GL Chapter 12, Sections 1LH and 11T, against Goldberg individually, 120. O'Brien repeats and incorporates by reference the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. 121. O'Brien possessed rights secured by the constitutions and laws of the United States and in Massachusetts, including rights to speak, petition, communicate with public bodies, seek judicial redress, and oppose unlawful governmental conduct without retaliation. 122. Goldberg knew that O'Brien was reporting and opposing government misconduct, communicating with public bodies, seeking judicial relief, and refusing to surrender a statutory office from which she could be removed only for cause. 123. Goldberg used threats, intimidation, and coercion to make O'Brien abandon those rights. Among other things, she disclosed confidential accusations to a political associate, communicated that O'Brien would be humiliated and replaced, pressured her to resign before the investigation was complete, and conveyed that refusal would result in suspension. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. on Superior Court, Suffolk. Docket number 124. Goldberg acted intentionally, maliciously, and in reckless disregard of O'Brien's secured rights. 125. This count seeks redress for injuries distinct from the retaliatory employment actions, remediable under GL Chapter 149, Section 185, including the coercive interference with O'Brien's exercise of secured constitutional and statutory rights, and does not seek any remedy available under Section 185 for the retaliatory action itself. 126. O'Brien learned of Goldberg's communications with Farley, the principal coercive acts, alleged in this count, on or about November 2023, and could not reasonably have discovered them earlier, in part because Goldberg directed that evidence of the communications be deleted. 127. ASA direct and proximate result, O'Brien sustained the damages described above and is entitled to compensatory damages, injunctive relief, costs, and attorney's fees under GL Chapter 12, Section 111, Count 2, Invasion of Privacy, GL Chapter 214, Section 1, B, against Goldberg individually. 128. O'Brien repeats and incorporates by reference the preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. 129. O'Brien possessed a legally protected privacy interest in confidential workplace complaints, HR allegations, investigative information, and related personnel matters before any lawful public determination or authorized disclosure. 130. Goldberg obtained confidential personnel and substance of accusations of racial insensitivity to Farley, who had no official role in the commission investigation or any governmental need to receive them. 131. The disclosure was deliberate, substantial, serious, and unreasonable. It was made while Goldberg was discussing O'Bricken's humiliation and possible replacement, and before O'Bricken had been given the report or a meaningful opportunity to answer the accusations. 132. The disclosure was not justified by any legitimate governmental need and exceeded any privilege or authorization arising from Goldberg's office. 133. This count seeks redress for the unauthorized disclosure of confidential personnel and investigative information, an injury to O'Brien's privacy distinct from the retaliatory employment actions remediable under GL Chapter 149, Section 185, and does not seek any remedy available under Section 185 for the retaliatory action itself. Date filed August 20th, 2026, 4:13 p.m. Superior Court, Suffolk. Docket number 134. O'Brien first learned of the disclosures on or about November of 2023 and were later confirmed when Farley provided sworn CVA dents in the removal proceedings in April of 2024 and could not reasonably have discovered them. Karliker 135. As a direct and proximate result, O'Brien suffered substantial emotional, reputational, professional, and other harm and is entitled to damages and appropriate equitable relief. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, Plaintiff Shannon O'Brien respectfully requests that this court A. Enter judgment in her favor on all counts, B. Award compensatory damages in an amount to be determined by the jury, including damages for reputational, professional, emotional, physical, and economic injuries not previously compensated. C. Award compensation equal to 3 times lost wages, benefits, and other remuneration under GL Chapter 149, Section 185D, to the extent not previously compensated. D. Award all statutory, compensatory, and other damages authorized by law and not duplicative of amounts previously awarded or recovered. E. Enter appropriate preliminary and permanent injunctive relic prohibiting further retaliation, misuse, or unauthorized disclosure of confidential personnel information, and interference with protected communications to public bodies. F. Order correction, removal, or appropriate annotation of inaccurate or retaliatory personnel information to the extent authorized by law. G. Award prejudgment and post-judgment interest. H. Award reasonable attorney's fees, expert witness fees, and costs as authorized by GL Chapter 149, Section 185, and GL Chapter 12, Section 11. And 1. Grant such other equal and equitable relief as the court deems just and proper. Jury demand. Plaintiff demands a trial by jury on all claims and issues so triable. Respectfully submitted for the plaintiff, Shannon O'Brien, by her attorneys, dated August 20th, 2026 48/Timothy M. Burke. Timothy M. Burke, BBO number 065720.
Well, what did you think? I'm exhausted. We're going to do our outro now. The reason O'Brien references, by the way, couldn't have learned something before, is the statute of limitations. If you couldn't have learned the information before a certain date, then the statute of limitations can be extended based on the date you first learned the information. I'm exhausted. It's almost 1 in the morning. I'm tired. I love Towel Girlfriend dearly. She's wonderful. This is Pete. He's the channel mascot. Now, if you made it this long on the stream, God bless you. Thank you for being here. You can find various information for how to support Towel News in the chat. I'll throw your poll results up as well. Feel free to hang out with us on Discord, by the way. If you want to do that, you can join the Discord. If you liked what you heard today, if you want to support this stream, God bless all of you who are so kind. I should do this every 2 hours. I don't have to, but I forgot to. You can support via Cash App, money sign Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo at Grant-E1, PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. The links are also in the chat in the description. If you would like to check out merch, maybe you want to support that way, there is a towel store. That's going to be towelnewsnetwork.com. You can also follow the link in the chat. God bless you all. Let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 before I get out of here. I like to list the presidents, or we like to list the presidents, all of us together, at the end of stream to test my mental acuity. I'm clearly exhausted. I'm going to take a few days off to recover, barring some kind of emergency. I hope you all will allow me that indulgence, and I pray your consideration and understanding. All right, here we go. Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 for my dear friend Triple A Bob and so many others. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren, then William Henry Harrison. I don't know 10, 11, 12, Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, so that's going to be Polk and then Taylor. And then it's going to be 13 is Fillmore, then Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Hart, Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? Now I'm going to do a quick closing because I'm so tired. This is Pete, by the way. His dear friend Francine was here earlier. Thank you all so much for being with me. Nishigama, so good to see you. How are you, my dear friends? It's so good to see you. User, thank you for being with us today. And Aussie, Cheryl, and Amanda, I'm so glad you got to listen to that Australian voice earlier. I liked it very much, too. Pat Ray, God bless you. Your insights were appreciated. You are wonderful. I always appreciate being able to talk. And anytime you want to chat administrative law, you just let me know. All right, if you do need to contact me, by the way, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I will try to go through my emails. I'm very behind on a lot of stuff, but I'll try to do that this weekend. The point of this stream and service and the work I do is to educate, inform, and entertain. 20% entertainment to insulate your brain from trauma. 40% information, 40% education. Such as to engender kosher public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. If you liked what you saw today, if you benefited from today's stream, the camaraderie and chatter otherwise, and you want to pay it forward, I hope you'll consider a donation to Hellfish Haven, great charity that helps our veterans and raises awareness about mental health. You may also consider a donation to a charity that helps our homeless veterans or service members. There should not be a single veteran or homeless. There should not be a single homeless veteran or service member against their will in the United States of America, or we have failed, ladies and gentlemen. They fought for our freedoms, and we can help them. You may also consider a donation to an animal shelter or a charity run by veterans or service members that helps our service members or veterans. Great way to help our furry friends and our service members or veterans. You may also consider a donation to an animal shelter in general. Our furry friends need help too. They are voiceless after all. If you're in the UK, you may consider a donation to The Big Issue, great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro furthermore. Yes, in that way, may we continue to pray the current realpolitik shifts from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love, therein allowing us to live up to our Tala Eudaimonia, or Suman Bodhi, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thus bring about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, from a very tired reporter towel, coming up on 1 a.m. Eastern Time here in Boston. It is Saturday, August 22nd, 2026. It is about 7 a.m. in South Africa. It's 8 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 8:30 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, as the sun rises on another day in Africa and the Middle East. This thus concludes your broadcast day on Towel News. God bless you all. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being with me. I'm absolutely going to send an email to my friend Pick a Handle if I have their email this weekend. I've been thinking about them. I'm praying for them. I hope they're doing okay. I'm praying for all of you as well. May God protect you all. Thank you for being with me tonight on Towel News. May God protect the United States of America. Thank you for being you, Miss Kay, and so many of you. Thank you for being with me. Happy Feet Gal! Oh, it's so good to see you. Do I sleep? Yes, I sleep Wednesdays between 8 and 11 p.m. Eastern. Happy Feet Gal is here. Oh, that makes me so happy. Happy Feet Girl. I made Happy Feet Girl a special penguin emoji. It's a penguin with happy feet. Alright, I'm going to bed. God bless us all. May God protect us all. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for being you. Until we see each other again. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, and God bless you. Thank you for being with me.